crumble under all of my force will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Down the shadow. destruction of the realm. Call on our savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom
Welcome, one and all, to the LPL. It is St. Patrick's Day here in Dublin. I am just Oisin. I am joined by Georgia. As I was trying to, it was really interesting. Just before we went live, I was trying to say, like, how to say Happy St. Patrick's Day in Irish. Georgia was like, oh, you're probably trying to summon something or something like that. No, it's just Gaeilge. It's just Irish tongue. But Georgia, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I didn't even know you were wearing this headband thing, so I was looking straight at the camera, and then I turned around, I'm like, you look fabulous. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you. It's already a positive start to the day. But we're going to look at yesterday's results very, very quickly before we jump into our last day of Week 7. It's pretty much as expected, but AL, they put up a little bit of a fight, but at the end of the day, JDG just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all the teams have had like a happy game here and there, but however for AL, I think this shows they're a very heavy competitor when it comes to locking in these playoffs, especially sitting at the 7-win mark. So it's really great for them to actually show that they can compete with teams like the likes of JDG.
Absolutely. And look, BLG right up there as well. They are 13-1. I believe they are guaranteed a top 3 finish at the moment. So they are looking fantastic in terms of just, getting themselves in that double elimination. And then there's a big old scrap towards the bottom there. You can see WE not quite into it, but then the likes of LNG, OMG, Weibo, they're all now kind of going there. And Thundertalk, they're not very much in the conversation, but they're not out of it just yet either.
Absolutely, they could just grab 2 wins right here and certainly add themselves into that top 10. However, for OMG, I think everything hangs in the balance for today because they're 6 and 7. They're just about making it into that top 10, and their wins have to start today.
Yeah, well, we got Ultra Prime versus OMG to start us off today. Of course, Ultra Prime already out. FBX versus RA. FBX really pushing for a top 4 finish. And then to end us all off, Top East versus WE. Will WE be kind of able to right the ship, or will they keep free falling? And that's kind of the big question. A big, big test for them coming into that one. Kind of almost a playoff preview, if you will, coming into the last few days of the regular season.
Well, I did see Yamato Cannon's tier list, his global tier list, if you will, and WE, I think, sneaked into that C or D tier internationally. Yes. So I'm like, we'll see about that playing into test today.
Yeah, a man of culture, absolutely. But we can have a look at our first matchup today, OMG versus Ultra Prime. We mentioned earlier Ultra Prime are already out, but for OMG, they have to win today. They are in such a dangerous position when you look at kind of where they're standing. They're just outside of playoffs because of game difference. And if you look at the rest of the kind of games they have to play, BLG and IG, like after today, like this is kind of your last quote-unquote guaranteed win.
Yeah, talking about guaranteed win, of course, this game today doesn't have a lot to play for the side of Ultra Prime, but for OMG sitting on the 6 and 7, I think they need to wake up. There's no other way I can put it right now. We've talked about their comfort champions, we talk about the Viegos, we talk about the Ezreals and the Rakans, but they need to be more than that. They need to be more than comfort, and specifically when it comes to Xiaofang, I'm putting like a big pointing finger at him because I feel like when I very first started like really watching the LPL and co-streaming at the very beginning of the season, I looked at this guy and I'm like, he's so clever in the way he's pathing. He's so clever in the way he's invading, he's backing up his lanes without necessarily falling behind. And unfortunately, it just hasn't translated past I'm really good at Viego, like 80% win rate on Viego, and then it's chaos apart from that.
Yeah, and you can kind of see some of the stats here as well. Like, yes, he's got good kill percentage, but it doesn't really translate into much else. It's kind of, you're not getting a huge amount of damage off. And yes, you're playing the Viego, who is a massive carry in his own right. It does feel like, the OMG are kind of sinking and swimming in terms of the early game based on how Xiaofang is able to move around the map in those first 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would like to see a little bit more coordination with Angel, honestly. I feel like Angel has had a pretty decent split so far, but having Xiaofang, who is so clever at getting these early game advantages, I think is going to be so crucial to just bundle up your mid lane and your jungler. Now I know, especially with the addition of Wei and how you need to back up your mid lane instead of the other way around. We have seen a lot of the times that the mid lane is more of a supportive tool, just push for prior and then you can dip into the river to back up your jungler. But even that would be a huge step for OMG.
Yeah, and look, you can see as well, like they've tried a load of stuff. Like Xiaofang did go for things like the Kazakhs. He has a Nidalee game in there. You know, he's not exactly Leyen, but it has been kind of a melting pot, if you will, of a load of different things. It just, unfortunately for him, hasn't really stuck on anything except the Viego, his most kind of played pick. Also, on the side of that as well, you can see in the top lane, very little diversity outside of that Udyr. And honestly, just the Udyr. They have a little bit of Cassante there as well, but we're not seeing a lot of kind of adaptation, especially now with Udyr and Cassante taking a much more prevalent backseat in the meta. It really just feels like it hasn't worked out for that top side for OMG.
I mean, if I was to like sort of close my eyes and start saying, oh, let me guess what OMG is gonna pick. It's gonna be Udyr, Viego, Hui, Ezreal, and Rakan. I think these are the 5 more prevalent picks when it comes to OMGs. If they could draft their perfect pick without bans, that would be it. Now, on the other side, for Ultra Prime, they have pretty much tried their hands on everything. I'm especially looking at Yokai because I feel like Yokai has been the guy who sort of, you know, when a boat is first built and then you put these barrels underneath to like sort of push it into the sea and test it out. There's no barrels. Yokai literally has a big rope on his shoulder and he's just trying to pull the ship along and the ship is just not moving because there's no barrels underneath. So I feel really bad because he seems like the shining light for Ultra Prime, but for the rest of the members, it's just not necessarily clicking together.
Yeah, like Ultra Prime, unfortunately, they are out of playoffs, as we mentioned quite a few times at this stage. But it is unfortunate to kind of say that this is just a team that it doesn't click. It doesn't feel like, you know, Yukai's making some great plays, and as you mentioned, he has been the standout player on this roster. But unfortunately for him, you know, this is the LPL. There are 17 or 16 other teams in this league, and having one good laner is never gonna be enough to get you higher in the standings. It's never gonna be enough to get you up towards top 10. Those days are kind of gone, and unfortunately, just with the league getting so much better with time, it does feel like it's one of those things where you're just not really able to just rely on the one carry. You have to be a more cohesive unit. You have to be running as a team. And it just really isn't kind of clicking here for Ultra Prime. But at the same time, we have seen it so many times here in the LPL where a team gets knocked out of playoffs, there's a couple of games left, they go hard. I don't know what it is. They just decide, you know what, turning it on. We're going in absolutely crazy. We're going to play spoiler for absolutely everybody else. And this is where I get a little bit scared for OMG because they are a very momentum-based team and they need the 2-0. They need that game difference if they want to try and get themselves the best shot at playoffs, especially with the rest of the schedule they have.
I'm just gonna be honest, I'm looking at these both teams and I'm like, Ultra Prime can take this win. Ultra Prime can take this series. I don't think I have seen concrete evidence from OMG that tells me that they are a better team by a high margin. So when it comes to this particular series, I am looking at the mid jungle and I'm like, okay, Yokai, in terms of him being a very strong laner, should be able to take Angel on a one-on-one in the middle. Not particularly like talking about killing each other, but taking control of that lane. We have seen Yokai take control of mid lane plenty of games this particular season, and by opening up that mid lane, you can actually allow Ultra Prime and especially Hacker to sort of play a little bit in Xiaofang's face, especially since it hasn't been necessarily the best split for Xiaofang either. You mentioned earlier, hey, how he's tried to put in there, you know, the Nocturnes, the Kazakhs, the Nidalees, the Jaxes, like a lot of damage dealing champions, but in terms of numbers, he's just not pulling them. There's a lot of farming, there's very little fighting, there's no return in this investment to be in your jungle perma-clearing for the side of OMG with Xiaofang.
And like the big thing that kind of the big avenue, if you will, for Ultra Prime to be able to take a game or even a series off of OMG, and what we've seen so many teams do before, is targeting that bot side. We saw it so often now where if Abel and PP God just do not get ahead, if they do not get themselves into a stable position, they have been punished. I believe like Weibo in their series against OMG, nearly perfect game to OMG to a point where like they were just null and void. Abel wasn't able to do anything. He was basically a non-participant in the game, in the series. They did come back and win that series 2-1, but that is the avenue that I see a lot of teams take against OMG just to try and quell that kind of explosiveness in the mid game. For OMG though, if they can survive that, if they can get themselves past that first 10-15 minutes, they do look like a team that can on their day kind of, you know, take on the likes of BLG or JDG. However, most teams at the top and even most teams in the league are not going to give you that kind of free time.
Absolutely, and when it comes to Ultra Prime, I'm looking for potentially even a double ranged bot lane. We saw a clinic yesterday from BLG where they had the double AD carry bot lane, double range bot lane, if you will, that they just split them up in two and they keep diving and diving and diving and diving bot lane. Now, Sheen, I'm a Virgo and I am very, very competitive.
I'm an asparagus.
Probably not necessarily due to my style side, but yeah, I'm a very, very competitive person. And looking at Ultra Prime right here, being out of contention for playoffs, I'm like, how about we drag you down too?
I mean, that's kind of how it is right now. Like I said it, before. Sometimes teams just get knocked out, pressure's off. You know you're going into you're kind of in the last few games of your split. Go for something crazy. Go for a move that you probably wouldn't have done because of how reserved you were being. Now, though, you don't have to be reserved. Now you're almost saying the players are fighting for their job. They're fighting for their position because if you're knocked out this early in the split, you got to prove that you're better than any of the, LDL prospects, any of a new player being brought in from, say, like the PCS or so. So this is where the game starts to get a little bit more fun, in my opinion, for these teams that are knocked out because, yes, there's no endeavor for them, but I mean, as you say, drag down OMG, and with OMG's schedule, like they have a lot of pressure on them. This is a team, this is a roster that should be making top 10 playoffs, but right now they are sitting at 11th. They are not quite secure just yet, so they got to come out swinging.
Absolutely. If you look at the results, they've pretty much only beaten teams that are below them in the standings, the TTs, the Weibo Gamings, the LGDs. And when it comes to the higher up teams, even the ones around them like AL, NIP, LNG, they've lost to them as well. So looking into the future and knowing you're about to play IG, who's top 4, you're about to play BLG, who are sitting very comfortably at the #1 spot over in the LPL. Even if you win this particular series today, it is still a mountain absolutely to climb. But if you don't start today with a team that's only been able to pick up 2 wins in the entire season, then it's gonna go downhill from there.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I will call it right now and say that if you're an OMG kind of supporter right now, if OMG lose today, I don't see you making playoffs. I don't see a kind of a 6 and 10 setup being
it's
enough.
Done,
Yeah, I mean it kind of is. Like we sometimes see 7 and 9 being the absolute limit to get you into playoffs. Top 10 is just it's funny because it's like most people say, oh, you have to be above average to make playoffs. Not in the LPL. 10 out of 17 means you have to be just below average and you're actually fine. But I do feel like 6 and 10 is just not going to be good enough, especially with how hotly contested LNG now bouncing back, having a bit of a run towards the end of the split. You need to have that kind of setup. So for me, OMG, I want to see confidence. I want to see them moving a little bit more, kind of cohesively with their team as a unit to try and make sure that Ultra Prime don't find any kind of advantages. They don't look shaky coming into this because, as we said, you have 2 very difficult games. And for Ultra Prime, on the other side of this, I want to see have fun. Come in, get a bit of fun going here. Let, Doggo have a little bit of a moment to try and make, get a champion he can go off on. So these are the things I want to see from Ultra Prime. But whether or not we will see either of those things, that is yet to be seen.
Absolutely. And again, we cannot stress enough how important this is for OMG. Currently, they're sitting 11th. They're just about off the cutoff to make playoffs. You mentioned they're 6 and 7, and they're sitting outside of playoffs with these 6 wins. So you absolutely need to pick up at least another one just to push you into that cutoff for the top 10. Of course, just a little bit before the draft begins right here, I don't want to see no Udyrs. I'm pretty sure that Viego is going to be banned away from the sort of Ultra Prime as well, but I need to see something a little bit more hands-on for Cube on the top side of the map, especially if they end up right here on the red side where they are. Just try to get some counter picks on your map. Try to be a little bit more, foot down. Viego, of course, banned away for Xiaofang.
Yeah, you can't let him have it. We talked about it. He's just not going to be a thing there. But also for basically AD carry bans, because the Tristana, yes, is traditionally mid lane, but that is an Abel special. He will take that into the bot lane more often than not, and more often than Angel will take it into the mid, to be perfectly honest. And for Ultra Prime, they do not want to be giving over that kind of a flex. They will take the Ahri on first rotation here for Uakai. And honestly, I would love to see OMG kind of respond in kind and kind of say, cool, we need to get ourselves a jungler. Like if you give over the Xin Zhao here, I feel like that's such a powerful 2v2 in the mid lane here for Ultra Prime, that I just feel like you need to take a jungler here just to try and limit that pool.
Oh no, I was hoping this was not going to be an Udyr. I'm much more happy to see the Nautilus paired up with the Senna. This is going to be, of course, as another roaming around the map. The Nautilus is the one farming, but this is becoming a little bit dangerous because Doggo and Trey just locked in Lucian Nami, which is going to be a big problem in the early game for the bot lane of OMG. And we did mention earlier on, if you shut down Abel and PB God, the whole map looks a little bit lost.
Yeah, it really does. I will say now that, you know, Abel and PB God being falling behind on something like a Senna and Nautilus isn't the end of the world. However, it does mean that if you end up having, you know, late game tanks like the Udyr and the Cassante potentially for Ultra Prime, you're going to struggle to burn through them. That's the big thing. The Volley Bear as well is a huge pick that's kind of popped up into the meta right now. Not as tanky, but obviously having that health steroid from his ultimate just helps him to survive some of these, you know, more kind of poke-orientated champions like the Senna. So we'll see what they want to go for. So for the moment, the Xin Zhao getting banned away. I like that from OMG. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Vi banned as well from Hacker, or maybe even the Lee Sin, either of those two, just to try and, again, limit that 2v2 in the mid lane.
Oh, absolutely. Vi is so good paired up with the likes of Talia, but also Ari. I feel like it's really good for both sides right here if they want to lock it in. On the other side for Ultra Prime, I just want to see what BLG did yesterday. You've got the Lucian Nami. You can pressure up in the early game to try to split the jungle right in half, get the stronger jungler right here and try to invade. We can look into the likes of something like a Lee Sin to pair up together with an Ari. Pretty strong duo, dives pretty far in. Of course, this might be a little bit problematic later on playing into the Talia, but honestly, in the LPL, no one seems to give a damn about what they're playing Lee Sin into, whether it's a Poppy, whether it's a Talia, it doesn't matter. They'll just lock it in.
Yeah, the Lee Sin is just such a staple now.
They just build diff, yeah.
Yeah, it's just built different, you know, in the LPL. It doesn't matter what you think you've countered it with, you just haven't, because of that opportunity to, basically the displacement, the kick is so powerful. And there is the ban coming in here from the side of Ultra Prime. They recognize it, they know that if the Lucian gets kicked back into the team, their sustained damage is basically null and void. The Ahri's great for catching people out like the Senna and the Talia to try and burst them out, but you're just not going to have that same level of priority in terms of a long sustained fight without having the Lucian available. So they get rid of it. The Vi will do a similar thing, but won't get you, you know, kind of moved away from your team. Will just kind of keep you in place.
Absolutely, and I really like it if the I was about to say if the Graves gets locked in right here, but I want something a little bit more active, something that can maybe actively dive towards the bot side of the map. So something like the Maokai right here, the Setsuwani, split the map again in half, play for your Lucian Nami, shut down Abel and PP God. I'm loving the Maokai pick right here because you can play a little bit more aggressive in the early game. People are like, oh, it's one of these tanky jungles. This champion does a lot of damage, especially, I know people have seen a lot of the interactions as support for Maokai, but it's a very high base damage champion, so if you do lock someone down, especially under tower, someone's most likely gonna go down. And by Tway right here, locking in something like the Cassante or the Aatrox, I think I know what I'm about to see right here. I'm not even gonna utter the words, Sheen. I'm just not gonna say it. I'm just not gonna say it.
We'll see. Right now, the Udyr has had a pretty bad time up against the Aatrox, so the Cassante could be a much more safe pick for Cube coming into this one. It is still very much kind of, you know, you see the World Ender popped, you bet you're all out, you just kind of trade ult for ult, if you will, sometimes even just ult for ghost, depending on how the matchup goes. But I mean, this is as standard comes for both these teams. You've good engage from your kind of junglers, you've good follow-up as well from the side of the top laners, and then you're just looking to see what targets get hit. If the Senna and the Talia can stay alive and kind of keep throwing rocks, keep getting piercing shots going into the side of the Lucian and the Ahri, then you're going to lose. But that's the kind of beauty of League of Legends. It's about who plays the fights more, you know, correctly. It's like, you know, preparation is tactics, but execution is art, and it is all about the execution.
And I think it's a lot about the preparation that you mentioned as well, because I feel like for the set of OMG, if they are the first ones to get into a neutral objective, you've got Talia, you've got Vi, you're most likely going to have a roaming Senna as well, since you're not just going to be stuck down the bot lane. Anyone who walks through a choke point into a Vi, Talia, and Senna is going to most likely pay with their lives. And the only thing that you have that is tanky enough from the side of Ultra Prime is going to be this Maokai, it's going to be the jungler. So by chunking him down very early on, it's going to be very beneficial for OMG to play towards his neutral objectives. I'm really liking what OMG has right here because it seems very proactive. You've got that Talia Vi duo to play through, very potent, especially after level 6 as well, where Vi can get to lock someone down. The knock-up lands from Talia very easily. You can play for your side lanes as well. You can cover your bot lane, you can cover your top lane with Angel's ultimate as well. So for OMG, we wanted to see a little bit more of a proactive draft, not to fall behind in the early game. And I think they have all the tools to do that here.
See what they want to try and go for. Again, like we said, Ultra Prime already out of the playoffs. OMG might be joining them very soon if they don't get themselves, pull up their socks and get themselves to work, because they have a hell of a mountain to climb if they want to try and clinch into top 10. And once you're in, you have a chance. That's the thing, is we've seen it multiple times throughout the LPL's current format history. Once you are in that single elimination, all you need is a good day. All you need is a good read on the meta, and all you need is one good best of 5. So for OMG, they've got 3 best of 3s before that, and they have to come away with some wins. They need to at least have 7, you would imagine, before they could try and realistically be looking at playoffs and maybe have a little bit of luck as well. But we shall no longer hypothesize. We shall jump straight into the rift for game 1. Dway flashed, but he didn't flash away. I'm going to stop myself from, or stop the immediate pull-up, but that's first blood. And, you know, we talked about the stableness of the bot lane. That's a pretty good way to start it off.
Ooh, so there's a Nami in the bot lane, you're telling me, with no flash and no heal, and we're playing Nautilus and Vi. Yeah, that's a pretty good start to play towards that bot side of the map if you're Xiaofang, but honestly, at this point, it also pretty much make sure that your bot lane is not going to get jumped on. I feel like one Nautilus hook onto this Nami, and you can very easily trade towards the bot side of the map. You see that both junglers are starting from the bot side and ending up towards the top, but I wonder if Xiaofang is actually going to pull a 180 here and try to get something going towards that bot side, because that Lucian Nami is supposed to push you in the early game. The Nautilus walks up, you've got the Nami Lucian, you're going to be chunking them down, but now with Nami having no summoners right there, this could be extremely problematic to try and play too aggressive.
We'll see. As I said, kind of, we did see that the, you know, the Maokai was making his way down towards that bot side of Vi as well. But the thing is, and I don't know if Ultra Prime know this or not, they will have full vision on that Maokai for the side of OMG. They had decent wards just to the left in the, you know, kind of the Raptor camp, and of course down to the bottom of the red buff as well. So they will know if this Maokai is coming down towards them. They will know if they are going to be, you know, kind of countering for that. And it does feel like that is more of a move from Ultra Prime to kind of say, hey, we're pushing to make sure that we're not going to get dove bot lane, where our bot lane doesn't become this bottomless pit of despair that our Lucian and Nami that are not able to kind of, you know, farm in, because not only is a Senna and a Nautilus kind of great for scaling and such like that, but that gets ahead, then you're in some serious issues. But for the moment, we are going to be paused just for now. It does look like it is an issue on the side of OMG. We can see there the players just talking to the referee. Hopefully it will just be a small little issue. We haven't seen anybody running over to the PCs as of yet, so hopefully we'll be getting back into game. But I mean, look, for OMG, that's exactly the kind of start I wanted to see. Utilizing the fact that they have got the Nautilus level 1, immediately going aggressive and saying, look, we need to get ahead. We need to make sure that we're in the best place possible. They got the kill to Talia. That means that Talia was able to kind of, you know, get themselves back into the lane, you know, with a little bit of extra gold, and those resets start to become a little bit more of a problem now for Ultra Prime.
Absolutely, and it's so important to get some control onto Angel, onto the Talia, push that Ari. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Push that Ari.
We should be going back into game.
Out of lane early on.
There we go.
There we go! Wait, were you wearing your headband? I didn't say.
I didn't. I took it off. It's hurting me with the headset on, so I was like,
yeah,
this
okay,
feels fine.
fair.
And then I put the headset on, and I was like, oh, that kind of hurts.
Yeah, glasses and headbands.
I'll put it back on when I'm due back on camera.
Oh, Hacker though. Hacker on the wraparound. There is no flash on the Nautilus.
No, and the flash immediately from Abel, because he felt like he was going to be the target. But like you said, PP got the one without the flash. He's still going pretty strong. Oh, and that's why you take your pots, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
OMG will not
disaster.
die off in the bot lane just yet. And PP God's got a TP.
Oh, disaster. Hacker is going to lose his entire top side of the jungle. Xiaofang trusted in his bot lane to actually stay alive. Sure, engaging onto a flashless Nautilus could be it, but they just did not have enough damage. And right now, Xiaofang has already sneaked in. He's stolen the blue buff, and then he's going straight back into his quadrant of the jungle. The faster you clear this, the faster you back, and you can just make a beeline towards the bot side of the map. if you're right to try and punish again that flashless Nami. I think it was a pretty good try right here from Hacker to try and capitalize onto this bot lane, because taking away the Nautilus right here will allow you to push into the bot lane tower and shove in the wave real quickly. You get a quick recall with your Nami Lucian, more items real quickly, but oh my god. People just about leaves. See, this is the difference when people are like, hey, you know, when the double support item was a thing, but nobody would buy it for the first few minutes of the game. This is why the shield was the difference maker right there. The Doran shield that BB God has in his inventory was the difference maker right there, with the extra stats that he has to actually save him from this particular gank. It is, when we talked about back when the double support item was in meta and nobody was buying it early on, we're like, hey, this is why you don't want it early on and you buy it later, because you need that pressure, you need that much more power in the earlier stages of the game. Of course, for BB God right here, he's never going to buy the support item because he is the one farming on that bot lane, but it does give you a little bit of context on why that was happening. The hook.
The hook is fantastic. Doggo taking a fair chunk of damage after the fact as well. They will be able to heal this up with the ebb and flow of the Nami, but I mean, this is rough right now here for the side of Ultra Prime. It's only going to get harder as well. There's a massive wave crashing in. They're going to look to bring the Talia down as well. No Weaver's Wall just yet, but this is a huge wave, and they don't really have many places to go. There's the CC, the flash in with the Q, the flash out by Doggo, the heal from the Nami. BB God tanks up as much as he possibly can, but just as Summoners come back up, they are taken away once more.
As we mentioned before, Xiaofang with a really quick recall right there, deep back into his top quadrant, pressed his B button, beelined bot lane for that particular dive. It just wasn't enough. They just get only Doggo's flash right here. Hacker is going to get spotted on that ward as well. However, the wave is at a pretty alright position for OMG to back off right now and just wait potentially for Xiaofang to come back around to just sort of help them push that one out as well. You see that BB Gold being so chunked out, he cannot walk forward. So again, they're gonna bring Xiaofang towards the bot side of the map. It's kind of a situation where it's like, I know you know that, I know that you know that you know that I know that I know that you're bot lane, but they're still gonna mirror each other to try and help their bot lanes shove out that way.
Oh, PB God, swing and a miss. Could have fit a bus through it. Sadly, there does not get the damage or the hook down. And honestly, if he hits that, I feel like that could have been a kill pretty easily going over the side of OMG. Just small little execution mistakes, but does free them up in the lane. Does mean that the Nautilus, which normally falls about 10 to 20 CS behind in these kind of first early levels, just because it's melee versus range, isn't going to have any major issues. Hacker now maybe looking for Angel. There is a flash available here for Angel should he need it. He will flash away from the charm, as Xiaofang was trying to take away the Mountain Dragon. And that should stop that one there. So OMG, yes, they are coming out ahead. They are still getting the advantages, but it's, you know, not the cleanest. As we have a look at top side, it does look like a flash was burnt here by the Aatrox. And yep, just gets hit by a little bit too much CC for the liking there. Loses his flash and his ult.
This is a little bit messy coming in from OMG, but they do have the scaling on their side, of course, with the Abel playing the center right here. And we've talked about the Lucian over and over again, the fact that if he does leave the lane as even or even ahead, this becomes a really big problem for the opposing team, because you put that Lucian Nami in the mid lane, whoever walks up, you chunk them down, and then you do have the numbers advantage when it comes to walking towards these neutral objectives. However, you mentioned it, Nautilus usually falls behind these particular matchups, especially since he finds himself alone in this farming lane, but Hacker walked back into a river that didn't belong to him. That was.
I was gonna say, I don't feel like there was much need for that. Like, he went back to try and take away the scuttle, but I feel like that was really unnecessary there from Hacker, and he loses flash for it, so no flash engages for him for the moment. And I mean, BB God's fine here. Like, BB God got his Balmy Cinder. He won't be really in any kind of like kill territory for a while, as Hacker now, without his flash, gonna get jumped on here, level 5 versus level 5. But I will always take the Vi in that trade any day of the week, and Decade has to kind of, you know, secede some of that pressure on topside just to make sure his jungler doesn't get dove.
Absolutely, and I'm loving the agency that Angel has towards the mid lane as well. You see that first blood gave him the early boots, gave him the early tier to play against that Ahri and pretty much feel no threat from Uekai's Ahri at this point, where he pressures the wave first. He is the one to move into fog of war first every single time. We've seen Xiaofang in any lane. You see that Angel is already behind, ready with the Weaver's Wall to sort of follow up on the gank or on the skirmish. So Angel getting that first blood and seeing all this agency that he does have on the map. Again, you see him every time a wave is pushed, he dips into Fog of War, playing towards Xiaofang, wherever Xiaofang is. So pretty good stuff right there. We wanted to see sort of the synergy between the mid jungle for OMG, and especially since they're playing two champions that are so intertwined with each other in terms of how they play, how aggressive and potent the duo is. It's great to see Angel following Xiaofang around the map.
Cube getting this World Ender out pretty much for free every single time is kind of insane. They will lose it. They may look for a dive after the fact because they have got the ultimate from Xiaofang. The wave will come in, and now Cube gonna try and maybe tank this one up first. No, it will be the Vi, but they get all the damage in. And the Talia, but Xiaofang has tanked a little bit too much. And sadly for them, it will be a one-for-one trade. They use the Weaver's Wall as well just to try and get a position, but all this wave as well. No TP on Decade makes this so difficult. Now a dive in the bot side potentially. Hacker jumping in onto Abel, who does have Flash and Go, so should be able to walk away from this one pretty easily. PP God with ult available as well. Trying to see if he can just stay away from any of the CC, and Yukai not really in a position to try and dive this either. So you'll still be a one-for-one, but you can't make a cross-map play here as Ultra Prime.
Oh, this is why I love Senna Nautilus. You saw how Abel showed so much respect, pulled back all the way into tier 2, into that brush, and let PP go all alone underneath the tower. Asterisk right here, Angel also had TP, so if the dive actually commenced right there, PP God would not be alone underneath his tower, but it shows you how undiveable this champion is, especially since it's a farming Nautilus. You get the items, you're a little bit more tanky, you've got that extra ammo, that extra HP. Xiaofang is just checking, he's just checking.
Yeah, he's checking, but he's going to be checking out, because that is just
he checked
not
a little
the
too
position
hard.
you need to be in. I mean, this has kind of been our issue with Xiaofang, pretty much the whole split, is that, as you mentioned, on Viego, he seems to know how to do stuff. He seems to feel comfortable going for all these kind of weird, crazy engages. Outside of the Viego, who in his own sense is a very, very slippery champion, just not really feeling comfortable on it. 0 and 2 now. The dive top felt a little bit botched as well. It just, little things like this are going up against him. And yeah, like, you know the bot lane's gone. I feel like you know this is being taken. You can even see Yukai moving towards it. Like, I just feel like this is a very obvious play.
Yeah, and as you can see, Angel is literally no position to join. There's no Weaver's Wall. He had just TP'd into that mid lane. Your Senna is literally pressing B button to go back to base and cash in on all that gold in the inventory, and your Nautilus wanted to also back there. So Xiaofang being a little bit too aggressive, and I feel like this has been our criticism for OMG for the entire season. The fact that they're just not coordinated. You mentioned the top lane dive was a little bit bot. Xiaofang tanked one too many shots. Angel was on his way, yet he didn't commit the ultimate. So there's all of these sort of question marks for OMG, and it kind of hurts, honestly, seeing this team, because individually they're so incredibly skilled at their lanes, but I feel like the fact that they did play all this comfort early on in the split, the fact that this comfort did bring them all of these Ws that they have so far, the 6 Ws that they have on the board, it feels like the coordination was not necessarily there. It was mostly like a lot of the autopiloting, if you will, as you mentioned as well, especially coming from Xiaofang and the Viego, and right now they kind of have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to play around the map with the macro. Now, of course, talking about macro, able towards the top side of the map with Xiaofang. They're going to cash in another plate. So you see again, Angel is already hovering towards the top side of the map, but in the bot lane, you do have a Lucian who has got Static Shiv first item. It does pain me to see Static Shiv first item onto the Lucian, but it's going to be the case. And I'd like to see how the bot lane tower is looking. Wow, that was perfect timing.
It's like they're always listening, but yeah, I mean, like, this is just kind of a trade-off on either side. You both have 3 grubs, or void grubs, so you're just basically tit-for-tatting for the moment. Angel and Yukai going to have a little bit of a scrap here as Angel comes out the worst for wear, as Angel tried to steal away some of those Raptors. And for the moment now, OMG looking to try and maybe accelerate this top side just a little bit. Xiaofang now coming in. The dive is hard. This is Hacker and Decade, but they have got another Demolish proc, and that's what they're trying to go for here. They will be able to get a fair bit of damage, but not all of it just yet. There goes the tower. Maybe a fight after the fact. That's a 2-man CC as they get the ultimate down onto Decade. Another one onto him, but he's just getting poked away little by little. Abel flashes because he knows he was going to get taken out there by the Q3 of Decade. And they almost make it work, but OMG get the tower, they get the kill, and they get out scot-free.
And that's a pretty good rotation right there. You see Abel playing towards the top side of the map. Of course, we've seen a lot of Sennas, especially when it's a fasting Senna, play towards the top side of the map. Doggo has found himself Abel, but he's just going to be cancelling the backs right here. It's not going to be more than this. Now again, we'll get to see that top lane dive, and you know that your top lane is falling pretty quickly, but it feels like Decade and Hacker really feel comfortable in the fact that they can take this 2v3. And I would feel comfortable too if I was them, if the tower was still up and alive and actually assisted. But this is a level 8 Maokai. And sure, this is a level 10 Aatrox that you got right there, but there's no items. Really nice flash from Abel to avoid the Q3 right there, because this could have been very sketchy if Aatrox gets that kill right there.
I love what Ultra Prime did though there in that little skirmish on top side. Like you could clearly see that Cube was like, cool, if I get this Demolish proc, then we're golden, we're in a good spot. And they just stopped him from getting the Demolish proc for so long that it actually kind of got a little bit scary there for the side of OMG. But having that full tower taken down, Cube is the richest man on the Rift right now, and having a Cassante this so far accelerated just feels so good. And honestly, you haven't really given up a lot on the other side of this. You've already got a Frozen Heart built up for PP God. He's in a very good spot to kind of jump in and tank up against this Doggo Dway kind of combination. So right now it does feel like this is just OMG, like I said before, surviving the early game, coming out a little bit ahead. And it does feel like right now we're going to be seeing them just kind of accelerate this game that little bit. They're going to go for this Dragon or Rift Herald, excuse me, after the kind of clear on top side. They have TP available. Like, this is just going to be a fight that they're going to be able to take.
And I feel like it's going to get more and more difficult for Ultra Prime from here on out. You do have a lot of burst champions with the Lucian and with the Ahri, but you do not have that consistent damage from an AP or an AD carry in your team. So you're literally relying on getting picks onto the map. And who are you gonna get a pick on? Because literally right here, PP God and Cube are going to be playing right in front of everyone else from the side of OMG. So Ultra Prime are gonna have to get extremely creative in the way they're playing these fights. I feel like Yokai is gonna have to try and find these flanks. Decade is gonna have to try and find these flanks, because I don't think anyone will have the damage to take down Cube or PP God. Again, this is a Nautilus that is farming. First item, Frozen Heart, already completed right there. And Hacker is going to trade neutral objectives, but the longer this game goes, the more difficult it will be.
And the scaling, I will say I've seen Lucian's one-tap people in the past is able just
with
get a little
shift?
bit of it. Yeah, when a little bit of damage onto him there, so should be fine though, as the Senna with the Ghost available should be in no real danger. But now the game kind of gets a little bit interesting for Ultra Prime. You have the tools available to you. You have got a kind of first item pretty much built up onto everybody. So this is where I want to see you look for a fight. You've got this massive, huge engage tool with the Maokai. I want to see them try and leverage that.
Next potential shot you're gonna get to see this is probably 3.5 minutes in. Luckily for Ultra Prime, this 3.5 minutes in will mean a second item onto their Lucian. I feel like they really do need this to stop pumping damage. Uh-oh, Dway is gonna pop that or down. Very good timing right there for Dway, since he is so squishy onto the enemy. You saw that Xiaofang was actually sprinting that tri-push down the bot lane. They're going to take another tower. They have 3 members towards the bot, 4 members towards the bot side of the map, and somebody's gonna have to go top side and reply to that. So now that the tower is down, they're most likely gonna send Cube towards the top side of the map to sort of respond to the wave being pushed. However, I do think that a little bit of that is going to be missed unless you're willing to TP onto that top lane tier 1.
It's in no real danger of being taken as of right now. It is just the Ahri kind of moving in. PP God will drop down a ward here just before walking into what could be potentially a really bad spot, but then says, okay, maybe we can go for a fight. The flick back is decent. They get the knock up as well. Hacker trying to flash away, but he's being followed to the depths of hell and beyond. As if Tamiya Wall actually kind of stops Dway from really joining in on this fight. They will turn straight back around on the Decade, who just gets flicked in on top of the rock. You can't really take this fight right now, but he's getting a lot of healing. There's no healing reduction just yet, as Abel picks that kill up. OMG get themselves 2, get a huge amount of summoners out of the side of Ultra Prime. And honestly, that wall was kind of the unsung hero. It made it so difficult for Ultra Prime's backline to support the rest of their team.
Hubert there is playing a little bit with fire together with Abel. Oh, Abel falling super low right here with the ignite from the side of Doggo is going to send him straight back to base. But absolutely, I'll agree with you. The wall was incredible. And what else was incredible? The fact that Cube actually pressed his F button and started TPing in. Because as you'll see this fight going on, we said that Hacker is going to be the primary face checker to try and get some vision back. But face checking into a Talia, Vi and Senna is going to be extremely difficult. One of the CC lands, you end up being dead. But look at this right now. You'll see that Abel is going to get zoned out by Doggo and Yokai. But the second Cube starts channeling the TP, both of the carries from the side of Ultra Prime know that they can't play any more far forward, which means that whoever from Ultra Prime was pushing the other way starts getting attacked by 4 members. So it was a pretty good TP right there from Cube, right in the face of Yokai and Doggo to sort of stop them from zoning out Abel from this fight. And again, it's only going to become more and more difficult for Ultra Prime. I do not think they have the tools to break open the front line from OMG. They even struggled to put damage down onto Xiao Fang, who's not necessarily a tank. He's more of like a bruiser-ish build champion, if you will. But still, they found it really difficult to even chunk him down.
Getting harder and harder as this game goes on. 4,000 gold lead as we come up towards 20 minutes. Next Dragon in a minute's time. No one really kind of close to a soul just yet, but now it's away. Yeah, you have the flash there. You can get hit by any kind of CC. You know you're going to get hit with the all-out. You know you're just going to die anyway, so have to use that. There's going to be the Maokai ultimate just to get a little bit of damage here onto Abel and Q, but defend the tower nonetheless. So right now, Ultra Prime, they're on the back foot. They're just playing defense, trying to see if they can survive a lot of this kind of onslaught, if you will, coming out from OMG. I feel like we're slowly but surely getting to a point of no return right now. Ultra Prime need to make a proactive play. They can't just be reacting all the time to OMG, because in a sustained fight with a Senna, I take the Senna all day long.
I feel like, honestly, they're waiting to get a second item onto Yokai's Ari right here. We talked about how Yokai is going to have to try and find some creative flanks to possibly get onto Angel or Abel. Best case scenario in these fights. Now, luckily for them, they have exchanged 1-for-1 dragons. When you do have 1-on-1, the second dragon is not necessarily of huge importance. So they have earned themselves another 5 minutes on the timer right here. You'll see they are trying to get that second item onto this Ari. They're going to pop that refill towards the top side of the map. They're trying to get as much gold influx into these Ari's pockets as possible. However, OMG, they do have 4 members towards the top side of the map to try and stop this siege. And this Rift Herald, in the end, you know, we're talking about how much time are you spending on it versus how much investment and return. There is no return for this Nami.
Nope, no return. Well, the return back to base in the gray screen, but yeah, like once the flash is down there for Dway, you're just basically a sitting duck for all the single target CC that can come in. That's a kill. That's going to be Dragon as well. I'm not a big fan of Ultra Prime using the Rift Herald topside either. I feel like you can, really just use a little bit more of that pressure in mid lane, especially if you wanted to try and just, kind of confirm the kill. But yeah, Angel gonna walk away, gonna get his ult out there. Did not know exactly where everybody was, and rightfully so, he backs away from this, knowing the rest of his team was bot side.
I'm pretty sure Yokai forced Angel's flash in the top lane, because I'm seeing no ultimate on Yokai. Doggo. Oh,
Doggo is dead. Unfortunately, the Doggo gets put down, and that's a unfortunate setup for the side of Ultra Prime. And yeah, this is just becoming a little bit of a slow burn as we see a good flash in the replay of from the side of Angel as he gets himself out of harm's way. But yeah, this is slowly but surely building and building and building. It's now coming up to a 4,500 gold lead. Ultra Prime just not really able to keep in tow, and with the Senna and Nautilus just getting bigger and bigger on the bot side, the Lucian just doesn't really have that same power as he would in that early stages.
Absolutely. However, silver lining right here, Yokai, 2.5 items. You've got some magic pen in there in your build as well. And for Doggo, I'm just wondering, because Doggo, that's literally where your support died 15 seconds ago. He's literally coming from base. He was in gray screen. This is the worst possible position to get caught in. They knew that this was also warded, so Doggo's death right there netted a mid lane tier 1 over to the side of OMG. And again, if you're wondering why Ultra Prime are on 2 and 11 when they have such names in their team like Yokai and Doggo, is because it feels like they're so miscoordinated on the map, and OMG, luckily for them, are really quick on the trigger to sort of capitalize onto these mistakes and onto this mispositioning from the side of Ultra Prime, trying to get some sort of control onto their map. Now, of course, I feel all eyes for the next fight is going to be on that level 15 Ari on Yokai. Level 16 would be the perfect scenario right here because you do get 3 points into your ultimate. But I don't know if you can say, hey guys, let's just wait a little bit longer because you have a Senna on the other side. You go to mega tanks like the Cassante and the Nautilus on the other side for OMG. So I feel like if Ultra Prime can find a way to sort of catch OMG off guard, I think this is best case scenario right here.
Already up to 100 stacks for the Senna, so that range, that extra annoying, piercing shot, just getting you so much more value. As I said, not really a fear of an early soul for the moment, but Baron now on the Rift. Not really a very quick Baron to be taken here by OMG, so I imagine Ultra Prime are quite happy to let that vision slip just a tiny bit before they overcommit to that side, but it looks like OMG aren't happy to let that one just be it. There's two very good wards here for the side of Ultra Prime. They know this is going down, and maybe OMG want to turn and burn for the fight. They are going to look for a TP comes in. The tidal wave is good to try and keep Hacker alive. He's so tanky. He will have to get out with his life just about, but immediately, Doggo, you have walked too close to the sun and you will be burned. Finally, the tree gets taken down as well, and that's going to be a 2 for none. As you can see now, Angel looking for a little bit of a 1v1. The charm lands onto Xiaofang to keep that a 1v1, and OMG get themselves another 2 kills. They're chasing back on the Decade, who just really hasn't got many places to go. They are going to try and get the Q over the wall to make sure they can kill him off, but yeah, he's being corralled on all sides. He will fall as soon as they get their hands onto him.
Instant TP down the bot lane from Yokai as well to try and get some pressure on the map, trying to get something on the map. It's going to be that bot lane tier 1, but it won't matter because OMG, what a great team fight, taking 3 down with them and the Baron as well. We mentioned that your only potential face checker on the side of Ultra Prime is going to be Hacker onto this Maokai, and he thought he had enough vision. You know, you see Vi, you see Cassante, but the Nautilus was praying. He was in this bush, ready for that engage, and Doggo is literally just tickling the front line from the side of OMG. He walks a little bit too far forward, just in range for the Vi R to go down, and then he ends up getting literally run down. And we said how Yokai on the Ari was gonna have to get a little bit creative. Well, every time I'm seeing OMG, every time I'm seeing where Abel is on the map, he's literally surrounded by at least 1 to 2 members. It is so difficult to pin Abel down or even isolate him at this point because there's just no threats from the sort of Ultra Prime to do so.
Yeah, it just feels like this Lucian for Doggo just hasn't really done anything, to be perfectly honest. Like, you're coming up to 3 items, that's fine, but you're not going to be burning down the likes of a Cassante and Vi immediately. Even with Vi going with this far more bruisery style of a build, you know, with the Black Cleaver as second item. So it's just not something you're really going to have them for there now. And now with OMG, with this Baron buff, this is where you get to take towers down. This is where it becomes so difficult to wave clear because, you know, the Orb of Deception is not going to be able to do enough to kind of take them down. You're going to need a Lucian in one or the other lane. He's not going to be able to cover them all. And yeah, you can see it there. Xiaofang just takes an entire culling. Normally, I would say that's a lot of damage, but honestly, it doesn't really make a difference because if you're not killing him, it's just not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and as you can see, they feel more than confident to walk up with 4 members right here. Extremely tanky, the likes of Cassante and Nautilus backed up by the Senna. They have sent their Vi. Xiaofang is over onto that dragon, securing that 3rd soul point for the side of OMG, and it feels like it's gonna have to be like a last stand for the side of Ultra Prime, as OMG have pushed 2 waves towards that base. Gonna be bot lane now, top mid lane is going to crash as well. They're gonna have to somehow defend that. Now, if you look at the top of the map, Hacker does have a pretty good angle right there, but by the time he's there, the tower has already gone down, and I don't think there's anything they can do right here to defend.
Yeah, there's going to be a hook there onto the Ari as they try and turn back on the PP God. He is taking a lot of damage, but the healing and the shielding is so good. Finally, he gets taken out, and Xiaofang goes a little too deep as well. It's a 2 for none trade in favor of Ultra Prime. But is it too little, too late? They fall forward with the charm, lands down onto the Senna, and the Senna's dead as well. That's 3 kills, maybe even a 4th if they want to go for it. Hacker, though, going to put his life on the line, but now the Cassante can do Cassante things. Going into the all-out, they'll even put down the wall to say, Decade, you are not going anywhere. And it is the solo laners of OMG that respawns to Ultra Prime and get their prize of that mid inhibitor.
Oof, you mean it's the solo laners from OMG that bail them out of such a scrappy fight right there? I was watching this fight unfold and I'm like, this is the chance for Ultra Prime. There's so much gold in terms of bounty that they can cash in from the side of OMG. And look at this again, Yokai with the old E forward grabs the Nautilus, but what a great hook from BB God, just pinned down Ari in place to Xiaofang just sends it. He sees Doggo, he's like, wow, I'm so strong onto this Vi, but he just literally sends it into 5 members of Ultra Prime. OMG could not walk too far forward. And right there, Cube also splits away from his carries, and Abel gets absolutely obliterated because he's all alone together with Angel. And again, that looked like a one fight by OMG, but it was so scrappy, so miscoordinated. Like Cube leaving Abel when there's 3 members of Ultra Prime out there that want to pull up into this fight, and Xiaofang absolutely sending it into the backline 1v5. I mean, good for them. They're like 8,000 gold in the lead, but again, these are the things that we have been criticizing throughout this split, and if OMG cannot iron these things out, they're playing versus IG, they're playing versus BLG. These issues right here are going to be their downfall.
Big time. They will take out the last of what we call the standing gold as they look to take down this turret. There's going to be a wall, but I don't really know if that's going to do much there for the side of OMG. They will just get the tower and get themselves out. Baron up in 1:45. Dragon Soul, it's a Hex Soul, will be available in 2:30. And I think you just wait. I think we're just going to be slowly farming in, ping-ponging the waves, and just looking to get a little bit more advantages. Finish up Azanya's there for Angels. We get that a little bit more AP. Finish up the Randuins for Xiaofang so he doesn't get obliterated. There it is. Thank you so much. But yeah, I mean, like, looking forward as well, like, it is going to be about whether or not they can kill Cube in these later fights for Ultra Prime, because Cube is so massive right now. He is at 5 items, just absolutely impossible for Doggo to really kind of go for it. And unfortunately for Yukai, just because of the pure amount of health that Cube has built for himself, that little bit of, oh, Hacker, it's not going to mean anything. He'll just give over his life, but and it won't lead to an objective because there is none to take. But yeah, little things like that have plagued Ultra Prime all year.
Yeah, a little bit too overextended right there, and I agree with you. I feel for Ultra Prime, it's a case of let's just ignore Cassante right now. We're gonna do the ostrich technique, where we just hide our head in the sand. We pretend we don't see the Cassante, therefore the Cassante is not there. I think it's much more important to try and possibly capitalize on the fact that Angel does not have a flash available for him. The Vi is still pretty squishy in terms of it being against AP damage. There is not much MR apart from the boots being built for the set of Xiaofang, so Yukai does have a couple of targets he can actually go for. You saw that Abel, the second he mispositioned once away from his tanks, he got capitalized upon really quickly. But then again, I feel like the 700 gold bounty that's hanging on Angel's head when Angel does not have his flash available as well could potentially be a target for Yukai to get onto. Now, the really impossible scenario here is that both Decade and Yukai need to find a pretty good flank, and we all know that when there's more than one flanks, it's not a flank anymore, because you can very easily get turned onto. Now, for OMG, they have the numbers.
This is the same play! It's literally identical! How does Hacker not learn that this is going to happen? Now they can follow forward, knowing that the Maokai is dead. Jue gets taken down on the back of that side of that one. This could just be game right here, right now.
Absolutely, 5 members of OMG. Doggo has to run for the heals run.
Oh, that charm was great, but not good enough to keep him there. Yukai and Decade will be left to try and defend the base, but I think it's all but done. I think that the bait around the Baron was enough, and I think OMG will start themselves off with a 1-0, and they will even pick up maybe 1 or 2 small kills at the end. But at the end of the day, they needed a 2-0. They've taken one good step towards it as they go 1-up in this series.
OMG. Not the cleanest game, I'm not going to lie, but a game, nevertheless. They really needed a victory, as you mentioned, and they need just one more. Now, if I'm Ultra Prime, you have to go back to the drawing board and be like, is the Viego really worth it? Because I feel like the Senna right here was such a huge problem for them. I feel the Senna in itself is such a powerful champion because it allows the likes of Nautilus to be such a huge tank due to the fact that the Nautilus is actually farming and then you're roaming the map, that it can take control of the entire rift in like the span of 5 minutes. So maybe you go back to the drawing board, either take the Senate away or just ban it instead of the Viego.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We are going to send to a short break, and when we return, we'll see picks and bans for game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have come off of a slow, scrappy game, which saw OMG get themselves a 1-0 advantage. Just exactly what we wanted to see for them, Georgia. Again, like I said, scrappy, wasn't cleanest of things, but look, a win's a win. And it does feel like one of those games where, like, once they had gotten past, as you can see here on our post-game graphic, once they got past that 14, 15-minute mark, it was kind of like, cool, we're just slowly but surely winning.
I mean, I just love what they did over in the mid game, right? They took Abel out of that lane. Baby Gold was the one farming on the Nautilus. And then they sent him towards the top side. I feel like getting Cube ahead onto this Cassante, getting these 4 items, getting him that tanky. Angel had an absolute blast after getting that first blood right there. He actually never let Yuekai be of any nuisance in terms of like mid jungle pressure or like even side lane pressure at all. So I'm really glad that the OMG solo laners were shining super hard this game. I think Angel and Cube didn't even die this game as well, whilst outputting so much damage. So yeah, props to them.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, I was going to say the player of the game coming up here. I'm glad to see it's Cube there, just kind of being a nuisance and constantly kind of putting pressure onto the likes of the Aatrox and, of course, the Yuekai as well on Ari. But, I mean, for Ultra Prime, I can't help but get frustrated about this team because we saw Hacker get caught out at the Baron Pit. It happens, like you said, the information wasn't totally there. He had to face check all that stuff. But then he did the exact same play, almost, 1 for 1 in terms of it, and then still was kind of looking around like shocked Pikachu face, like, what do you mean I'm getting bursted down? It just...
You know the meme, right?
Yeah, like, it's just...
You know the meme where it's like, watch me do it again.
Yeah. Want me see me do it again. But it really did feel like it was just one of those games where Ultra Prime kind of just got lost, and despite OMG having a couple of scrappy moments where they weren't really kind of pulling back on this, there wasn't really much else for Ultra Prime to do. As we do jump into the picks and bans, Ultra Prime going to get rid of the Senna like you recommended, Trouble, but they also going to keep that Viego ban as well. So we'll see with the last few in, but there's a lot of 80 carry bans coming in here into the bot side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like an Ashe being banned out here. I mean, the last thing you need is like a double ranged bot lane hammering at you, but I'm gonna expect like an Ari B1 potentially here. Angel has been a really big advocate of the Hui as well, but I feel like Ari has been dominating the league recently. She has very many good pairs when it comes to her being in the mid lane with the likes of like the Vice or the Lee Sins, and apparently it's going to be the age of the Crocodile again. Sure, just B1 Renekton into potentially... Oh, I'm glad it wasn't an Udyr, at least from Cube, but we have seen a lot of the likes of like Jace or Aatrox in coming up onto the Renekton in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to try and go for now on the side of Ultra Prime. You have a hell of a... That's 5 bot lane bans to come in. I was going to say, and the Tristana wasn't one of them, so they're actually going to take that away, maybe give that to Yuekai rather than Doggo in that bot side to kind of say, look, the AD carries are just so plentiful right now. We need ways of kind of just stopping Abel getting a comfort champion, which is something he can pop off on. So they're going to ban that or take that away for themselves. Could go to Yuekai, could go to Doggo, and they're going to take Jue onto the Nautilus to stop PB God from getting himself a hook champion as well. So now OMG, I mean, they've done this plenty of times before where they're very, very happy with how wide or niche, shall we say, the champion pool of Abel is. They will take a jungle and a mid lane here and say, cool, we're very happy with just kind of letting another few bans go into that bot side and just, kind of accept that that's just the way it is. And that looks like exactly what they're going to do. They're saying, look, Abel, PB God, you're fine. We know you're fine. We're going to wait to see what they can do on the other side because we have 2 solo laners locked in already.
Absolutely, they have their entire top side of the map locked in. A lot of setup for the Lee Sin as well to make plays, especially with Renekton W, the fear coming in from Hui. I feel like Xiaofang will have a pretty good time in terms of choosing a lane to play towards. Now, do you want to pick the Ari potentially again to try and make plays around the map? But it's going to be again the Maokai for Hacker. I'm not a big fan. I would have much rather seen something potentially like the Xin Zhao, like locked in and play for the mid-jungle duo between Yuekai and Hacker, but it's not going to be the case. Now, hear me out. Hear me out, because what Ultra Prime have got going on right here would also be perfect to have Yuekai in the mid lane with the Tristana, and then you slam a Ziggs down the bot lane. You've got a very potent front line already with the Nautilus and the Maokai, and 2 tower hammering hamsters on your side as well. Oh, hamsters, yordles, you guys get the reference right there. But I feel like this could also be a pretty good scenario where you're adding a lot of constant AP damage by having that AP in the likes of Ziggs down the bot lane.
We'll wait to see where they kind of want to go for it. Again, all these support bans being chucked in as they know they have the Nautilus themselves. They're saying, cool, we're fine with that. They haven't revealed where their Tristana is going just yet, and they could wait for the last pick before going to decide whether or not that's going to Doggo or to Yuakai. Right now, I think for OMG, I mean, they could throw in another 80 carry ban here just to put even more pressure onto it. My God,
there you go.
that is 780 carry bans before we even get down to it. So Doggo, if he's not taking the Tristana, he's going to have to try and find somebody else right now. Maybe the Ezreal, potentially. There's not a lot left on the board for him.
I feel like the Zeri is also a very prominent pick these days over in the LPL. They're trying to match a lot of the scaling power with the champion no longer having to be surrounded by the likes of an enchanter. Like the Lulu, we do see it around a lot with Nautilus. It makes it a little bit more aggressive in the early game. I feel this is what I like more when I see Zeri nowadays, that they do take the early skirmish, especially with the likes of Nautilus being present in the bot lane. It's going to be the case. It's going to be matched potentially by a Zeri versus Aphelios matchup. Yay! Did you miss it? It's back. And probably with the likes of something like an Alistar potentially, or Braum to match up the power down the bot lane. Thresh is a very prominent pick together with Aphelios because he gets him out of dodge without him being in danger. But I think Braum is a pretty good pick right here, considering that Decade has also not picked the champion, and he does favor a lot of these melee champions, so Braum is going to be triple value here.
Braum getting a hell of a lot of value, especially with that Glacial Fish, just kind of separating fights, slowing down things like the Zeri and the Tristana from those auto attacks as well. So they will be locked in. OMG just saying, look, we'll pick in order. We don't need to swap around. We know how we want to play this game. And Ultra Prime will round out their comp with Decade going back onto the Aatrox. Same kind of top half there for the side of Ultra Prime. They will have Yukai swapping out the Ahri for the Tristana, but they felt like the Maokai and the Aatrox was fine. They have a lot of value in those two picks, and they're happy to go back up towards it. I do prefer their composition as a whole coming into this one. The one big thing I am going to say is you are going to be looking at a hell of a lot of AD damage coming out now for the side of Ultra Prime. Very, very easy for the itemization to come out here for the likes of the Lee Sin and the Renekton to try, and even an early Zhonya's, if you will, for the Hui. So there is a lot of opportunities available for OMG to just kind of counteract a huge amount of the damage coming out. But if you don't get ahead, in those first few minutes at the side of OMG, Ultra Prime could just snowball those objectives with having those double AD carries.
Absolutely, and you could also lean into the 1-3-1 later on in the game as well. Tristana eats towers alive. You also have on the other side Aatrox, who can be a very big split pushing threat later on into the game. So you can lean into both team fighting the front to back with the double AD carry with your front line, but you can also play the side lane pressure as well, which OMG will not be able to reply to very easily, because having a Hui on a side lane sort of puts him under a lot of threat and a lot of danger, and especially into a Tristana that can straight up 1v1 you.
We'll wait to see where everyone tries to go with this, because OMG, they need a 2-0. Right now, they've got the 1-0. They're happy enough with that, but like we said, they go up against IG and BLG later on. They will be 7-7 going into their final two series of the split. And they are not in a happy position as of right now. They need to make that at least neutral. Going in 7-7, 0 game difference as such, no plus, no minus. That is probably the best they can hope for. So right now, Ultra Prime playing spoiler, and even just taking a game could be spoiler enough for OMG, just so how close that kind of 7th, 8th, and even kind of down to almost 12th, honestly, is kind of set up right now.
Classic line of scrimmage right here. For the early game, Xiaofang is going to move in. Try to potentially put a ward down. It's not going to be the case. And just going to sneak in and do the job for him as well. I feel like for OMG right here, they have a really great chance to snowball their top side of the map. In game number 1, it was Angel and Cube that came out clutch in these later on fights in the game. None of them ended up dying. It was, of course, the Cassandra and the Talia, but right here you still have a ton of power with the Renekton, with the Hui. Xiaofang, I'm glad he starts towards the bot side of the map and going towards that top, trying to potentially get that Renekton ahead. Decade did struggle in the previous game when you put him under pressure. There were 2 or 3 members of OMG visiting that top side, making sure that Decade has never become this monstrous Aatrox that a lot of people fear. There was a late game team fight, so it was a pretty good job from OMG. Now, I'm looking to see if they can actually replicate it right here, because if they do, Angel on Hui has looked very, very scary. And when you have Cube on the Renekton that can really dictate these early game skirmishy team fights around neutral objectives like Dragon and like Herald and Grubs, it could be very beneficial for OMG to try and snowball this game under control.
Much to do about nothing as both bot lanes hit level 2. I'm just gonna keep pushing them back right now. Abel just trying to use that Calibrum to the best of his ability to make sure that he's poking out as much as possible. But this bot lane is, I'm almost certain, just going to end up being a farm fest. You'll imagine the first back you'll get the calls coming out for both Abel and Doggo as they try to build up towards their first items. Of course, this area, as you mentioned earlier on, just kind of slowly making their way back up into the meta. I will say, in this particular game with 780 carry bans, not surprising to see the Zeri having to hit the pool. But still, a very, very powerful champion in their own right. See if they can get the job done here as Doggo kind of... Again, like with the Enchanter the last game on the Lucian, didn't really have the same level of impact as you would expect from a Lucian most of the time. So this is still a champion that needs to be aggressive, that needs to get right up into the face of people. If you get caught out with the concussive blows or even by a Renekton, I just feel like Doggo's going to struggle to have impact in these later fights.
It's also going to be really difficult to walk up, especially towards Angel. There's so much damage and CC coming out of Hui and very long range that you can actually pretty much render Doggo useless off the get-go. Yokai might be in a lot of trouble right here. Nice dodge. Will jump out of any danger as well. Very well played actually from Yokai to not have to burn any summoner right here and getting out of that first card from Xiaofang.
Gets himself out, doesn't have to blow, as you say, any summoners or any kind of resources as such. I will say it was a little scary, a little sketchy right at the end there, just as the Sonic Wave did land. Now, Xiaofang using this small opportunity where the TP has yet to come in to try and contest around these Raptors, but with a smite available, Hacker is just going to take them away from himself. I think he did get one of the Raptors, so he was a nuisance more than anything else. And now bot lane, fully in the confidence of knowing that the Maokai is absolutely nowhere near this lane, will just decide to be a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more pushing to make sure that they are getting everything they want to make sure this Aphelios is well set up.
Yeah, you also have your Lee Sin from the side of OMG coming towards the bot side of the map, so making sure you have like a pretty fat wave also opens up opportunities to dive. However, we have seen that Nautilus is really hard to dive from experience from game number 1. It doesn't look very easy to dive this particular champion, and of course you do have Lee Sin and Rom, not the best tower divers. You don't have a lot of lockdown CC in the early game, especially without the kick from the side of Lee Sin, so it's just going to be making sure that Xiaofang, being towards the bot side of the map, covers that bot lane to crash the wave underneath the tower, and potentially could look to play for an early game Dragon for the side of OMG.
And we wait, Georgia. That's what we do. This is what we do here on this particular game.
I've got my coffee. I'm ready.
It's a lucky day in a lot of people's eyes if you're Irish. St. Patrick's Day. But I've had a bit of a mare of a day today so far. Woke up at 2:30 thinking it was 3:30 for my call time as the Spiraling Despair comes out to put Yokai down behind his tower. But woke up an hour earlier.
Are we going to talk about the cereal
unfortunately.
incident?
Yes, I spilled an entire or half a bowl of cereal on myself while I was setting up for the day. So it's been fun. It's been a fun day so far, and unfortunately for us in this first series, it is going to be a slow kind of setup. Both these sides very happy. You can even see the bot lane, like neither jungler really looking to dive. So difficult to dive, as you mentioned, the Nautilus and also the Braum, with these AD carries having so much kind of utility as well, with the Gravitum on the side of the Aphelios, and of course just a straight up dash on the side of the Zeri. So we see a scrap on the top side and a little bit of a move in the mid lane. Yokai is going to get caught up a little bit and has to flash away there, get another little bit of damage onto him, but this is just Xiaofang finally looking to try and leverage some early game pressure, and honestly he's been keeping tabs on the Maokai as well.
honestly, Angel has been so oppressive on the way. Walks into the jungle, chunks down Hacker onto Maokai, walks back mid lane, tries continuously to take Yoekai's flash, manages it right here with Xiao Fang, but he has been so oppressive. And of course, okay, Yokai right here, okay, he W'd into this fight. He put himself up for what happened to him. But again, very much props to Angel for taking control of that mid lane. Constant priority, constantly bullying enemy jungler. And I'm liking what I see right here for Ultra Prime. I think it's really good that they're prioritizing the Void Grubs, because we did talk about their out in this game, which could potentially be, if you don't want to take the front to back, which looks really good with what they have structured in picks and bans, you can also opt to go for the 1-3-1 scenario, and having those Void Grubs in your pocket for the likes of Tristana and Aatrox could be a huge side lane threat for them later on.
If they don't want to go for the front to back, they can go for the back to front. And the sideways, you know, so many different options available to
The
them.
sideways, sure, yeah.
Yeah, look, you know, so many different options from the zigzag. It is going to be kind of, as you're absolutely right, you know, kind of utilizing the fact that you have got Yokai pushing in on top of this, you know, kind of Tristana. We will see a flash in, trying to get the CC down.
Ooh.
Decade, though, is been caught out and will be killed off. Tower isn't really going to be in range here. Yokai is around here with Hacker, but they've already lost the little bit of CC they kind of had to start this one off. Now a Q lands, Hacker goes in, Xiaofang jumping straight back, but Xiaofang goes a little too close and ends up getting caught out. Angel just a little bit too far away to really start to impact this game, but Xiaofang just, it was a great play from OMG, and they just kind of ruined it a little bit by just going a little too aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Yokai was the first one on the roamer there onto the Tristana, so he ends up landing into the skirmish first right before Angel can get there. By the time Angel is there, the skirmish is pretty much over, because Ultra Prime have resided back underneath the tower. Overall, it's going to be a 1-for-1, but if you look at where the kills landed, you're more than happy getting that kill if you're Ultra Prime onto your Tristana. Really great from Decade right here. He clears out the wave real quickly and flashes the other side of the tower. However, Lee Sin is able to follow up really easily, of course, with the Q. And when Yokai is here, that's where Hacker re-engages. It was a pretty good fight, honestly, from Ultra Prime. Very well coordinated. Flashes the Q2 from Lee Sin just to get him in contact underneath the tower. So really good stuff right here from Ultra Prime. I really like the fact that they were there for a Decade. They could play as good as he could. My brain forgot English for just a second right there. He played as well as he could underneath the tower, and sure, you put this Aatrox behind for the time being. However, Aatrox does scale more as the time goes by compared to a Renekton, so just being just a couple of creeps behind to the Renekton right now is still pretty fine, considering that your Tristana did bank that one kill and the extra gold.
Unfortunately, though, for the side of Ultra Prime, all these good positives, but they did lose a huge wave on top side. They did lose, you know, more kind of pressure, and you can see it kind of around the map. They're down about 10 CS per lane. Right now, Hacker just moving forward. Sees that he's going to be spotted on a ward, which should just be Abel and PP God walking away. Or maybe they don't. Xiaofang going to be spotted on this ward. So everyone knows that they know, but they don't know that they don't know that they know. So it's a whole different mind game coming out here from our side. But I love that Hacker's recognizing, hey, I now know where the Lee Sin is. Maybe I could look for a play in this mid lane. But it is very dangerous to try and make this work against someone like a Hui. He just has so many ways of backing you back right up, you know, kind of delaying you from getting your CC down and just causing you such pain.
And this is so scary right here. They left Doggo all alone underneath the tower because Ultra Prime are most likely gonna try to establish some vision towards the bottom of the map to go for that second dragon and stop OMG from stacking up these dragons. But again, the most important thing right here for Ultra Prime is to get the second spawn of Void Grabs. They only need 2 more to get the buff on themselves. And again, it is so important. You do have a Tristana. She's an absolute menace when it comes to side laning her later on, how fast he can take structures and towers, and then looking for Angel in the mid lane. He still has his flash available, and he's been pretty good in terms of not only absorbing pressure, but also throwing it back at Ultra Prime's face. So shutting down Angel right here could be huge for Ultra Prime to get some control into these rivers. However, OMG are gonna group up and just take the whole map together. Oh, they missed.
Glacial Fissure comes down. It's just a trade of ultimates for the moment. Still, though, you still have the ultimate available for a lot of both sides, and you can see that OMG, they want to start stacking dragons early. They felt like the last game they maybe were a little bit too passive in that early game. They have been trying to make some more plays, more sort towards that top side, but now Ultra Prime, unfortunately, without that Maokai ultimate, they can't just have to concede all of this vision, all of this area to the side of OMG, because they just don't really have the priority on it. Now, as they group back up as a 4, both teams just building themselves towards maybe a dragon take. And like you said, though, I think Ultra Prime should be focusing a little bit harder on these Void Grubs. Just kind of give up that second dragon, accept that that's going to be it. Look, you know, the Infernal Soul isn't going to be it. There's not going to be a Hex Soul, so you're not going to be in such a huge, terrible disadvantage. But they are very, very scared to just walk forward and let this dragon go. They're just trying to keep control over this. And oh dear, Wei has to use his ultimate just to try and defensively get himself an aftershock. Doggo goes over the wall, uses his ultimate to try and gain something, but they've not gained a hell of a lot, to be perfectly honest. And now Ultra Prime, they're losing resources as the game goes on.
Okay, no shade right here, but I've never seen that many Nautilus Qs miss in the same series. That's a little bit unfortunate from Sway right here, but again, I think they're fixated way too hard on the dragons. Like you mentioned as well, it was pretty much a ping pong in terms of, hey, we push the wave, we dip into the river. You push the wave, now you dip into the river, but Ultra Prime are back. That Maokai ult is almost back up and available, and they want to contest that one. Sway is back on full HP. Nobody's going to get forced out.
Yeah, they get the Maokai ultimate out. There's going to be the Spiraling Despair as well. So now OMG, they get their prize. It's an Ocean Soul, and they get themselves out. So yeah, a lot of posturing, a lot of abilities used, but not really a lot of gain there for either side. Yes, you get the Dragon there for OMG, but Ultra Prime just kind of keeping them there at all times, making sure they can't just push in. But I mean, while that's been happening, you saw it there so many times, Abel just constantly pushing into this turret, gaining advantages, gaining turret plates available to himself. So these advantages are going to be significant that later on he's going to finish off items a little bit quicker than Doggo. And that's where the game gets a little bit harder and harder every single time. As we can see now, they're jumping onto Jway, and Gusset Blows come in. They even lock down with a little bit of the Glacial Fissure, flash forward, but they've got the Chakrams, and Jway completely miscalibrates that, but now Doggo goes aggressive and gets the trade back, a 1-for-1 on the bot side.
I feel like Dwayne knew right there that he was going to die, but he was very confident in Doggo trading that one kill right there. There were so many chakrams onto the Aphelios that the Nautilus pretty much melted instantly. That's a pretty good trade, 1-for-1. You do have Doggo moving first on the map as well, due to the fact that he doesn't have to see the gray screen, so nothing's holding him back from pressing B and going back onto the map. And right here you see Dway is looking. Bibigod is going to make the move forward. They do about proc Braum passive right in the bush where there wasn't no vision for Abel, and yes, they do melt down the Nautilus by a very nice flash forward of the Q from Doggo to shut them down. And honestly, for Ultra Prime, telling them to do these Void Grubs is like telling a child to eat their freaking vegetables. They're always going to go for the chocolate and all the unhealthy stuff, but not the broccoli. And right now, Void Grubs is broccoli, straight out for Ultra Prime. I feel like it was going to do them such good in the long run, having the Void Grubs buff right there, but it's not going to be the case. Imagine Yukai had the buff right there. Really great. He's hitting tower a lot. He's going to be hitting a lot of towers later on. He's going to be an absolute nuisance in the side lane. But I feel like Ultra Prime do not have this in their to-do list for today to go for the Void Grubs, and unfortunately, they're gone.
They are gone. There's going to be a Rift Herald potentially to take, but at the moment, it's a bit of a slow one. 2 kills, 2 dragons over to OMG, 3 to Void Grubs, as you mentioned, to Ultra Prime. But everybody just stacking up an arms race, if you will. Haven't really seen many more kind of moves as such. They will get a hook here onto PP but he's still a Braum, so he's going to be just fine. And Ultra Prime now committing all of the resources towards this top side. Unfortunately, though, when you commit all these resources towards that top side and you get confirmed that all these resources are there, bot lane just becomes a free tower. So that Rift Herald really does need to get 2 towers or even a tower and a half, to be perfectly frank, to make sure this is worth it, because giving all that free farm, giving all that free gold over to the Hwei is just going to get him scarier and scarier as this game goes on. And Abel is also still in the Aphelios. He hasn't been seen in meta in a very long time, but he's still in Aphelios. He's still going to scale so fantastically towards that late game. As PB God just being a little bit of a warden here for Cube up in that top side. He was taking a fair bit of damage, but outside of that, it shouldn't be too hard, I think, for the side of Ultra Prime to walk away from this. OMG.
OMG have 5 members top.
Yeah, I was going to say, OMG are 5 strong, and that's why the flash had to come out from Dway.
Absolutely, the respect right there from Hacker as well. To flash out of this one, and again, Ultra Prime had to commit, unfortunately for them, 5 members towards the top, -1 for Yokai, happens. They had to commit 5 members towards the top because there were no teleports on the side of Ultra Prime. Decade's teleport just came up, therefore you saw him move towards that bot side of the map, and he will be able to TP into any fight if one commences. However, OMG leveraged the fact that they did have that extra summoner available to them on Angel onto the way and push that bot side of the map. Now, of course, Rift Herald, in terms of time spent, investment versus return, if you will, didn't necessarily do it justice in the previous game. It literally just got a bump onto a tower, and that was it. The tower did not really end up going down, but I would love to see Ultra Prime use it aggressively right here in the mid lane to try and get some control towards the river. There are 2 dragons stacked up for OMG, and you definitely want to be stopping the stacking if you are Ultra Prime. So having the Rift Herald right here, having your Zeri perma-push in that mid lane, pop that Rift Herald, get a little bit more on the map in terms of pressure, and then deep into that bot side river, try and take control for potential dragon fight. You do have a lot of items available to you. There was a Kraken Slayer already on Yokai. You've got item and a half onto Doggo Zeri as well. I feel like, and a Knight's Vow, which is very important onto Hacker. So you do have the tools to actually fight for this dragon.
You have the tools, but do you have the execution? It's definitely not been great from Ultra Prime. Yeah, separate question, separate answer. But they will start off the dragon. This would have been soul point for OMG. They haven't got Xiaofang anywhere near this. So this should just be a confirmed dragon going over the side of Ultra Prime. They will get it with the smite. The Maokai ultimate is decent as well. Doggo surfs himself over the side, and that's a good move there from the side of Ultra Prime. I will say, though, if OMG can keep them away from this tower, they may be able to trade back an objective, but it looks like for the moment, OMG are just happy to just keep on farming, keep on getting those stacks up on whatever, you know, the minions. I won't lie to you there, Trouble. It's a little bit boring watching this game. It's a little much to be sitting here at 18 minutes and 19 minutes in the LPL with only 4 kills. It's not what I'm used to. It's not my preferred cup of tea, shall we say, as we come into our first series of the day.
All right, I'll give you the positives right here. Ultra Prime got OMG on the rotation. They were able to stop the dragon stacking as well, and they didn't even have to use their Rift Herald for that. So I would love to see Hacker sort of shadow Yokai on a side lane, pop down the Rift Herald, and then create a win condition through your Tristana on the side of the map. Now, of course, you see from OMG, they're pinging that top side of the map. Hacker is moving towards that as well. So just pop down the Rift Herald and create a little bit of a nuisance towards that side lane. Grab OMG's attention towards the tops of the map, so then you have your Zeri perma-shove in mid. I feel like, unfortunately, this is the name of the game right here for both teams, but that's because of the nature of their compositions. You've got Aphelios, you've got Hui. You definitely want them to be going into this late game. Hui lands 2 spells. You know, Yokai and Doggo would have to go back to base to reach in their full HP bar, so... and obviously from the side of Ultra Prime, they've got even more scaling champions. You know, you add the Aatrox into the equation, plus their 280 carry. So they're very well equipped, if you will, for those front-to-back team fights later on. However, OMG with Renekton and Lee Sin are going to have to get a little bit more creative in terms of how they want to execute their front-to-back, because it's not a very clear-cut front-to-back for them.
Oh, they're diving the Renekton, but it's not going exactly exceptionally well. They will tank up a little bit more. Trying to see if Decade can go for something here. They're still tanking.
He's
and
Decade's
still going. One more auto. Ooh, not quite enough to go for it. They will get themselves the kill and the tower on bot side. You get the Rift Herald,
that
the
was
charge
not
off
worth
as well,
it.
but what did they give out for it?
That was not worth it. Losing your tier 1 mid lane for a tier 1 bot lane is absolutely never worth it. Mid lane towers are some of the most important towers due to the fact that they provide so much vision control on your side of the map. The second you lose that, it becomes so difficult moving into your own jungle, never mind walking into the river to actually contest for neutral objectives. So OMG, really great rotation right there. Cube bought them so much time, keeping 3 members of Ultra Prime under this tower. And honestly, he almost even got a kill from that one. So huge props to Cube. Allowed them to take that mid lane tier 1 with the pressure that he created bot.
Good rotations from OMG to cover the play. At the end of it all, Cube did spend a fair amount of time just almost getting out of that play as well. So can't really give him too much flack for that. He very, very much was able to kind of get the full value out of the Sterex and the Eclipse, but it is unfortunately still going to lead to him dying in that exchange. Everyone's just kind of, again, it's only got a 600 gold lead. See the gold kind of split between everyone there. The Tristana's very much ahead. The Aatrox is a little bit behind, but everyone else, it's nothing too crazy. It's nothing to be writing home about just yet. The big difference, I think, where it's going to happen is where Abel and Doggo are able to kind of set their feet up. If this Aphelios and Zeri can get themselves set up correctly in these fights, that's where this game is going to get much, much more difficult. I love this second item coming out from Xiaofang. Getting that Black Cleaver onto the Lee Sin means that you're just able to kind of do more damage as the Aphelios onto likes of the Maokai and, of course, the Nautilus as well. So we'll see what they're going to go for. But for now, OMG trying to control where this setup is. They're trying to control the vision around this Baron, maybe even force Ultra Prime into a choice, because with 2.5 items onto the Aphelios, and even, you know, honestly 2 items on both your jungler and your top laner, this Baron is actually significantly quicker to take than you might think here on the side of Ultra for OMG.
Absolutely, and again, you have to force Ultra Prime in a situation where they're face checking into you. That was the whole point of taking that mid lane tier 1 for the set of OMG, depriving Ultra Prime from vision, which means that then the Lee Sin gets a little bit more leeway to sort of play around these pockets of Fog of War to try and get like these huge kicks that we do see. And so far, Xiaofang has not necessarily had the biggest impact in the game in terms of a Lee Sin game. You're expecting to see these very early game plays. Getting your team ahead. So I'm getting a little worried, Ashin. I'm not going to lie to you. The game is dead even. And when it comes to team fights and execution and who has the easier way of executing team fights, I'm definitely going to give this to Ultra Prime. Now, have they been clean in terms of execution throughout the entire season? No, they have not. So I will give the benefit of the doubt there. But in terms of ease of execution, they definitely have that one.
Such a caveat as well. I'm just like, you know, I thought it was like, have they been clean so far? Like, not really. No, the entire season. Like, it's just, have they been clean the entire season? No, they have not. As we see now, PP God just tanking up a little bit. He may have tanked up a little bit too much, though. Although, with that stand behind me and, of course, the unbreakable wall, that is the door he brings in. Spiraling Despair down on the way. He's taking a lot of hurt, but he does have a little bit of a shield after the fact. Both supports backing away, but PP God loses his heal, loses his flash to try and make sure the rest of his team don't get caught up in the barbs.
Okay, huge kick right there from Xiaofang, because even though usually we're used to the inside kicks that will kick the carry straight into their team, him kicking Doggo away in this particular instance meant that Pipico does survive. And Angel, I think, again, he has been such a problem all this time. He's following Yokai around. He's up in CS the entire time, even though he's actually sort of trying to shadow and find Yokai around the map and push down that wave. You see that way, not only is he up in CS, but he's going to start becoming a huge nuisance in terms of all the poke that's going to be going down earlier on. So this is a little bit of the caveat on how OMG will be playing the fights, allowing Angel to put down the poke, put down the pain early on, and then potentially looking to finish someone off, throw an AD carry back into the team fight with a Xiaofang kick. So you see that Ultra Prime, even though it's very easy to play front to back, they don't necessarily have the damage yet to even burn through a Braum.
Georgia, I'm bored. I'm so bored in this game. It feels like neither team really wants to make anything happen.
Okay, listen up. I think you guys need different mottos for different series here in the LPL, okay? So crazy is our game. We can put that down for like Tess versus BLG. Yeah. WE versus Tess, you know, like crazy is our game. Great, we're expecting kills early on from these teams. This comes around and it could be Snooze is our game.
LCK.
No, it doesn't do it justice for listen, the the advertising team would not like it. No. I don't think this is a pretty good advert. So we'll keep it to crazy is our game. However, again, like as a caveat here, both of these teams are scaling incredibly well into the early game, and this is such an important win for OMG that taking it slow, not overdoing it, I think it's the right way to go. They do have the 3 dragons. They still have that win condition for themselves. They're slowly chipping away at towers. They've got Hue and Aphelios, hitting wave after wave and sort of scaling up. But Ultra Prime are going to force them to make a decision. Ultra Prime want to take that fight.
TP coming in, that's going to stop the Aatrox from coming around from the side. The 5-man unit, OMG will defend the Baron, but they do lose the TP of Cube. Now, what can they do after the fact? It's a minute 40 until the Dragon spawns. That would be Ocean Soul for OMG. Not the most exceptional in the world, but that little bit of extra healing could mean the difference. Everyone backs away. Everyone's happy with the position. I like that Ultra Prime are at least trying to go for something. You're on 3 items here onto the Zeri. You have to look to try and make a use of this, you know, kind of hyper carry coming into the later stages. But at 27 minutes, it just feels like neither team is willing to pull the trigger. Neither team has the confidence, almost, to be perfectly honest, to make a play that could potentially lose them the game. And I do agree with you, like you said, OMG, it is literally the moment here for them. If they lose this series, you can really do feel like, and again, in any kind of fashion that isn't a 2-0, they will literally be in such a bad position to try and make top 10. They will probably make 11th, maybe even 12th, to be perfectly honest, with the likes of RA kind of just, you know, tickling at their feet. But it's just not a position they need to be being in, so they're just taking it so slow. They're so careful to make sure they don't throw away what could potentially be what should be a guaranteed win over a much lower in the standings team. But Ultra Prime are making them sweat for it. Ultra Prime, having utilized so much of this Zeri for the moment, they are going to push themselves right back in onto this Baron. It goes down fairly quickly. You don't have time to be messing around here as a side of OMG. Xiaofang's still available to go in on top of this one here. 4,000, 3,000, 2,000. They're looking for it. Not taken away. That's going to be secured there for Ultra Prime to kill off the Lee Sin on the back end of that as well. They jump straight onto the Aphelios, and he is still alive. What was that damage? Now Hue can do all the Hue things in the world. Decade flashes away, but he's fallen right back over by the big old crocodile. Yukai looking to get in range of Angel. He flashes in to try and catch him out. They get the heal. No way do they stop him from getting it. Brom says, stand behind me. You will not be faltering on this. PP God saves Angel, and it's OMG, despite not getting the Baron, get the fight and get the soul.
Honestly, the solo lanes of OMG have been played magnificently the entire series. Angel staying just about on the edge of these teamfights, pumping damage. 5 or 6k coming in from that wave, but also major props when we get that replay to Abel managing to put down as much damage as he could. I thought this was a one fight from Ultra Prime. Let's watch this again. Xiaofang is going to connect the Q onto Hacker, and he Qs back in for a 50-50 on this Baron. He's not gonna get it. It's going to be Hacker who secures it. And now look at Abel. He's a little bit too far forward, gets flash Q'd by Hacker, and I thought that's it. That's it! I thought he was dead, but he takes Doggo with him, which was the most important part of the set of Ultra Prime. That's what Ultra Prime is playing for. That's what Ultra Prime were feeding all the CS into the Zeri for. And Doggo ends up dying. Yukai tries his absolute hardest, but Brom is absolutely busted. Stand behind me comes through. No auto tag goes through onto Angel. Oh my god. Honestly, that last sphere from Angel into the stand behind me by Brom. My god. What an incredible fight from OMG. And again, props to Abel. About to die, taking Doggo down with him. I'm pretty sure won of that team fight.
I mean, the Immortal Shield Bow having insane value there for Abel. He picked it up second. Normally we see that, you know, kind of immediately going into the LDR, but no, he decided, I need to be able to survive should I get jumped on just like that. And that is exactly what's kept him alive. The extra shielding, the massive amount of healing he got, just insane. And what a fight from him. He lost, in fairness, he didn't use his summoners because he knew he was dead regardless of what happened in terms of after the fact. So the fact that he stood his ground, said, I'm and taking this Zeri out as well just turns that play completely around for OMG. Really, really well done. It does mean, though, unfortunately, Trouble, that we are back into a very stale state of this game. Soul did get picked up by OMG, so they will be at least kind of built up in terms of the power they have for their team. But my God, is it going to take another few more minutes before we go for anything? Hacker, though, takes a fierce chunk of damage, and this way is starting to become a bit of an issue. You can see in that last fight as well, Yukai just not really dealing the same level of presence when it came down to those little bits of damage. So Angel is becoming a priority target just as much as the Aphelios is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like they need to try and find a way to sort of disrupt Angel, because he has been such a big tool from the side of OMG. We said it from the very early game. He was getting really good trades onto Yukai, forcing him under tower, walking into jungle, chunking his jungler. Hacker couldn't do much because he literally had a Hui on him the entire time. And honestly, that 1-3-1 scenario might be time to start seeing it coming into fruition right before the Elder Dragon, you know, is pulled onto the map. Try to pull some teleports up from the side of OMG, try to split them apart on the map. You see that Hui is overextended up on the tops of the map. Grab Hacker over there, try to punish it together with Tristana, but it's not going to be the case. The more you allow Hui to snowball out of control, the more problematic he will be. Now, of course, level 17 already has the 3 points into the ultimate, and the later this game goes, the harder it will be for Zeri to sort of step up into this way.
And we shall wait. 2 more minutes till the Baron spawns, 2 minutes 40 until the Elder Dragon spawns. OMG have taken away as many of the outers as they possibly can while feeling safe. You've just got an unholy amount of wave clear available to you with the Zeri and, of course, the Tristana. Even the Aatrox, to be perfectly frank, has a fair bit as well. So right now, everyone's just kind of arms racing themselves up to as much as they possibly can get. Whatever they can get, they will. It's level 18 here for Yukai. It's just been, it's actually level 18 for Yukai and Decade. Level 16 for Doggo. The side of OMG are a little bit behind in terms of the levels. They are still waiting for the final level here for Angel. And of course, one more for Abel to get into that Moonlight Vigil would be utterly fantastic. And I love what Abel's doing right now in terms of his build. He's doubling down on the sustain and saying, look, it worked out exceptionally well last time with an Infinity Edge added onto that and another Vamp Scepter. It could only go better. So he is very much set up to be kind of the prime target and to survive as much as he possibly can in this next fight, which will probably be happening in 46 seconds, and full items being picked up by as many people as possible. Even got an Executioner's calling for Decade, or calling, excuse me, just to try and, you know, mitigate some of this healing that's coming out from the side of OMG.
And honestly, I'm going to be very honest, we asked for OMG for a cleaner game. Game 1 was an absolute scrap, that we're going back and forth, that we're miscoordinated. This time, they know what they have drafted for. They have drafted for the early game, the late game, and the early game has looked very clean. They haven't given much opportunities, but Cupid have given one here.
He's getting taken out. His GA has already been popped. Now, though, can they get him out? In fact, that's the real big play as they look to try and go for it. Cube goes back in, though, and the damage is fantastic. He found the Zeri. Cube with the hero play. Dying Breath gets the kill. That is massive now. Everyone from Ultra Prime needs to reset. They need to get themselves out of this because already OMG are saying, cool, we're going to run straight for that Baron. Look to try and force this big purple worm back into our side.
What a huge fight from OMG, and that Garden Angel, like, pay your respect because it helped Cube tremendously here, dying while face-checking 5 members of Ultra Prime right here, and you have no business! You have no business walking in there. You know, the entirety of Ultra Prime is over there, but look how much he survives for. And the fact that he procs his Guardian Angel towards his team, you'll see that Pipico tanks as much as he can. And then he flashes into the backline. And Doggo has not been able to play any of these team fights. And we did mention it. It'll be so difficult for Doggo into this area to walk up to the Renekton, to walk up to this way. And it has been the case, no summoners right now for the Ultra Prime AD carry. And there is an Elder Dragon up for grabs. There's no one around, just the support on the top laner. And Yukai's taking red buff.
Yeah, Yukai just got the red buff. He's going to TP in immediately after the fact, but it might be a little bit too little too late. They can't set themselves. They can't get their feet down. The Elder will reset itself as Decade's in the back of the pit, but they know exactly where he is because there is a ward right on top of him. Now, OMG, they're looking for it. Don't forget, Doggo lost all summoners. So did Yukai in that last play. They're working without flashes, whereas Angel and Abel have theirs. Already this poke becoming a little bit abhorrent way. Hex flashes over the wall. Decade looking for a bit of a flank as well. The Elder gets reset and back down to about 6,000 HP. Now it's looking like a little bit of a smite fight. You do not have an ultimate on Hacker. He cannot stop him there. The Moonlight Vigil does decent damage, and that's the Nautilus down already. The kick brings Yukai right to the front door. Decade will not be able to do anything else. Doggo will run away to try and kite this one out, but he's almost certainly going to go down after the fact. He will take out the Renekton, but the Elder finishes him off. OMG will get their 2-0. It wasn't clean, it wasn't quick, but it was the job they needed to do.
Absolutely. 6-2-2 on Abel. Onto that Aphelios. Angel again with a fantastic performance in the mid lane. Game 1 and Game 2. What a great showing right here from Angel. We said it's gonna have to come down to these individual members from OMG. Angel, Cube, both stepping up. Great series. They needed that duel. They needed it more than anything to try and break that line into these playoffs, and OMG did it.
And does bring OMG back up into playoffs for the moment. They are 7-7. They have a 0-game difference. They are tied alongside the likes of anyone's legend and just slightly ahead of LNG and Weibo, who are on 6 and 7. So they have a match to still play. But OMG got the job done. That's all that matters for them right now. And for Ultra Prime, they fall further down. They are right back at the bottom of the table. 2 and 12. This has been a split to forget, if you will, for the side of Ultra Prime. They're just kind of going through the motions. They've got themselves 2 more series left to play, but they're obviously going to try to see most of the positives they possibly can. But yeah, that was a long game. Took us literally we had to get the game-ending buffs, if you will, between the Elder and the Baron before we actually got to the end of it. But for OMG, they did get the win. It still doesn't bring a lot of confidence in here for me for them getting into a top 10, because you go playing like that against IG and BLG later on next week, you're not going to come out with a win. That's not the way that game's going to go down.
Now, here's the thing though. The first game versus Ultra Prime, it was a little bit scrappy. It was a little bit all over the place. They were not extremely coordinated. They didn't know exactly what to play for or who to play for. And I feel like Cube and Angel just came out clutch. The Cassante and the Thalia, absolutely mind-blowing. The solo lanes from OMG have been doing fantastically well. And honestly, this is the individual skill that we talked about at the very beginning, where we're like, they have it. It's right there. It's the teamwork that's lacking. It's the macro. It's the decision making. They fixed it in the second game, because even though it was slow, that's the exact type of game they drafted for. They drafted for super late game. They played aggressive towards the Renekton, especially with the early game. That was the one gang from the Lee, and it was also with the top side of the map. It got Cube ahead. That's all they needed to sort of snowball these dragons later on in the game, and then just played for these big team fights where they knew their Aphelios and their Hui were going to shine through them. So I feel like OMG did change. It was night and day between game 1 and game 2, and even though slow, it was much cleaner.
Absolutely. It just feels like that. Again, I'm not trying to be a negative Nelly, because that is not exactly the best way I got to put it. But you look at the likes of IG and BLG and how quick they are. When you play these late game scaling compositions, they're just not going to give you that same kind of.
You're not going to get there.
Yeah, you're never going to get to 40 minutes in a game where the Elder and the Baron could be spawning at the same time. You look for those fights. But as you say, a win is a win, and it's still OMG getting themselves a 2-0, so they still keep themselves in that playoffs race. It does mean though that for Ultra Prime, it was good until it wasn't, and I do feel like they maybe overcommitted to trying to kill off that Renekton. It was a small moment that, in their heads they were like, yes, this is the play. If we kill him off, we get so much more out of this. But doing that just before a Baron spawns, just before an Elder, and then losing all those key summoners on the likes of the Zeri and the Tristana, those are honestly the things that have been plaguing them all split. And it does feel like this is a team that sadly just kind of reads the play that little bit too late or a little bit wrong, and it does get punished by them for them, unfortunately, quite a bit.
Yeah, I feel like they did have their chance to play through splitting in this particular game. Void grabs were taken like all three on the very first spawn, never visited again onto the second. And I feel like they did have their ways of pulling OMG around the map, especially with the likes of Tristana and the likes of an Aatrox over in the side lane, shadowed by Maokai. But unfortunately, it was just never used. Like, Yukai was so freakishly strong onto this Tristana, and we unfortunately did not see this come to life when it comes to a side lane. This champion is built to take towers super quickly. So focusing on these void grabs, that is your win condition. Play through side lane, like away on a side lane, extremely immobile. You bring your Maokai ahead, around, and then you gank down the way. I feel like Angel was just pretty much never threatened in this entire game. And again, the damage checks out, right? Look at the Tristana, look at Angel's way. They were both pumping damage. It's just that the Tristana never got played for.
Yeah, it did feel like it was just Yukai and Doggo just kind of catching waves, ping-ponging them back. Angel on Hui was just such a good kind of, the Hui is just so good at that kind of style, having so many abilities that can poke not only the champions, but also things like the bigger minions, any kind of push you want to go for, it's just not really going to work for you there. So really just didn't really kind of know how to play. And again, we talked about it in Champs Select, the Tristana did feel like a little bit more of a denial rather than like, we're really happy with this. We're super happy with the kind of, the style this brings us. It didn't feel like it was that setup here for Ultra Prime. Felt more like it was built to be a denial rather than a pick for themselves. But it is the way it kind of goes down, unfortunately, for them. But for OMG, Cube is just the kind of catalyst for this team, it feels like, right now. In the first game and in the second, he was the reason they were able to kind of, even in a bad play where he does get caught out, he still kills the Zeri, he still brings everybody down, still burns a million summoners off of everybody. Cube is the, regardless of who is actually the MVP, fantastic once he was able to get going. Once he was able to find those flanks, his decision-making has been crisp.
I feel like Cube was, in general, very aware the entire time of a lot of things that were happening on the map. When they were diving him 3-man bot lane, he made sure he won them as much time as possible going down, even almost got a kill in the 1 versus 3, so his team can take that mid lane tier 1. When he did get caught in river into 4 members of Ultra Prime, he made sure that he dashed towards his team as his Guardian Angel was getting proc. Therefore, when he does spawn back up, he will be again that frontline wall that his team needs so the Aphelios can pump this damage. So I feel like his awareness throughout the fights and the way he played this game was great. Game 1 was great, game 2 was great, and that was the first gank that we talked about. We're like, hey, Lee Sin did one proactive thing and one proactive thing only this game, but it was the correct play because it did get Cube ahead in this particular one.
It really did. I will say this is probably going to be a very short highlights reel because we only had about 5 kills after like 30 minutes. It was a long game. So you can see it here. Of course, the bot side, they tried to go for something there, and unfortunately for the side of Ultra Prime, just weren't able to kill off the Aphelios. But yeah, here's Cube again. This took a while. Again, like they had to tank up quite a bit. You can see Decade there gets down to about 1/3 of his HP. They almost kill off Yukai. He almost kills off the Maokai. Like there's definitely a world there. If the Lee Sin is in, they could potentially go for a little bit more, and this was just a fantastic fight here, and Abel just getting so much value here at the Immortal Shield Bow.
Oh, absolutely. I thought this was a 1-5 from Ultra Prime, and then Abel knows that he's caught by Hacker walking a little bit too far, and he's like, cool, I'll take the only threat on Ultra Prime back with me, and that threat was the Zeri. And honestly, Abel, that last second clutch sphere coming in right now into the Unbreakable from the Braum was exactly what they needed. I feel like you get that shutdown from Angel right here, you could potentially be talking about a huge threat coming in from the Tristana. And then, of course, the last fight that we talked about, this is Cube actually walking into 4 members of Ultra Prime, but the second his Guardian Angel is about to get proc, look how he moves forward towards his team, like, and being that frontline nuisance, and then flashes and straight back dives into that backline to punish Doggo for being a little bit too far forward. So, all in all, extremely good awareness, I would say, from the OMG top laner right here in these 2 minutes.
And right at the end there, you can see Xiaofang able to get the perfect kick back there because, Yukai didn't have flash, didn't have a way to respond to that big play. So it is those small moments in games, those small little mistakes that can lead to bigger ones. And of course, BB God having that stand behind me was absolutely massive. Cube is double MVP though on the day. Super happy to see that here for him because, again, just made the right plays. And as much as that Braum play, almost like a champion spotlight cinematic, if you will, to try to show this is how the stand behind me and the unbreakable works. But it really was Cube making the plays. It really was Cube giving the advantages back over to OMG.
Absolutely. I feel like he absorbed so much pressure in general, whether he was on tank or more from bruiser pick, like if they're a Necton. And again, his awareness around this team fights, where he had to be, even when he got caught, how did he redeem that, was absolutely exceptional. Now, an asterisk right here, I did think Angel got robbed a little bit because he was playing the non-so-fancy pick, if you will. But hey, that's what you gotta deal with if you're playing Hwei.
It is what it is. But of course, Angel's still having a great game. And of course, OMG now still in the playoff hunt. We will, though, be taking a quick break. When we return, we'll be having our second series of RA versus FPX.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
shadows of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into our second series of the day here on day 7 of week 7. I am still Just Oshin. I am joined by the absolutely fantastic Trouble as we are bringing you FBX versus RA. RA are still very much in the hunt. FBX did get confirmed for playoffs, but RA is still very much in the hunt for playoffs. However, they have a mountain of a task today, and we had a quick, well, more specifically, you had a quick look at how these teams likes to play, because you felt like they weren't as consistent as they could have been.
No, I feel like they didn't necessarily have a playstyle they really like to play, but specifically against WE that we're seeing right here, around that 5-minute mark, they have managed to sort of unlock their bot lane, unlock their support to play for these top lane fights around these void grabs. And you'll see this is one skirmish that they managed to win. They get out right here with a triple kill on a very crucial member, which is Vikla, who has been shining, but then the second roll is going to land. And if you thought this was the same game, it wasn't. This was a completely different game. Again, on that 5-minute mark, playing for the void grabs, unlocking support onto the map. You will see how Vikla again pushes that lane, moves into Fog of War. They play for that top side, and I know this was a little bit of a maybe a confusing B-roll because it felt like Nautilus and Volibear were on the side of RA, but then they moved over to the side of WE.
Traitors.
So you're like, am I watching the same clip back to back? But no, it wasn't. It was RA fighting around that 5-minute mark towards the top side. And I feel like if you do take that heat towards FPX into the very early stage of the game, you could potentially shut down somebody who's on the running for Rookie of the Split.
I mean, I didn't want to bring him up, but you know, we gotta talk about him if it's FPX, because Milky Way, my guy, is smashing it. I'm not even gonna say that he's not only just on the kind of precipice of Rookie of the Split. I'm thinking maybe even player of the Split. The guy has just come out and smashed people. Like, we're looking at the likes of JDG, Top Esports, IG. Like, these are fantastic scalps to be getting, and this guy has been insane and consistent at just getting all those advantages.
And I feel like there's a lot to say about not just the confidence of the player, but the plays that he consistently finds throughout the map. And it just also reflects in his champion pool. Like, if you see these champions that he uses to play, they just jump in your face. The Zinzaos, the Viegos that he plays, the Lee Sins, but also here, he can fall back into more of a carry-like position where he's more onto the farming side, like the Kinder and like the Graves. He is so multifaceted when it comes to the way he likes to play the game. I was looking at his champions yesterday to choose to put onto this graphic, and I couldn't necessarily choose only 3 of them. There's Maokai, there's Setsuanis, there's just so many different play styles that he can choose to play towards, and he shines on all of them.
Yeah, he really, really does. And honestly, I love that we're seeing so many different versions of him as well. And it doesn't feel like he's perturbed by pressure. It feels like even when he gets set by slightly behind, he doesn't let that kind of affect him. And I mean, we can kind of say that for kind of all of the, kind of the FBX roster as such, and kind of see where they're kind of working towards. Because, you know, as much as it's like you can't be a one-man team, you can, however, that's not Milky Way in the jungle. That is Shoutfang
imposter
on OMG, but it happens. Unfortunately, I did not fix that
he
slight
plays Viego
automation,
too.
but I didn't fix the automation, unfortunately. But yeah, but I mean, like the likes of Life picking the Rumble in the bot lane, like Duckdam having a very, very solid, like they 1v4'd him in bot lane, I believe, in IG, and he came out with like 3 kills in the 1v4, and it was just like one of those moments where you're kind of going like, this team is coming together. And on the other side of this, RA, they're almost there. Like, and I have so much time for Xiaochu in this top side, but he's just not coming together with the rest of his team. It feels like it's him and then kind of 4 NPCs sometimes.
You hurt my heart right here, because I honestly, even though I think that Xiaoxu is a really, really solid top laner, like he's probably one of the very strong points of this particular team, I feel like Vikla is also shining on the right champions. The way that we've seen him on Hui, on the Ari, the way that right now, I talked about very early on we had where Atom about the synergy that I would like to see between Nayu and Vikla. We did see it in the series versus WA, and this is a big feat for the team. game, because beating a team like WE gives you not only that extra win, but you've beaten somebody that's above you, and them being still in the running, in particular to make it into the playoffs, only having 4 wins on the board right now. It's so important to beat a team like them, because that gives you the light, the green light, to sort of believe that you can't beat teams like FPX, and I think they have what it takes, especially because they did find a way to play the game in the very early, playing aggressive through this 5-minute mark on the map and play towards the top side, whether Vikla or Shashu are the ones taking these kills. It's a big win for Rare Atom, and I really, really, really hope that they replicate the way they played against WE into this matchup versus FPX.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that the WE win was such a shock. I think a lot of people were expecting them to kind of, they'll be 3-9. They're not technically out, but they will be mathematically after a week or so, all that good stuff. But then that WE series kind of made everyone kind of take a double look again. WE very much in the playoff race, actually above the kind of, the people who are outside or, kind of fighting between Weibo and OMG and AL and stuff like that. They're top 7, top 16. They got taken out 2-0, so it wasn't a fluke. This is a team that, has been able to bring it forward for now. But then again, like I said, they're coming up against FPX, who, in my opinion, are looking like such a legitimate team, because they started off super rocky. They lost against the likes of AL. They dropped to WE. I think they lost the series to Ultra Prime. But then it started to get better. Then they knocked down the likes of, Top Esports 2-1, NIP 2-0. Yes, they did lose to BLG 2-0, but then they, came right back out there. JDG, IG didn't even drop a game between either of those series. So this is a team that is on the up and up and is looking to try maybe be a little bit of a dark horse for, a top 2, make it to MSI in Chengdu later this year.
Absolutely, and I feel like one of the very strong points are those team fights. I feel particularly with the way that Milky Way sort of engages into these team fights and allows his team to play around him is just very heartwarming in terms of micro on the map, the way that they do turn to play around him, but also the fact that they beat Tess in such a decisive way back then. The fact that they do have the shot calling in them. I just want to remind everyone that they took a very risky call when they did play versus Top Esports to backdoor them while they were doing Baron. So they do have it in them to go for these risky plays. And honestly, I think that this is one of the most important factors when it comes to them being such a strong team. The fact that they do have that split-second decision-making to make these calls in games. Oh, Kindred already.
I was just about to say the respect being paid over right now to the side of FPX by RA, saying, look, Milky Way, we get it. You're solid. We don't want to give you something that you can just take over a game with. So they get rid of the Kindred. They also decide to get rid of things that can just have general lane pressure. Care has been favoring the Karma quite a bit, and even the fact that Duckdom and Life have got such a varied champion pool that Ashe becomes such a super flex for the side of FPX as well. And on the other side, you're getting rid of some of the OPs. I like that they're focusing on Vikla as well to give Care, who's been a bit more of a utility kind of based mid laner for the side of FPX. They're giving him less kind of, issues, if you will, with the Talia and the Hui ban. But coming back into what is actually going to be onto the Rift, the Xin Zhao is solid here for Nayu, as FPX now looks around at kind of where they want to take it. And again, if you look at the way FPX have been drafting, they're very comfortable even leaving Milky Way for the last few picks, just because they know his champion pool is just so good.
Oh, absolutely, but I feel like the Jax makes so absolute sense right here. It does counter Xin Zhao in the jungle. Milky Way does love to play in your face. They have made sure that they have Renekton, who we saw in the previous series, pretty undiveable, gets a lot of pressure towards the top side of the map as well. So far, so good. The top side of the map looks very, very solid for the side of FPX. Now, for mid laner in the likes of Vikla and Nayu, I do love this duo. It was one of the duos that did get them ahead in that WE series. Of course, Xin Zhao was a Volibear back then, but the Ari creates a lot of pressure, especially when it comes to these early game skirmishes, especially due to her E. And it is a way that you can get that Xin Zhao ahead. Now, looking towards the mid lane for Care, I wonder what he's gonna choose to play. That the Annie is like, okay, the Annie is like one of the OG Ari counters, but we haven't necessarily seen it come too much into fruition over in the LPL. Now, one fun fact here. In the previous series, we saw like 7 or 8 AD carries being banned. And right here, it has been a completely different focus towards mid and jungle for these teams. So it really does show you that the focal point for both these teams, for RA and FPX, is that mid jungle and how it's going to interact in the very early stages of the game.
Absolutely, and I do think the fact that, you know, as you said, we see so many of these jungle and mid lane bans, we are seeing the early priority on them as well. I like that the Annie is coming back into fruition. We obviously saw it last year in kind of spring split / MSI meta. It was a huge pick, and I also love it in the sense that it gives you that guaranteed engage, a flash Tibbers to then kind of keep everyone in spot while the Jax jumps in with the Counter-Strike prep, while the Renekton kind of jumps in with the Dominus going as well. So these are the things that are able to be enabled by the fact that you have got a hard engage in your mid lane, which can also be comboed up by potentially on support. We'll see what they want to go for. I do love the Rumble ban coming out here from RA. They also recognize that Life is a pretty big Rumble player in his own right, so they're kind of saying, cool, we could go for it. And I'll be totally honest, this Annie could also be in the bot lane. That could be an Annie support. That does not necessarily have to go into the mid lane. That's how flexible FPX are with their draft.
No, absolutely. And right here, I would be surprised if I didn't see like something like a Xayah Rakan. I feel like if you're fast enough on the trigger, you could potentially pre-ult with the Xayah, the Annie T-Bears, and it also saves you from a lot of the trouble running into the Varus and into the Jax. But if they do choose to go for such a champion right here, it sort of breaks apart what we were talking about freeing Zora on the map at around that 5-minute mark to play for the top side. You absolutely cannot leave Kalista alone, because you do want to play for that lane dominance, especially when you lock in a champion like the Kalista. Nautilus is still free and up for grabs, and honestly, I would be surprised if something like this wasn't picked. Rel also does the job in terms of engaging.
Well, does indeed. We'll see what the last pick is going to be here now for the side of FBX. Might be the Heimerdinger to get them pure lane domination. You know, kind of does a similar thing. I should say the similar thing to the Heimerdinger does a similar thing to the Rumble. Should be the other way around, but you know, it's just with the amount of times Life has picked up this pick, it just feels like it has to be said. But right now, I do like the fact that they're kind of going for a little bit more lane prominence, but I do prefer having that, you know, the guaranteed engage with the Alistar, getting them in on top of people so you can then kind of just follow up. There's the amount of AoE CC you could potentially get from this combination from FPX is massive. RA, on the other hand, though, have themselves a really solid front-to-back team fight. If they can get off, you know, kind of a good charm onto the likes of the Annie or the Varus, maybe even the Jax, to be perfectly honest, they could burn them out quite quickly.
I'm very scared for the side of RA because I don't see a lot of damage on their side. I do see quite a bit of frontline with a Zinzao, the Cassandra later on. Rel can engage or disengage for you, whichever one you please. But in terms of damage, like if this Kalista doesn't take off in lane, it becomes a huge problem. And then your Ahri is never an Azir and it will never be an Azir. It's more of a burst mage. So it becomes a little bit difficult to just burn through tankier front lines, especially again if your Kalista falls behind. And this is a little bit what I talked about when it comes to Rare. Adam, you found a very successful playstyle, if you will, when you played against WE, which is a very similar playstyle team also to FPX. And now we've completely turned it around into, hey, let's put our heads down, let's play for that bot lane, let's get that Kalista ahead, and then we can move that piece around, that Kalista around the map to sort of get us more wins around the map. And I want to see how FPX are actually going to respond to that, because I feel like playing Kalista into a Varus lane is not going to be fun at all for you. And then later on, the Tibbers is going to be a huge problem, and you're going to have to be on your toes to potentially flash and engage like this.
Well, RA are still not out of playoffs. They sit at 4-8. They need to win basically all 4 of their final series if they want to have a shot at the top 10. They go up against a high-flying FPX right now, who are looking to solidify themselves within a top 4 finish. We'll wait to see how both these teams go, but I'm already excited to see a potential level 1. And Vikla, he might be hit by another little bit of CC on the way out. Another bit of damage. It won't lead to anything else, and he didn't lose any of his pots, so he'll be just fine to reset and get back out onto the map.
Ooh, that was actually very scary right there. You give an early kill to the Annie, you give an early kill to the Jax. You do forfeit a lot on the map, but right now, again, by sending the Ahri back to base, you can see how active FPX are on the map. They do know that RA are 1 man down, so they do walk in, see if they can potentially make another pick around the map. Let's take a peek into the jungle. Potentially, a lot of the times when you walk into the jungle like this, you're baiting the fact that you've put a ward down, that you do have vision. Therefore, now you see he walks towards his top side thinking, hey, there's probably a ward that's gone down towards my red buff. So if I start towards the top side of the map, by the time I'm on the bot side, it would have actually expired. You see that they are pinging the red buff as well in regards to, hey, maybe there's vision right there. I will try to avoid it. But all in all, that's pretty good for FPX because they've managed to do what they wanted initially, which was to have Jax mirror the Xin Zhao in terms of clear.
Have a mirror it. Also a little bit of a slower clear for the Xin Zhao. Didn't get a leash and also got delayed by about 5 seconds. So those little things can matter, especially because the Jax isn't the fastest of jungle clears, especially on things like the Krugs and the Raptors. Just take him a little bit longer to... Doesn't have as many AoE abilities, but does prefer to kind of just whomp on the Gromp and on the blue buff and the red buff as well. Not the Bramble back, if you will, but... see what they want to try and make with this one right now. It is going to be pretty obvious the Kalista Morel will have priority in the bot lane for the first few levels. It's kind of why you pick the Kalista, just because you have such an incredibly powerful early game. And then we'll wait to see where everyone wants to go, because I'm going to keep in my eyes, like you said, on these junglers, where they push their priority, where they want to make action happen. And if we know Milky Way, as we have so far this split, they will want to make action happen everywhere and anywhere they can.
And if you look on the bot side of the map, you see that Asum and Zora are already shoving in, and they're going to move towards Tribal, so trying to take some vision control in case Milky Way chooses to go towards that bot side of the map. He does have the, is it called Pop Blossom? What's the actual term for this, for the ward plant?
Oh, the ward plant? Blast Cone. Oh, the ward? No, the ward plant is, oh, sorry, the Blast Cone is the one that, it's not Pop Blossom, it's, oh my lord, I know this word. I know this term. I'm so annoyed. I learned these when they first came out. I spent ages learning them. It's like the honey fruit, the blast cone, and the... Oh my lord, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up while we figure out what's going on. But I do agree with you.
I'm sorry I did this to you.
it's actually gonna blow. It's gonna really annoy me. But we are gonna see Milky Way no longer with Smite, but a 3-man flash knockup immediately onto Nio. They're trying to get him killed off on this one here. First blood goes over. Now Life's gonna be the one to trade it back on this one. A flash in. Care gets the CC down. They're gonna get a kill onto Asum as well, who couldn't flash over the wall. And I talked about how when you have the action available, FPX will seek it.
Absolutely, and we talked about how Milky Way wanted to be mirroring that Xin Zhao in terms of him finding him later on in a skirmish like this. Jax is the strongest champion right here, especially into that Xin Zhao. He's also one camp ahead at this point, but the biggest problem for our A is that usually these fights were happening towards the top side of the map, where they could play towards Shaju roaming down, where they could play towards Vikla having the first step into the river, but that wasn't the case. That very quickly became a 4 versus 3 in favor of FPX, and now this Kalista will most likely suffer towards the boss of the map. Let's see this again. That's 3 members of our A. And if you look towards the top side of the river, Annie is already walking down a very great knockup right there from Life. And even though Zora's re-engage was also pretty good, your Xin Zhao is already dead. You see Care flashes in as well to try not only get away from Vikla, but also participate in this fight and get the more kills. And it is going to be the case. However, now that Annie is flashless in the mid lane, and especially after Ahri's level 6, you could potentially see some shenanigans going on in the mid lane, trying to punish the Annie that has no flash. However, I just looked over on my left side and Vikla just
he lost
flash
his.
to potentially a Milky Way gang.
Yep, Milky Way found himself and got himself a free summoner. Milky Way will also pick up 3 of these grubs, and oh, Dokdam just getting such a great trade as well into this bot side. This is the FBX way. Scryer's Bloom, by the way, is the plant. It was the name I could not remember, but I mean, this is just a great start from FBX, and it's why, honestly, like we're you know, normally when we come into these seasons and we have a player who's doing exceptionally well, like Milky Way, generally speaking, if the rest of his team isn't doing well around him, we tend to be a little less positive about him. It's no longer kind of like a, oh, he's an amazing player. You know, like Xiaoshu is a great example of that, where, you know, he is a great top laner. However, the rest of his team isn't really able to kind of force up with him. Milky Way, however, has found himself where the team is stepping up with him. They are building fantastically well as a unit, and it does feel like right now, ooh, Asum, so close to being taken out there by the piercing shot. But this is a team where FBX, like Life in that last engage, exceptionally good. Care moving down with his team. Dokdam just putting in auto attack after auto attack. This is just smart, good, clean League of Legends from FBX, and it's why a lot of us here in the LPL are so excited.
Yeah, and that's why I was very worried when it came to the drafting phase, right? For RA, you do have the chance to go for things like Zyra Khan, Ezreal, like something that's a little bit more safe when it comes to the bot lane, and play for your strong side that has been giving you all these Ws throughout the season. FPX playing so cleverly into shutting down that bot lane. A few of the AD carry bans came through. They took the strongest one of that list for Dokdam, and they have been dominating that bot side of the map, especially through that early skirmish that happened early on towards the bot side of the map. We did mention how it was going to become really difficult for Kalista to play the game. Now Live does have the Hex Flash through that wall. There is ult on Ari.
They were waiting for maybe an overextension so Kerr could get the stun down. Didn't quite have it there. They don't know the Milky Way is there, I don't think. As they wait to see now, maybe a little bit of vision reveal. Gonna be caught up there. Yep, there's all three of them. And there's a reset coming in there, so very nice Spectra from the Kalista, just to make sure that they have full information of it. But so far, so good here for FBX RA, though they need to try and figure out what's going on. It's around this time we saw them against WE, like you said in our pregame, start to look around the top side, look to make plays happen around Xiaoshu, with Nayu kind of comboing up with him. So we'll see if that ends up being the play here for the side of RA, or if FBX are going to start rolling them around, because FBX are just bot lane focused all the time. Like, Asap is having such a bad time.
Yeah, and I don't think anymore you can be allowed to play towards the top side of the map. Like, Asante is not necessarily what he used to be. I think it's time to start playing around with Vikla. Get Vikla together with Nayu, and maybe this is where you try to go bot lane or top lane. Oh,
Xiaolu, who should be getting away from this. Xiaoshu, what was that? It's all good, but that was a little bit of a mistake there from the top laner of RA. I think he maybe thought that the kill was already confirmed. It was.
He trusted.
Definitely a little scary for the last second.
Yeah, I thought maybe he could actually get out right there, but this is a little bit of a breath towards the top side of the map for RA. This is a pretty good turnaround for them. There is no teleport onto Jalahu. There is no flash anymore. So getting a plate towards your Cassante. We did mention that Jaju is one of the strongest players in this lineup for RA. So getting a kill onto your Cassante, onto your Zinzao and an assist onto your Cassante, getting to shove that wave underneath the tower, putting that Renekton behind could potentially be an opening for you to play towards the top side of the map. Again, there was an opening right there for where Kerr did not have his flash available, where they weren't necessarily able to capitalize onto this. And the very scary part is that Milky Way must be very, very close to his Trinity Force at this point in time. You see how he's constantly trying to farm his jungle, trying to get as much far ahead from the Zinzao as possible. Every single time a jungler shows in the lane, they fall behind in CS.
Oh, just a little bit too little too late there from Milky Way. Feel like he was just trying to make sure he didn't have to flash. Probably wasn't going to get the kill anyway, even if he flashes over and gets the counter-strike down. But it does mean that the Spirit Rush is now down. Priority is given over to the side of FBX towards the mid and the top side, which means we could see 6 grubs being picked up here by FBX.
Absolutely, and RA choose to use this timer where they know that Milky Way is going to be towards the top side of the map to try and establish some vision towards the top side. Oh, you cannot walk there, Vikla!
Yeah, Vikla is going to have to maybe flash here, but as I'm saying this, on the bot side, Dokdam gets caught out on the rotation. He will be taken out, so now it's 3-3 in kills. RA not dead and buried just yet. At FBX, you can see them trying to go for stuff, but RA playing respectfully. Vikla didn't even lose his flash in that mid lane, so right now it is still RA making the more positive trades around the map.
I'm not sure what happened to Dokdam, how he was walking in the jungle, why he was walking in the jungle, first of all, but that was a huge shutdown going to the side of Asum, and we said, hey, this Kalista is going to have to come out of lane huge because you do not have a lot of damage on the side of RA, so you need your Kalista to get up ahead. Now Zora spots Dokdam right there, and Nayu just wraps around him. Dokdam has nowhere to go, and honestly, they were trying to possibly wrap around the second he saw Vikla overextend. They saw Vikla overextend in the mid lane, trying to wrap around, establish some vision. However, FPX's mid lane and jungle were playing towards the top side of the map, so you did know that you were a little bit alone. Again, a little bit of a whoopsie from the side of FPX, instantly capitalized upon by RA, and that's a pretty good start for them. You see that very close to the Ruin King for Asum. When that gets completed, it's going to be pretty strong for them to just take that Kalista around the map and start fighting for this neutral objective. However, I said that Trinity Force already completed for Jax. Eclipse already completed for that Renekton, who does have TP if he wants to join for that particular fight.
Yeah, big item completions, as you mentioned, the Triforce and the Eclipse, but I also see a Yomu's Ghostblade being completed here for Duckdom. So the lack of armor being built by pretty much everybody except for Xiaoshu at the moment is going to make that Dragon defense very, very difficult, just having so many of those piercing arrows constantly coming in. Vikla will take a shot there onto Kerr, who flashes away, but he's immediately jumped on by absolutely everybody else. They're going to get the kill from there onto Kalista. Asum trying to just run away from this one as both TPs coming in from both top laners. The Eclipse is good, but is it good enough to take out Vikla? Yes, it is. They take out the jungler as well, and all out there onto Duckdam, who kept his flash from the last fight. Xiaolao, who does get away from the 2v1 in the mid lane, and they're going to be able to take out Xiaoshu as well. You would imagine he's going to be able to get one more, because Cassante does Cassante things. It ends up being a 3-for-2 in favor of FPX as they look to try and maybe turn back towards the Dragon.
4-0-1 for Milky Way. I don't know how this man does it, but he's always there at the right point, at the right time. He was trying to defend his backline, always together with Duckdom. Every single threat that jumped Duckdom's way, Milky Way was being a wall for. And you see Kerr walking a little bit too far forward, has to flash the charm. Misses from Vikla, huge right there, which means they have to overextend, and Asum has to run through that mid lane. You see how Milky Way is playing basically guard between that Kalista and his backline, and the second that Cassante gets into the backline, he just instantly turns around, trying to get rid of that threat in the backline. But again, very great zoning by Milky Way with these Jacks, zoned Kalista out of the fight, and took care of that Cassante, and is now 4-0-1. They did manage to grab that Dragon after this particular fight as well, and this Jack is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. However, we did say that a win condition for the side of RA was going to be this Kalista. I don't know how you're gonna pilot this Kalista into the late game, into the likes of an Annie, a Jax, or a Necton playing in your face.
Yeah, this is the thing. If the Kalista gets caught without flash, or even without flash and cleanse, to be perfectly honest, they're dead. Counter-Strike, the Ruthless Predator, the Chain of Corruption, and Annie Stun, and Alistair, like, everyone has something to stop the Kalista from jumping things on top of their face. So this is just going to become a much, much more difficult game for Asum. However, if he's ignored and he's able to kind of, get some auto attacks off, because don't forget, the Xiaoshu Cassante is very big. The Xin Zhao and the Ahri will be able to single out a potential fight and go for someone to kind of fight them off this one. Speaking of fighting, we might have another one, a flash in, a flash away. Asum gets away from the first little bit of an engage as Xiaolao, who goes into dominant to try and keep himself alive. He flashes off as he does have an ignite ticking on him. His healing has just been reduced and his life has been taken down to nothing. Vikla should be going down to one more auto attack, and Duckdam claims that one. It's a 1-for-1 trade, as most of these trades end up being. FPX, though, they would still have a fairly good flank here. They're going to look for a little bit more of the Tibbers still to come down. They will get the CCs buffered a little bit here by Xiaoshu as they look for a little bit more. They're still trying to go for this one here. Milky Way gets out of the fight, but the Alistair's not so lucky. Now Zora, last second, gets into the Fate's Call and shall keep his life for the moment. This is such a close fight, but it is RA 2-for-1.
Oh my god, I don't know how RA turned this one around. I feel like the fact that they had the chance to swap targets to Xiaolao very early on and take him out of the fight was huge for them. You did say, hey, if they maybe ignore Asum in a fight, if they let the Kalista put auto after auto after auto, completely unbothered, they can win the fight. And that was exactly the case, because while this is going on our screens, please look at your minimap. Vikla has a flank onto Duckdam and Kerr, but Duckdam knows, misses the ult, but when Vikla jumps in for the taunt, he insta-cleanses, turns it around. We did say how big of a force this Varus was going to be, so the fact that this flank got discarded that quickly from the side of FPX meant that there was only going to be one threat, and that threat was Kalista. But again, that Cassante tanked so much in the front line. Asum, no one can reach him onto this backline, especially after T-Burst is down, and there is no threat of that anymore. Asum is allowed to walk forward and play these fights.
Now Asum 4-1. It's a Jax versus Kalista setup right now. If Asum is allowed to just free hit like he was in that last fight, he wasn't after the flash kind of engaged from life, didn't work out, and Asum gets away with his own flash. no one really was putting any pressure on him. No one was putting any kind of damage onto him, and losing things like the Chain of Corruption, not really gaining anything out of it from Duckdom, is going to start to hurt FBX. And now we come back in. Rift Herald did get taken here by the side of FBX. They do have that objective for them, but it's a pretty even game right now. A dragon apiece, about 500 or so gold in favor of RA. This game is all but over, all but not over, I suppose, all but done, if you will, to kind of say that, like, RA, they're putting up a semi-decent fight here, despite Milky Way getting so many advantages.
Absolutely, and I love the vision control that they have towards the bot side of the map. The entire bot side quadrant of Milky Way's jungle is lit up in woods. They had their Ari towards the bot side of the map. Every single bit of information was given to Vikla. They knew exactly where Milky Way was. They knew exactly where life was. There is no threat for this Ari, which, in other words, it's fine, because worst comes to worst, you lose your ult if you're Ari in a side lane and you get jumped upon. But it is so crucial here to have that ult for the next fight coming in 20 seconds. It is going to be the second dragon, and Care is looking for Vikla.
Yeah, we'll get a bit of damage, a lot more than a bit. We'll force out ult for ult. I will say the Annie's Tibbers is a little bit more utility-based. You just kind of drop it down whenever you really feel like it. 3 seconds till Dragon spawns. Might not have the Spirit Rush back, but you may have the Tibbers. If all said and done here for FBX, they are looking to get a little bit more pressure here in the mid lane. Milky Way going to drop down the Rift Herald as the TP comes in. That's going to be Vikla coming back in on top of this one, and I don't think this Rift Herald's going to do a hell of a lot, to be perfectly honest. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get the full charge off, which means they're not going to be able to get much else out. Actually, maybe they're able to go for it. Yes, okay, they get about half a turret down, and the TP coming in here from Xiaoshu means they are going to be able to defend and fight for this dragon.
Now, there is pros and cons right here. Obviously, Asum does not have to worry about a stun with Tibbers from the side of Care. Care does still have flash, but there is cleanse of the side of Asum. However, Ari ultimate is so important in trying to get this backline access onto the legs of Doctor. Vikla on 30% HP already here, and having to also play the front to back. Ultimate is almost up for the side of Vikla, so maybe he could find an angle to play around this fight. Tibbers also almost up.
Yeah, the Spirit Rush and Tibbers now back and available. Vikla looking for a bit of a flank off the side. Will be spotted by this ward, but he doesn't actually go past it, so he's just in the back of the pit. Xiaolao, who is walking around, does get charmed and a fair bit of damage onto him. The Q3 from the Cassante does not hit Zora, taking a fair chunk, but he ate the stun and goes in with the Magnet Storm. Ooh. Now they're looking for another fight off the back of this one here. The Fate's Call is good, and Zora picks up a kill on the Duck Down. Now you can see the fight really happen off the backside. It's when Asum does finally go down, but the damage is already done. You've lost 4 on the side of FBX, and RA, they've come to play. They get themselves the Dragon, they get the team fight afterwards. They are putting FBX to the sword.
That was a fantastic engage coming in by Zora, wrapping around the flank right there. You thought Care, well, unironically, had taken care of that because he was keeping tabs on where Zora was the entire time. But the second they move away, Vikla, he's smelling it. He wants it. He flashes forward, flash for flash.
Yeah, he wanted it, but Xiaolao not willing to give it to him. So flash for flash, and you will take that trade as RA, because again, a flashless Renekton gives him very little kind of room to kind of jump onto the Kalista. But let's have a look at this one here, because like you said, Zora just getting a fantastic engage on the backside of this one.
Yeah, and Care was keeping him at bay. The stun came through, but the second Care dips back into this bush, and Zora knows he doesn't have his stun available. He gets a fantastic 5-man ult onto this fight. Now, of course, Asum right here tries to get in a little bit too deep and gets caught by the Renekton. Talking about it.
Yeah, we gotta go live because life's been taken back to death, and now that's a quick little kill going back to RA. These are starting to become more and more frequent. It's no longer a close fight. It's RA pushing FBX back, getting the advantages, making sure they're coming out on top of these skirmishes. I will say you'll trade a kill for the tower on bot side, but do you look for a Baron contest? That's from RA. No, it looks like they're fine to send Xiaoshu down towards this Renekton and keep him there, but FBX, they've got a little bit of nerves, I feel like, right now. They're not playing as cleanly as we've seen them so far, maybe underestimating RA just a little bit, and it's really starting to burden them.
Absolutely. Losing such a huge fight, as well as losing the Dragon right before that. Life overextends, gets burnt down. That is your most tanky member currently on the Rift. That just ended up going down, and he's one of your face checkers as well in case you do lose vision control. Alistar is going to be the first one walking into that brush, trying to get some control over on the map. So right now, RA, I think there is a little bit of confidence in them moving forward. And honestly, I have to give them props. Their vision control has been absolutely impeccable to allow Vikla to play aggressive like this, to push down the waves, to get into the river, to go for these neutral objectives. And I feel like for FPX, they do need to find ways to fight around this Kalista. They need to make sure they pin down the Kalista. Care cannot use his stun for anyone else, because the second his stun is down, you see that RA do find these pockets, these windows of opportunity to try and re-engage before Care can get these 5-man Tibbers.
This is the big thing now as well. The 4-1 Jax is great and all, but it's still a Jax. It's still kind of not really a great, you know, team fighting tool. You want to try and isolate, get picks, use the counter-strike to bait in someone like Asum or maybe even Nayu to build some kind of damage profile onto them afterwards when they've blown, you know, so much of their auto attacks onto you. It's not really the team fighting setup that you want. Whereas on the side of RA, great team fight setup with Zora Ezreal, which we have seen already. Great follow-up as well with Xiaoshu and Vikla. So this is a team that is built to kind of go for those 5v5s. And for FBX, if you do not respect that, you will get caught out in these fights pretty much, you know, kind of, you know, with your pants down, because it's a lethality Varus, it's a Jax going full bruiser. This isn't really going to be a team fighting setup for you.
However, you do have a lot of opportunities for damage on the side of FPX, so even though for RA you're like, hey, ignore the Kalista, however, there's only 2 carries on the side of RA. There's only so much that you can ignore. On the side of FPX, however, I do want to say that Xiaolahu did get away with his life, and the only reason they didn't chase that Renekton was it was pretty easy for Xiaolahu to actually get that 1v3 under his belt. So there are so many damage threats on the side of FPX that if one stun lands, one chain of corruption lands from the side of FPX, there are so much damage that they can burn down anyone from RA stepping forward. Now, of course, if you can get a very early Zinza ultimate and burn it down here from Nayu before he walks into this dragon fight, that would be great. But again, I think all eyes on Care, making sure that you do keep your stun for the very crucial moments, being a threat right here, would be huge for him.
And Care going for the Shurelya's Revelry as well, just looking for pure utility, enable the rest of his team to either get in or get out. That is the basis of what he's going for. Flashback for Doctam as they look for a fight immediately here onto the Rel. Zora gonna go straight in on top of this one here. Will get the Fate's Call right at the backside of this one, and he will keep his life. Can't say the most for the side of the FBX support, but look at the damage. This is insane from the Crocodile. Shallow, who has taken this game into his own hands and just said, you are not gonna win this. We are still pushing. We are still able to fight these fights. This Renekton was disgusting in that team fight.
That was such a well-played fight from the side of FPX. The way they played the back and forth, I'm also going to explain it with the replay plays right here, but very well played from them. They take both carries down from RA. There is a wild Cassante, however, in the jungle. Zala, who is pretty low in HP. You don't want to chance it, don't worry about it. It's a 14.5 Cassante. It doesn't hurt that much. It's going to be fine, but again, for FPX, these were the fights they were looking for. These were the overextensions from the side of RA they were looking for. So quick to pull the trigger, to punish. They're going to pull the TPs in right here, the double TP. Nayu is around.
Yeah, but
and
Xiaoshu's dead for 25 seconds.
have respawned.
Yeah, like this is the thing. You had a staggered death timer right there on Xiaoshu, and you don't have the position for Asum. Vikla TP'd in the mid lane, but I don't know if they're going to be able to go for this one here. They still have plenty of HP available for FBX. They're going to look for a 5v4, 3,000, 2,000, looking for the steal, but I don't think they're going to be able to get it. That's Baron over to FBX. Another fantastic Tibbers for Care on the backside. Nayu was dealing with the cow, but you can't milk those because the milkman is in the Milky Way, and FBX are finally taking control of this game.
FPX are so good at capitalizing upon RA's movement on the map. They forced RA's finger by killing that Cassante later on. They ignored him for the entire time in their jungle, but they knew that if they killed him late enough, they could turn straight to the Baron. Cassante would be dead. 25 seconds was all they needed on these death timers to pull the trigger. And let's watch this again. They do catch Zora against that wall, but look how fast after they engage on Zora, they pull backwards. Look at Care and Doctam instantly moving backwards because they know that Zora was going to re-engage on them. So staying out of that ultimate vicinity was huge for them. And here's where Xiaolahu puts down the damage. We mentioned how many threats in terms of damage FPX has. So once the Crocodile gets that backline access, once you get the E through one member onto that Kalista, Kalista ends up going down. And right here, RA, both the carries and the support just piling up in this choke point makes it so easy for Care to just press R, stun them in place with Tibers. The rest of FPX follow up and clean house.
Incredible flash play there. And again, solo laner. Xiaolahu for the first one, getting followed up there by Care. And then it's Care followed up by Xiaolahu. So it's just great synergy between these two picks. Now you have a 7, 2, and 3 Renekton. 3 items here onto this massive carry in the top side. Your Baron buff will run off at about minutes time, so you're not going to break open the base just yet. But this poke, this lethality is starting to do work. The damage from Care is still significant despite the fact that he went for the Shurelya's Revelry. This is a game now that RA were in control. RA were the ones coming out on top. And now look at Vikla. He just has to back away because if he gets any more poke, he's going to die.
Very good push right here from FPX as well. Mid lane, bot lane, they've taken every single outer tower but one that's still standing on the top side of the map. And as you can see, Xiaolahu is already on his way to take care of that wave that's already slow pushing. Trying to build it up. You see the entirety of FPX are moving towards the top side of the map to try and take care of the last standing gold, as you mentioned, as well on the map, which is a pretty successful Baron. 30 more seconds onto them. They're looking for Nayu right there. The Chain of Corruption. He'll be
Chain of
fine.
Corruption did land, but it did force out the Crescent Guard. Now you're kind of re-engaged. That kind of survivability isn't really there for the side of Nayu. It's just kind of wind becomes lightning his way through this.
Vikla.
Yeah, Vikla, it's just, there's not a lot you can really do about it, to be honest with you. He's just getting hit with Q after Q after Q, and Doctam, with this build, can just stay in the backside. Flash Cleanse available to him. Even if you try and engage on him, it's just not going to stick.
Also, look at the vision. Both quadrants lit up for the side of FPX. Care can very safely push in that mid lane wave. Somebody's going to have to reply to that, but they know for the side of FPX, they cannot overpressure right here because there is quite a bit of wave clear on the side of Ari, especially when you have that Ari in the lane. And they do not have that Baron buff available to them anymore. 1 minute is going to be so point for both of these teams, actually. And Ari are probably going to have to look for a fight right here. 5,000 is the goal difference between the two. And the two most scary members that you have to worry about if you are FPX are going to be that Renekton and that Jax that can actually dive towards that backside. For Asum, he does have his Flash and his Cleanse available. We mentioned how important it is to have both going into these teamfights, and I feel like this particular teamfight that we're about to witness, if RA choose to take that one, is going to be game-breaking.
I do tend to agree. I do think that RA will opt to not fight it. You are so close to a death cap for Vikla. That could be the game right there. If you lose enough members, you will just die and kind of not go for it. You can see there, they're already moving towards that top side. They want nothing to do with this. Get the death cap onto the Ahri, build towards that kind of a team fight around the Baron in a minute 45, and that's where I feel like the connection is going to be here for RA. That's where I feel like they're willing to lay all their chips down. Dragon will be taken by FBX. That puts them onto Ocean Soul point. And this is RA, you know, again, you're looking at your season right now, 4 and 8. You're at the real threshold of the amount of losses you can take. This could have been a huge scalp for them. It would have been only one game, but again, a massive momentum shift for them. Unfortunately for them, they're just not in a position to risk such a game, such a season on a dragon fight like that, especially if it's not the soul. Death cap gets finished up now for Vikla. A minute's time, that's where you make your final stand. All summoners available, full 5v5 front to back.
I do like the decision right here made by RA, as you mentioned. However, I wish they would have pushed that vision a little bit further deep into the jungle. A TP from the area is a flank. A TP from the Cassante with the flank could have made a huge difference right here, playing into this particular comp of FPX, which does have the Annie and the Varus in the backline. So a very creative flank from the Ahri could do a lot of work for the side of RA. However, this is not going to be the case. I feel like they do have a little bit of vision in the river that has not been cleared out. So many control wards, but it has not been cleared out by RA. And now you can't just face check that. He will anyway. Luckily enough, there was no one in that particular brush, but they do have the vision from the two control wards at the tops of the river. From the two wards, sorry.
All right.
Now that Baron is not going down, and FPX are going to choose to push that mid lane wave first. Take control of mid lane, then deep into the river. See if they can catch somebody in the top quadrant. It's going to be Vikla and Nayu in there.
Life has flash, should he want to try and engage it. Look how aggressive FPX are pushing their vision as well, knowing that the fight is not going to happen on RA's terms. RA want to try and just, you know, walk in on you, catch somebody on a bad rotation or such. That one ward that was sitting right beside the Baron Pit will be taken away, or at least be spotted. But FPX not willing to fully commit to it just yet. They recognize that mid lane tier 1 still being up gives them such value. Shirelia's Revelry does get popped. Everyone just kind of backs away. Milky Way did take a first chunk of damage, but he should be able to take those Raptors and heal back up, and we go back to the Baron dance.
Yeah, both of these teams are playing it so slow. It's only 3,500 gold between the two teams, but everything lives and dies by Asim's spear in this particular game for RA. He is the main damage dealer for this team. They need to make sure Asim never gets threatened in this particular fight, but it's so difficult when there's so much, you see so many damage dealers, so many threats. You see where Carey is waiting, he's praying into this particular brush. That's not the
Xiaoshu
stun.
tanks. Yes, tanks from Xiaohu, or Xiaoshu even, as he knows that he's the only real person who can walk forward and take that hit. Has TP as well, should he need to get back in a jiffy. Should be able to pick up maybe a pink ward or so just before he comes in. But no, I'm going to go full Giant Spell for the moment. Chain of Corruption goes down onto Zora. Feels like a bit of an overextension in terms of the poke you can get down there from FBX. And now they're without a big ultimate. We will see an engage coming in. They haven't fully committed to a death though yet. Life goes over into his ultimate as they get Zora out into the Fate's Call. Xiao Laohu gets caught out here by the Fate's Call. The rebound of this as well. Gets a lot of health back, and they trade back 1 for 1. It's a very split fight for the moment as the top laners look to try and disrupt the rest of the team fight. A flash away by Life means that he will not be caught out. The charm goes wide as we re-engage onto this fight. They're going to be able to get a little bit more damage down, and you can see it. Xiaoshu wants to make it work, but he trades 1 for 1. Jump back in. The charm, though, huge for the side of Vikla. He has no mana, though. He can't look back for a re-engage on the fight. A flash forward by Axel, but he gets taken out before he can kill off the Varus. Milky Way still alive, but Vikla is on a triple kill. They can't take the Baron because they're only 2 men, and Milky Way is still alive.
And this is the reason why both teams were taking this slow. They were pushing waves back and forth. And you mentioned how important the death cap was for the Ari, the reason why they dropped that third dragon, the reason why RA did not fight, did not contest, and gave it over to FPX. Of course, this tower is also going to have a bounty on top of it, but RA have found themselves around, and Milky Way could dead or die.
Oh, he was doing so well, and then as soon as he jumped in, Vikla said, I have enough cooldown to make this work, and that is going to be a staggered death timer. Let's have a look at the replay here, because it's so separated. The top laners really get isolated.
Absolutely, and again, look at Vikla right here, because he stopped Xiao Lahu from flank onto Asim. This could have been disastrous if Vikla did not spot the Crocodile before the Crocodile got onto his AD carry. Freeze Asim off of the pressure, off of that Renekton, and then as you can see, life is too low. He cannot frontline. The charm going wide right here gives FPX what they needed to move forward. There is no more CC on the side of RA, but that Kalista so beautifully jumped and hopped around the map. And as you can see on live, because of Vikla killing Milky Way, there is no jungler on the map for 54 seconds, which means that RA sneaked that Baron right under their noses. But right now they need to make a beeline for this dragon, because it's going to be sold for FPX.
Oh, Vikla. Oh, he almost gets taken down. He has no TP, so this could just be Ocean Soul given over to the side of FBX, even without Milky Way being on the map, because Vikla just found one good flank, and that is going to be Soul. So RA will lose about a minute or minute and a half, to be perfectly honest, of this Baron buff, as they try to look for a quick contest. So for FBX, yes, they did lose the Baron, but you gained a permanent soul buff in this game. The gold basically dead even still, and we're starting to hit real late game territory. Full items being picked up, and I love Asim's kind of item selection right now. Going for the Quicksilver Sash, recognizing that he needs to survive. He needs a cleanse, he needs a Quicksilver, and honestly, a Mikhail's Blessing wouldn't go far away either.
How about multiple Mikhail's Blessings? Just build one on your top laner, your mid laner, your jungler. Just have like four or five of them. They're looking for Asim.
Asim, he has no flash, he's got no cleanse, and he's got no health bar. Where are you gonna go? They're waiting for the Zora to come back out because he was in the Fate's Call, and he shall be taken out. That could be enough to send this game. You don't have engage, you don't have consistent damage.
Yeah, and you can't burn through this entire minion wave. You do also have T-Birds that can tank the tower right here. RA are going to have to make a huge play to try and survive this.
They're going to have to try and go for this one here, but they will get the base cracked open. The mid inhibitor will go down. FBX, do you go for the jugular? Do you go for the end of this game? It looks like the answer is yes. No minion wave in their way. They've got Tibbers to tank up. They go forward with the flash stun. The Ari's dead, and it's just the Cassante and the Zinzao to try and do this. Nayu and Xiaoshu left to defend. He will do it valiantly. He will give it all he can, but at the end of it all, it's all for naught. FBX will take game number 1 over RA and will go up in this series.
Triple kill for Xiaolahu at the end of the series as well. And we said RA leave and die by Asim's spear. It was all in terms of if Xiaolahu can find an angle into the backline, onto this Kalista, be a problem for him, not allow Asim to play these teamfights. Great, he did it in one teamfight, it was perfect for FPX. Couldn't do it for another one, then they fumbled, and it felt like Cat and Asim in that mid lane wave while trying to push under the tower. It leaves a bittersweet taste in my mouth because of all the coulda, woulda beens, but I guess we have an entire series to find out all the coulda, wouldas.
Yeah, that's why we do best of threes. That's why we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll have game number 2.
era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
Welcome one and all back to the LPL. It is 1-0 to FBX here in Shanghai over RA, but trouble, my God, RA gave them, it is the result we expected, but not the journey we expected to take, because that was mighty close right up until the last.
Absolutely, especially the way the game started as well, with pinning Asum down in the ball and then Care with his Care Bear, I guess.
The Care Bear.
The
Oh, how
MVP
did I not
right
make that
here.
connection?
The Care Bear. See? Yeah. Getting that MVP right here. Honestly, his Tibbers, very influential when it came to the fights. His stuns, the way he positioned around them, the speed ups with the shield onto Dog Dam, they were spot on, but props to them. Back into the RA though conversation. The way it started, honestly, pinning Asum down, not giving him the kill, and I felt like, well, this Kalista is done and dusted, but they bounced back. They played for the bot lane, and I feel like RA are approaching each and every series individually, and they've done a very great job. WE, they played for topside 5 minutes, skirmish all the time. Right now, versus FPX, they played a very slow, calculated game, played for bot side, made sure that their Kalista comes out ahead of a lane where, honestly, it was pretty painful for that Kalista to play. And again, I felt like we only talk about Milky Way when it comes to FPX, but I think Xiaolahu had one of the best games right here, and I feel like it was the game breaker. If Xiaolahu got onto the Kalista, the fight was won. If Xiaolahu did not make it onto the Kalista, the fight was lost.
Yeah, and again, like Xiaoshu and Vikla were playing exceptionally well to try and go for it, but I mean, this game was won and lost based off of the whether or not, you know, Asum could or could not do the damage. And even here, he goes so aggressively because he wants to make that move work so well, but it is unfortunate for RA because, again, like, we were not expecting this to be as close of a game one as it was. This was very much RA kind of bringing the fight to FBX. FBX did at the end find much more creative opportunities to try and make sure that that game could work for them, but for RA, they shouldn't be too disheartened from that game one performance. I think, again, just they did exceptionally well given the circumstances of absolutely everything.
And I really hope the momentum from the first loss doesn't carry through to the second game, because honestly, RA had a very good read on how to play into FPX. So if they want to swap from the top side to the bot side and play for that one, I think RA did exceptionally well. I think Asum tried his hardest, and it looked really, really good into these team fights, backed up by the rest of his team. So RA here are looking to take away that Renekton. And Renekton, who actually, after the buffs, after the Black Cleaver buffs as well, he looks pretty solid in the top lane in terms of like a blind peekable champion, and he seems to have stolen the Udyr spot for now.
I mean, look, if Renekton is pickable, it will be picked in
LPL,
the side
baby.
of LPL. So it is just how it is within the LPL. If it's in any way available for you, the top laners here will pick it. It has always been that way. But RA going to opt towards a much more aggressive style in that early game with the Tristana and of course the Renekton. FBX, they're going to take themselves the Xin Zhao and Ahri combination, try to get Milky Way and Care going, and they'll take the Cassandra. A bit of a flip in terms of RA's composition. They're saying to RA, look, you did it, we can do it slightly better, so we're going to try and beat you with the very similar comp that you built in game number one.
Pick Nidalee. Do it. Prior mid lane, you've got Tristana, Nidalee Renekton, top side of the map. Play to shut down Milky Way. That's what I want to see. Of course, Nidalee. Oh, Brand also does the trick perfectly well. And he's so much more useful later on in these teamfights. Completely forgot about Brown, but he does feel the same void of an AP carry in the jungle. I love the approach for RA in this particular series. You've got perma priority with Tristana mid lane. You've got Renekton on the top side. You can shut down Cassante. RA versus WE are back, baby. They're playing the exact same game. They're playing for the top side of the map. And I'm loving this. I want to see this work out. I love the bold decision to put the Brand into the jungle. Now, your bot side needs to be a little bit on the safer side. So again, I'm looking at things like the Ezreal. I'm looking at things like the Zarya Rakan that can be very self-sufficient.
See where they want to try and bring it all, because right now, just look at a lot of damage on the side of RA. Like a lot of damage. They get a good team fight going with the AoE of the Brand. they will be in such a good spot. But the Callista still being left up right up until the final wave of kind of picks, prioritizing the Smolder, the Varus, and the Senna on the side of both these teams in the second-hand rebound. And I mean, yeah, like I think Asum, I don't think Asum did badly on this pick. I just think that there was so much he had to deal with that it just meant that unfortunately he made one lapse in judgment, and it just meant at the end of the game, literally got caught out in the mid lane without summoners, and that meant that he could not, you know, it did lead to the end of the game for RA, sadly for them. But FPX now, knowing that they're going in against such incredibly high damage, might go for a Xayah Rakan just to try and get that engage going. You get a little bit of safety as well. And honestly, I love this from FPX. Just a really solid standard composition that if they can just get themselves onto the right target, cough, Asum, cough, they will just burn them down so quickly.
Absolutely, but right here, Oshin, you said in the previous game, hey, if they by some wonder completely ignore the existence of Asum when there's only 2 carries on the side of RA, well, maybe they win a team fight. And it was the case. All the times they couldn't reach him. Right now, there is 4 damage dealers on the side of RA. And if you look over it on the side of FPX, you do have 2 Xayah and Ari, but they have a pretty good engage and disengage frontline as well. The Zinza with disengage tools, the Rakan with engage and disengage tools. They have ways to engage and disengage fights. However, if a Nautilus hook hits on whoever it hits, and if you've got 4 damage dealers behind that initial Q from the Nautilus, you could very easily burst someone up.
You absolutely can. One misstep from FPX, one kind of movement away, and they will just get obliterated out. Maybe the Cassante could survive just about, but don't think that's much else to kind of say. So for RA, I want to see them do exactly what they did in game number 1. I want to see them take the fight to FPX. Don't just let FPX dictate to you. There was so much to love about RA's performance in that first game. FPX, on the other hand, they'll want to kind of clean it up a little bit. Yes, they came out with the win. Yes, they still had some great opportunity or opportunistic moments in that last game, but definitely left the door open to RA to definitely gave RA some moments to try and crawl this one back. For FPX, fighting for a top 4, potentially even an MSI spot, they need to be a lot cleaner. They need to be a lot more clinical with how they dispatch these teams that are, you know, below them in the standings. So we'll see what this game can hold, if it's a 2-0 or if we'll be going to the all-loved 3rd game in this best of 3.
And you guys have seen we're kind of glazing Rare Atom up. That's because they had a pretty good game 1, and it honestly left us with a lot of coulda, woulda, shouldas, with Asum getting caught in the mid lane. The way they were playing team fights was pretty stellar, honestly. Making sure that they protect that Callista. I do have some bad news, though, because FPX are still 1-0 up. FPX are one of these teams, like you mentioned, that are very optimistic about going to internationals like MSI. And there is a man that does like a particular chocolate bar that is 100% win rate on this Zinzao. That every time he has touched that champion, he has seemed unstoppable. Milky Way on that Zinzao has not lost a single game so far. 5 played, 5 won, 100% win rate. And it looks like Rare Atom are going to try to split them up right here, try to protect potentially their bot lane. And honestly, you gotta be a little bit careful, because by taking this red buff right here, FPX are gonna have to play the ball lane a little bit cautiously so they don't get wrapped around by this level 2 brand coming through.
And they've got ward on the Krugs. You can see Docdam just kind of sitting behind. I love this from Milky Way as well. Just kind of recognizing, yeah, Nayu's going to take away these Raptors. That's just how he's going to have to kind of clear this. So Milky Way now going to move over here. Neither jungler has their smite. And it will just be a quick reset onto the Razor Beaks for the moment, but you can see there, yeah, Vikla just recognizing, oh, nearly didn't get it back, but I did like the fact that you could see Care trying to support his jungler a little bit, but RA do have the priority in both mid and bot, which means that bot side jungle, just not really a place you can contest right now.
And I actually love that from Milky Way, because the more you delay the farm onto Brand, who is a very, very fast clearing champion in terms of jungle, the better it is. Lots of flashes are going to be exchanged down the bot lane, as you guys saw on the replay right there. But I do love what Milky Way is doing. He's just forcing Nayu to stick around a little bit further. Milky Way is waiting for a play right here. Still level 2. He literally has done Wolves and Krugs He is going to start falling massively, massively behind because Brand also has his top side of the map still up and available for him. And he was just covering right here just in case, you know, Nayu was crazy enough to just leave his jungle and go for a bot lane dive. It's not going to be the case. Again, Brand, one of the fastest clearing champions in the game. I feel like, if I'm not wrong, Zara is probably the fastest right now by a long margin, but Brand is not that far behind.
No, he's not exactly a bad clear by any stretch of the imagination, as we see now. Just where they want to try and bring this Brand priority. Of course, we do see the Brand take the grubs pretty consistently, just because your AoE gets so much damage so quickly. And ooh, Care.
Ooh.
Yeah, missing that charm could lead to your doom, as Vikla gonna have to flash away. He'll get first blood.
Wow.
Nice start there for the mid laner of RA.
That is a fantastic start. Vikla solo killing Care, the MVP of game one, and Nayu, he made the 180 degrees turn right here, going for that dive towards his bot side. There is no flash.
There is no flash, but the flash to kind of go in on top of this one here. The hook is good, but Zora tanks up a little bit too much. It's a 1-for-1 trade, as FBX do not get fully taken underneath this tower.
Oh, that was a little bit messy, and the kill does end up going to the Xayah, to Dogdam, so it's still fine. It's a pretty fine dive. Trading 1-for-1 if you're on the side of FBX, it's a pretty good deal right here because you keep your AD carry down the bot lane as well, so you don't lose any gold or experience. But look at that jump over the charm. Beautifully done by Vikla. Gets the reset on the W right here again. Goes in and then flashes instantly out after the last auto attack. Very, very well played. And this is the kind of pressure that we wanted to see generated by that mid jungle. The second we saw Tristana locked in, you got kill potential, you got split push potential, you got team fight potential. You've got a lot of mid jungle potential as well. So very well played by Vikla to take that advantage in the mid lane on his own. And there is no flash on Care. Now, of course, playing an Ahri after level 6, you don't care too much about your flash because you do have other misposition abilities with, especially with the ultimate. But losing your flash right here hurts pre-6. And as you see, Zora's around, Nayu's around.
Well, Vikla is going to go aggressive here onto Care because it's a 3v2. Hook's going to land here onto Life, who's ignited, ticking down, healing up with a pot, and keeps himself alive. So they don't lose much else off of that. It's a bit of an exchange, but RA were ready for them. And it does feel like RA have come into today with a game plan right now, how to mitigate and deal with a lot of what FBX are throwing at them. Because right now, Zora roaming around, getting advantages in those other lanes, forcing out kind of, you know, rotations from Life. It's causing a lot of strife here for FBX.
And that's the RA I saw in the series versus WE. 5 minutes on the clock. Instantly, Zora towards the top side of the map, take a fight with Vikla and Nayu. They are the strongest ones on the Rift right now, with especially the first blood from the sort of Vikla, allowing him to have some extra items in his inventory, hurting a little bit more. I love what's happening right now from RA. We said, hey, we really hope that, you know, the momentum doesn't carry through for RA in terms of, hey, we tried, but we lost, and what can we do right now? No, they've completely swapped their playstyle towards the top side of the map. They're playing in FPX's space, and FPX have fallen 1,000 gold behind, 6 only minutes into the game. They're gonna start the Dragon right here as well. There is no level 6 onto that bot lane, neither in the jungle, just the mid laners. But just a reminder, Care, no flash. Vikla, no flash. They cannot overextend, or they could end up getting punished.
Absolutely, and I think, look, you pick these lanes, you pick these matchups specifically to kind of get that advantage, get yourself ahead, but they haven't been able to go for it just yet. A flash in to try and get Light. He's just so damn hard to kill. Dogdam doesn't have flash, but does have Ghost. A flash over the wall by Zora as he looks for a little bit more. Didn't quite commit to what he wanted to do there. I don't think he had a cooldown on the Q just yet. And everyone on FBX will back themselves away, so little moments there where FBX maybe over-jump themselves, over-push themselves, but they do keep themselves kind of nicely topped up. Zora is still sitting here, will get charmed up straight away, and almost certainly will be going down because he has no flash. Hits the wall with the Q, and will be going down to Care, who picks that kill up for himself. A little lapse in judgment there for RA as FBX do get themselves a nice little response.
Is this the duality of Zora? Because I absolutely love how he faked. He had no idea there was no one in this pixel bush. And he just kept walking towards his tribals. He's like, haha, jokes. And he just jukes the W from Rakan. And then he just proceeds to walk into the tribush knowing that, you know, we don't see the mid lane, we don't see the jungle. We are forcing most likely a dive. So if there is going to be a response and ends up getting caught into this tribush, donating a kill over to Care, which he very much needed that after Vikla solo killed him in lane. But yeah, I guess this is the duality of playing Nautilus, right? You go all in, you end up getting caught, and this is where a lot of the deaths go past. Now, Zora on the top side of the map, yet again. You see Void Grubs, minute and a half on the timer right there. They do want to make sure that they secure them. They have Tristana, they have Renekton. You could be using them as split push threats throughout the game. So getting this Void Grubs buff is going to be huge for that.
A moment there where Xiaoshu went a bit overextended, got caught out by the all-out, had to use his flash, didn't have dominance either, so recognized he made a mistake, made a bit of an oopsie and backed himself away. I will say though, those little small mistakes, FBX will start to kind of crawl themselves back into this game pretty quickly. You're getting plates on bot sides. That advantage for the Kalista not as prevalent. You're getting yourself, you know, trades up in this top lane where now you can't just take the grubs, you know, all willy-nilly. You don't have flash available for Xiaoshu, so he can't be as aggressive as he may want to be. Level 6s will be hit by the supports very, very soon. Duckdam is going to be very safe underneath the tower as well. He's got his ult, he's got his flash available as well, should he need it. But honestly, right now, RA have been making good moves, but they need to keep up that momentum, because if they let that slide, if they let it slip back, and they go into poor rotations or even just poor setups, they could find themselves falling very, very quickly behind. And the Xayah Rakan it's even just the Rakan in general, so slippery, so good at setting up everything here. As you can see, Nayu and Xiaoshu looking to maybe catch out Xiaohu without his ghost.
There is no ghost on the Cassante. Oh, Care in the mid lane. Vikla does have flash. He'll just jump over the wall right there. And again, with Void Grubs coming up, look on your minimap. Zora is all the way on his way towards the top side of the map. There are ultimates on both top laners. Oh, sorry, there is no one on Cassante. So you do take that one. Oh, quick, sneaky flash. But it's not going to matter much. If the rest of the two go over to the side of RA, Milky Way is going to have to give this one up. His Cassante can't walk in. His support is all the way on the bot side of the map, so this is going to be the buff. 5 Void Grubs going to the side of RA. Very well played for them. They're gonna choose to walk back. But Xiaolahu is getting a huge beating.
Yeah, he's getting the beating all right, but the stun does go down to Xiaolahu, and he kind of tanks it up very well. Disciplined there to make sure he wasn't just going to get hit. That's because Zora was moving up towards that top side, kind of leaving Assum into his own devices, which again leads more plates over to Duckdown, which leads more priority over to the side of the bot lane of FBX. It's still only 1,000 gold lead. 5 grubs to 1, 1 dragon to none. Next dragon in a 50-second timer. And first item being completed here by Duckdown just kind of shows you the priority that RA didn't really kind of put on the bot side. They kind of said, look, we're fine with this. The Xayah doesn't really become a threat until 2. But, I mean, you leave her alone for long enough, she will start to become an issue.
Absolutely, and I wonder how close Vikla must be to his own Kraken Slayer. If this is going to be the case right here, if this is going to be the first item, the Tristana, which traditionally it usually is the first item for Tristana, and it does hurt a lot, especially since you have the attack speed booster through your kit. Now, as you can see, already RA have backed, have reset, have gotten so many control wards in their inventory, which is something that is actually lacking from the side of FPX. I don't think FPX can very easily walk down that river. There are no control wards. You just see Milky Way just backing just now. Care is doing the same. So for them to walk in there without any setup would be completely disastrous for them. So they're just going to choose to do the same thing as they're always doing. They're going to push down that bot lane. They're just going to make sure that they have vision onto what's going on. But there is 2 dragons going over to the side of RA, and the next one in 5 minutes time is going to be Soul Point for them. Duckdown. Oh no.
Yeah, Assum's probably going to die here. They get the CC to get him locked up. Duckdown just perfectly poised there. Now Nayu, yeah, he's going to have to flash away over the wall of the objective. They know they've been caught around there. They nicely kind of set up there by the side of FBX, recognizing, look, we're no way in hell going to be able to contest this objective. So let's just kind of get this, you know, kind of spot lane in our priority now. Hook goes wide. Life does not have his quickness, so he'll be relying basically on his battle dance, as we do get a charm going wide again. They're going to put a lot of damage here onto the Ahri, and all the CC in the world does mean that you can't get out of that one as easily. Milky Way now going back in. They're going to trade a 1-for-1. Nayu now in a little bit of trouble. They're going to get a TP coming in as well. There's 2 TPs on this play, one a little bit behind. It's the Renekton as a Ghost comes in as well. They're going to try and get the CC down. Xiaoshu is in the dominant state and should be picking up a kill. That one goes over to Aso. While that's been happening, you got Duckdown just playing kind of a PvE in the bot side, picking up more plates, more priority on this bot lane.
Everyone collapsing for RA, and for what? That's a 600 gold lead, which is going to close to pretty much even almost when this tower goes down. That's a 500 gold lead. Everyone collapsing, all the teleports being pulled right there. Now, the big shining light right here is that you can see that Vikla is matching Doctam in terms of items. Let's watch this again. A really nice dodge right here, sidestep from Nayu onto the charm from Care, and he gets absolutely blown up. We said if that Q lands from Nautilus, no matter the target, there is 4 damage dealers on the side of RA, and 3 of them were right there in this particular play. Very good TP from Xiaoshu on the backside as well to try and catch Milky Way throughout this wave. The jump in from Vikla to capitalize onto this skill, and Ashton is the one that walks out with 300 gold kaching into his inventory.
FBX. Again, they kind of lose the fight after the fact, but they've been putting so much priority into Duckdam. Now getting himself up to 1.5 items. He's building towards that Navori Quick Blades fairly swiftly, to be perfectly honest. 14 minutes and already feeling very, very good about the current situation of the game. Just kind of been left to his own device. Got a full plate turret down on that bot side. 2 kills to his name, so he is feeling fine. Not even behind in CS at all, so right now, this is a close affair between these 2 sides. Here we go. They're going to go for another engage. The quickness to come in. Nayu does not quite get caught out just yet. They will get the double knock-up. There is not going to be a blast cone to get him out of there, and they're going to donate that one over to the Duckdown Foundation. Without a jungler, they're going to lose the Rift Herald as well.
3-0 right now for Duckdown. Anyone walks up from the set of FBX, I feel like life has been extremely active in this particular game. 100% kill participation, 0, 1, and 5 for his Rakan. He sees jumping, he engages jumping, and this is the problem right now that RA are gonna have to face. If you do end up losing a lot of your vision control, you have many squishy members playing onto the set of FBX. If one charm lands, you could end up going down. I'm talking charm in terms of both the Rakan and the Ahri engaging upon you, and you see that Duckdown is really strong. You mentioned it already, the Kraken Slayer building halfway through Navori as well. He's going to be pumping this damage, and let's see this again. They see Nayu greeding for the scuttle, walks a little bit too far forward. Life is super quick on the trigger.
He is, and the sad thing is for Nayu, he doesn't even get the scuttle. Oh, he does at the end. He actually got it right at the last second as I do see it getting killed off there, but yeah. Just not really the worth it kind of thing. I will say, though, because of the amount of priority that FBX have put into Duckdown to get him ahead, to get him set up and ready to go for this game, there is a trade-off for that. Vikla now a full level, if not a level and a half, ahead of Care. Really starting to make that side lane just kind of unusable, unplayable for the side of FBX. And now Vikla is kind of building himself into a much stronger carry than maybe we saw in that last game on the Ahri. Just having that bigger mid-game presence as well, as we see. Oh, never mind, he gets to turn around.
Okay.
And he should be able to get the charge off as well. So all's well that ends well with the Rift Herald driving.
Yeah, thankfully with all the changes to the Rift Herald, now the second you mount, you have a lot of maneuverability to turn the Rift Herald around even 180 degrees. So that was pretty easy right there from Care. It became from an oopsie to all good. Now FBX have complete control of this bot side where the dragon resides, and it is going to be RA's sole point. However, again, they do not have necessarily a designated member that can face check. That's a level 8 Nautilus, and if you face check and if your Q doesn't land, you could end up going down.
So close there. I actually think him not landing that hook onto the wall was huge, because if he lands that up, he brings himself much closer to the side of FBX and probably in a not good spot. Now Zora just trying to eat those enhanced honey fruits. Care, seeing if he can make sure that Xiaoshu doesn't get his way back into this fight. There will be a charm going wide. As Zora throws out another Q. They're going to see that Xiaoshu is here, and they're going to jump straight in on top of him. They don't have a charm just yet. They're going to have enough CC, though. And immediately going into the Feather Storm means they're going to pick him up. That's a 4 4-0 Zaya for the side of FBX, and they can't fight this dragon anymore, all right. They have to back away. There's two big carries now on the side of FBX that are they're just too hard to kill without the full 5-man stack.
Yeah, absolutely. And right there, I feel like Dokkan played it so cleverly. The second Shaju dived in, well, got dived into, and he tried to use his empowered Q to get some HP back. Instant pressing R from Dokkan to not allow any health back onto this Renekton, any counterplay from the Crocodile. That is going to result in a mid-lane tier 1, which is very important actually here for RA, and the game is still dead even. Now, we're gonna get to see this replay again. You see that Shaju just walks about over a war from the side of FBX, and the entire team just turns back onto him. He does have the rage for an empowered Q. He will slice and dice, but the second he presses Q, Dokkan is already airborne in his ult, so there is not much HP back going into this Renekton. No chance for either counterplay or his team to get anywhere near him, and the Dragon will be donated over to the side of FPX. Now, the longer this game goes, the more problematic it will be to actually reach the Zaya with this particular front line. Oh!
Oh, I don't know if that was the play. They will get the Fates call on the backside of this one here. There is a flash for Dokkan, and he will eventually get it off. And this is what I'm saying, like, they're still putting everything on top of him, but now, after the fact, can you survive the rest of the fight? That is the question. Zora will go down eventually. Now they're looking for another charm onto Asa, but Asa's been left kind of untouched in this. He will be able to get resets. He will be able to get more damage. And it's a 2-for-2 trade for the moment. Xiaoshu getting that kill onto Dokkan was huge to make sure that RA could sustain in this fight.
I am such a huge fan of RA. I am such a huge fan of Zora because his scoreline does not reflect how much he's been trying to set up fights for his team in this particular game. He knows that Dokkan is overextended right there, and they throw everything onto him, and you know what? The entire team is on the same page. They pile up. Shaju's coming from the other side of the map. As you can see, Crocodile all the way to the bot side. He sees Dokkan insta-auto attack into ultimate to knock him up. But it's only Ashram right there. They cannot put all that damage down. He knows that Dokkan doesn't have his ultimate right there from the previous interaction. But Shaju gets a fantastic flank all the way from the bot side of the map again. And as you can see, Zora almost gets that out. Care has to overextend, but they do manage to shove them into that river and chase them off. Great play by RA. We thought they were going to be in the gutter after game number 1. They tried their best, they lost, maybe they can't replicate. Oh, they can replicate. And it is in such an uncharacteristic way that they do this. They play so many different compositions, which we kind of almost criticize them about, like, hey, you do not necessarily have a playstyle that you like to play, which is very successful for you. You kind of like dip your toes into many different types of compositions and seas, if you will. But right here, RA have tried 2 compositions. It's working pretty well in the early game for them. Now, it's a matter of replicating that and trying to close it out.
The thing is as well, like that last fight worked out so well for them because Dokkan was without an ultimate, without his ghost to remaneuver himself. Yes, he had his flash, but even then, you're kind of looking at the next fight potentially having all those back to him. He's 5-1, like he's just so far accelerated, almost up to 3 items, which is just nuts to think about. And this is going to be kind of down to R8. That's their target. They need to hit off onto the AD carry of FBX if they want to try and take this game. If they can get onto Dokkan before anybody else, they are in a fantastic position to fight this. As a Care, they take a little bit of damage there from Nayu, but not going to be stunned up or taken out in any other kind of meaningful way. And we have another minute until the next dragon spawns. This is where the game gets a bit scary. Chemdrake's soul, not exceptional. However, if you're stacking Chem Dragons, that's when this soul starts to become a bit more of a problem, because that extra tenacity is kind of massive when you're looking at single target CCs.
Absolutely, especially when you're playing against Brand, that's most likely gonna build it into the Raleigh second item, all the slow coming through, the stuns coming through from the side of RA. It could definitely be huge for FPX if they can stack 3 more of them for themselves. Now, FPX have complete vision control towards the bot side of the map, and as you can see, Vikla has already gone back to base, and Avoid Quick Plates already completed for the Tristana. 2.5 items matching right now. Dokkan as well as Asum matching Dokkan as well. And they're looking for an opening, they're looking for an opportunity.
I don't know if Milky Way really wanted to go that far. onto that target. He does have the Crescent Guard to keep him going nicely, but that's going to really
perfect.
hinder their chances of contesting for this Dragon now, because you just don't really have that kind of safety engage coming in here from the Xin Zhao.
Absolutely, that is perfect for Ari. The fact that they managed to take Xin Zhao ultimate for the Nautilus and the Brand is great news for them, because so the second Milky Way walks up forward, he's going to melt to all the damage that Array have. The point is, can you take Dragon and get out, Array?
Can they get Dragon and can they get out? They got one of those done, but Zora gets caught out, has to use the Fate's Call to keep him safe. Do you look for a re-engage here as RA? I think you've got your win. You back yourself out. So they put themselves on the Chemsol point. Nicely done here by the side of RA to make sure they didn't get caught out on the re-engage.
That was great stuff, because 4 members of RA were leaving towards that mid lane tower, and then on the other side, Nayu was still with the bot side river. So if he watched live in this particular scenario, he was very torn. Like, do I go towards my team? Do I just try to CC the Brand and hope that my team follows through and then they fall onto the Brand? But it was a very chaotic fight for FPX. They didn't necessarily have one target that they wanted to fall onto, and RA walk in and walk out with the Dragon sole point for them right now. And they do have pretty good control of the map. Care?
Oh, that's just unfortunate. If you miss the charm, you will not get the kill, and that's going to be a quick and easy one. You can see just how hard it is now for Care to deal with Vikla. I think he's about 2 levels down as well. Vikla is just getting so far ahead of this Ahri. Like, we talked about how Vikla was matching the AD carry in terms of items, but he's also kind of well far ahead of this Ahri, and now they can take this Baron, no questions asked. It's going to be very difficult to contest this as FPX.
Absolutely, 15 seconds on the timer for Care. He's not going to be making it anytime soon. Life might get caught by Zhazhu right here.
I mean, they're going to be able to burn down the Baron. He's just playing distraction. He doesn't need to go for a full fight. He can just make sure that they get the Baron secured. Mid lane will get confirmed here, and there will be no re-engage here for RA. So RA, off of a kill on the top side, an opportunistic moment, will get Baron, will get themselves back onto the map. And honestly, this is fantastic from them. Oh, wow.
Absolutely. Vikla has been gapping Care the entire game. That was his second solo kill onto the FPX mid laner. Oh no, Awesome, not again. He's learned.
He knows.
He's
he knows
learned from game
something's up.
1. He's like, he's like, listen, I only see Ahri on the map. There's no way they have all reset. I'm just gonna wait for my Nautilus this time around, so we don't have a game number 1.
Oh, they're gonna go for the fight anyway because they had the blast cone. They will get Fate's Call out of Asum because Zora is safe from that engage. And now you've lost the big quickness and also the all-out here from Shalahu. He couldn't bring out the Nautilus out of range in time. So now you have to be very careful here as FPX.
That was still a flash burn right there from Asum. But this is going to be crucial if anyone wants to stick onto this Kalista. You do have Care looking for that backline. However, again, I was like, hey, I don't want to see a game 1 incident. Not again. Obviously, right here, it would be very difficult to finish off of that play, because you do have a bunch of wave clear with the Brand and the Tristan. And of course, not having Baron for the side of FX would make it impossible. Back onto Vikla. I think he has been doing so freakishly well this game. Double solo kill onto Care. 2 levels up. He's going to be 3 levels up very soon. Getting that level 16 onto the ultimate is going to be huge. He's been tearing apart the map. And this is why we were talking about how important having Void Grubs is. Zora getting caught.
Zora getting caught, but now Milky Way has to use the Crescent Guard live, taking so much damage, but he's got the Guardian, not quite able enough to keep him safe. And that means that you're going to be coming into this top side, just keep on pushing. Vikla 3 levels ahead of Care right now. And it does feel like all these engages onto the Nautilus are just not really the priority. It has to purely be going in on top of the Tristana. But now Milky Way forced to flash away. Vikla pushing in damage onto Duckdom. But everyone backs themselves away. You're pinned back into your base now here as FBX, and you're down about 4,000 gold. This is RA now starting to take control of this game with Soul available to them in a minute's time.
Oh god, I think I jinxed it at the very beginning of this game. I said, hey, this man in the jungle who's talked about so much. Some people say Rookie of the Split, some people say Player of the Split is 100% win rate on this particular pick called the Xin Zhao. And RA said, we don't give a single F about your Xin Zhao and your 100% win rate. They're playing in FPX's face the entire game. Off of Vikla's solo kills onto Care. Vikla has single-handedly freed the early game and a lot of the picks towards that late game. He's now almost 3 items in onto this Tristana, and this is going to be huge for RA. It's going to be Soul Point. However, because they already have 3 dragons for themselves, they can choose to pick their fights according to whether they have vision, whether they have the setup. Right now, there is no map setup towards that dragon, towards the bot side of the map. So they need to make sure they push that mid lane wave and try to establish some vision. Milky Way.
Milky Way does get a bit of damage onto him. Shallow, who now the far target, because he has not got enough tanky stats to keep him going. He's going to jump onto Vikla, but I think Vikla's going to be able to take him out. They're trying to see if they can kill off Jiaoshu as he jumps back onto the backside. One more auto attack will kill him, and it's a trade though. 3 for 1. But look at this damage. This Vikla Tristana is going and popping off. It won't be a penta, but it will be a quadra, and that's going to be the game. RA are still in this series.
Absolutely monstrous presence right here by Vikla on this Tristana. Level 16, 3 levels up, a bajillion kills, 2 solo kills, and you have triple carries staring down your towers. They are pinging the next
Vikla.
13 seconds to the Xiaolahu, 10 seconds onto Milky Way as well. Do you have the damage? Are you gonna push? 7 seconds. They're gonna
not
back
go
off.
for it.
They're gonna go for the dragon. Okay, but my god, you see Vikla's face. And also, who was the culprit that stole the pentakill? I didn't see.
It was the brand. It was Nayu, unfortunately, with his AoE kind of going for it. But now you got to look to a reset, get back out onto this map. Yes, you broke open the base, but we could have another fight straight away. They're going straight back towards this chem, so they don't want to give it up here as FBX.
Again, if you are RA, if you don't feel like this is a favorable fight
There's
for
a double
you, Zora,
TP
however,
available.
is already in. They do have the double TP, but they're already around the area. And FBX, look at the summoners. No ultimate for Doktam, so important. No ultimate, no ghost, no flash. This Zaya walks in and gets jumped upon. Doktam is gonna melt instantly. He's trying to push a mid lane wave for his team.
I think you double TP here as RA. There's already minions kind of pushed up. They will get killed off just on the last second. I thought they were going to maybe look for a double TP, but now the Dragon down to about 2,000, 3,000 secured. FBX will get that. Will they go for a fight after the fact? That is the question. Zora taking so much damage. Has to go into the Fate's Call. That's another bit of AoE bringing out from the brand. They're going to go look back in. Zora tries to re-engage and immediately gets taken out, punished for his indiscretion. Vikla can't really get into this fight. He knows that if he dies, that could be FBX's way back into the game. FBX keep the soul away for the moment. Maybe they look for the Baron. 20 seconds until this, and they've got a TP to come back in here as well.
Yeah, that is very scary. They need to use actually the Renekton right now, but Vikla is a little bit too far forward. He doesn't have flash.
Vikla is very far forward. He gets CC, but he hasn't got the damage to put onto him. It's Xiaoshu who keeps him alive. Now they move forward onto him. Vikla does not feel fear, though. He knows he can make this one work. Duckdown goes up into the ultimate. Needs to pull back the feathers if he can, but he's just a little too late. And Vikla beats everybody in. RA will secure themselves a win, and we will be going to 3.
Another triple kill for the RA mid laner. Gonna take his reset, TP straight back into this, and show why FPX should fear RA. 4-8. They need this win. They're literally underwater. They need to breathe. And that was a very, very, very well-deserved victory for the side of RA. Game number 1, they bring out a completely different composition. They played for bot lane. Game number 2, they bring on their versus WE face series. They bring on the let's play for Topsa, let's play for that Tristana, let's play Vikla and Nayu versus the freaking world. And they make it. What an incredible, insane performance by Vikla right here. The solo kills, the triple kills. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else to say about that other than Vikla carry, Vikla diff, if you will. But we're going to head into a quick break, and when we return, we'll have the third and final game of series number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are now going the full distance in our second series of the day. RA were able to keep themselves right up and alive, and we got our MVP to come up in the next couple of seconds, but I believe it had to be Vikla. It could not have been Vikla.
2 solo kills from Vikla onto Care. Absolutely mind-blowing performance. The way he was piloting himself in and out of these teamfights, literally on the edge. You see how aggressive he plays right here. Then he gets jumped upon, absolutely destroyed, but he gets the job done. He puts the damage down onto Dogdam, and honestly, the 2 solo kills that he had, one in the early game, one in the late game, it allowed his team to start stacking these early game dragons. Getting Care off the map allowed Nayu to walk towards the dragon. They did have a numbers advantage, and then another solo kill towards the tops of the map gave them the Baron later on, which, as you can see here, they literally destroyed the entire of the map with.
Yeah, I mean, that Baron was so pivotal to just kind of give RA that moment to push the game to where they needed to be. And honestly, I got to call out FBX a little bit. They were blowing so many of their cooldowns, so many of their engages onto Zora's Nautilus. And it's just like, that's just not going to get you what you need in this game. There was very much, honestly, it was literally anyone but Zora was kind of the call, to be perfectly honest. Because it's like, they had 4 damage dealers, if they were able to burn out literally anybody else with the quickness and the rest of the kind of, combination, that would have been the situation they could have been in. But here was the best moment for FBX. They had an opportunity to maybe get live, and he gets CC'd, but they're already being zoned out, and they just could not finalize it.
Absolutely, he gets the pushback onto Dogdam right here, which allows him to stay alive. If he does an ultimate Dogdam right there, I think not only he dies, but then the entirety of RA die as well, due to the lack of damage with Vikla being dead. But honestly, another double, triple kill, double solo kill, incredible performance, honestly, for the side of RA's mid laner. And honestly now, knowing that RA are going to be on blue side, I'm wondering, this Tristana looked like your win condition right here. Are you willing to be one blinded here?
I mean, we'll see. We are going to have RA back on the blue, FBX on the red. Red having a 100% win rate today in this series, so we'll see if that makes any kind of a difference. But we're jumping in now and seeing exactly where these champions want to go. The Tristana being banned away as respect to the side of RA. FBX recognizing when stuff like that happens,
look at that
you
cheeky
can't
smile.
let it happen twice.
You see his cheeky smile when you saw that Tristana ban. He's like, haha, made a mark on them, guys. But now, what do you fall back onto? Do you take the Ari away yourself? He did have a pretty hit and miss game 1 onto this Ari. The likes of Wei is banned. The likes of Tristana is banned. Ari is usually the most prominent B1 that we see in terms of mid laners, unless you want to lock in something like your AD carry or Zinza right here, which if you lock Zinza right here, it's going to get replied into by a Jax, and Milky Way absolutely devoured Nayu in game number 1. So I really like the takeaway of the Ari right here. Pretty safe. I feel like Vikla, again, hit and miss game number 1, but if you pair it up with the likes of like a Viego or a Lee Sin, you could be making more proactive plays on the map.
And for FBX, you're now in a kind of a situation where I feel like you need to separate that Kalista bot lane. I don't think you can allow that to kind of happen again. Yes, you won game 1, but it was very, very close, and Asum has shown a very good proficiency on this champion. They are going to say, look, we don't mind it as much. We're going to go straight towards the Varus, and they're going to get the Lee Sin for Milky Way. So Milky Way kind of realizing he, didn't really have the impact he needed or / wanted with the Xin Zhao in that first game, wants to have a better one in this one.
Ooh, now the Vi Ari being locked in right here. Very, very powerful mid-jungle duo. You pin someone down, Ari can follow up on that, or vice versa. And for Xiaoxiu, again, we're falling onto the Aatrox for the top side of the map, which was replied with a Cassandra. Now, of course, okay, Rumble can go top lane right here, but Life has played it down. Yeah, but Life has played it down in the bot lane, and it was banned in game number 1 in respect to Life for playing it down the bot lane together with Dogdam. And honestly, you're gonna have to play a very potent bot lane duo for the side of RA to actually not get devoured. Usually very short range AD carries will suffer into Rumble, especially when you get hit by E and he gets to run you down through the slow, and the penetration through the E is very difficult to play through. So I'm wondering, for Asu, there's no way, like even if Kalista was open right here, there's no way you would pivot towards something like this. So let's see what else he's actually got in the tank.
And here's the thing as well, like FPX going towards this Rumble, I actually really love the way they kind of prioritize it so heavily, just because the Rumble, like people kind of forget about the things like about the Rumble is that not only does it give you great presence, obviously, and pressure in the lanes and all, of course, his Equalizer being a massive teamfight ultimate, but also as well as that, the Harpoons, there is a little bit of things that people don't realize with the Harpoons. They reduce your magic resistance. They shred down your magic resistance if you're hit by that. So these little differences can be, if you hit that onto a tank, someone like a Tam Kench, those are the things that can actually start to burn you down a lot quicker than you realize.
Please lock in the Senna. Forget the Smolder. This is the patch where he was hot fixed. Oh.
He's still going to be picked. Still very powerful.
Agony and despair.
Aurelion Sol for care.
Okay, I have a really, really funny video where I lose my absolute mind playing into Aurelion Sol. I know it was selfless plug right here, but it was so hilarious because Oshin, chat, everyone, I get my full combo. I'm a Katarina main. I get my full combo on this thing. He gets to stand still and kill me. That's all he did. He stood still, he lasered me down, and that was the end of it. Now, I really like the Aurelion Sol right here because they want to play through getting control around these team fights, and having the Equalizer, having the Aurelion Sol right here, it can really win you these pockets around the team fights where you put down your abilities and you sort of zone off the likes of a Smolder to not be able to walk too far forward. If he does, you've got Cassandra, you've got Varus, you've got Lee Sin, you've got tools to make plays onto that Smolder. Now again, I'm not a huge fan of Smolder after the nerfs. I feel like the champion is not as potent as it used to be with all the pentakills. And I feel like Asena could potentially suit them a lot more, but I'm just gonna stick on the duo that did get them that W in game number 2, Vikla and Nayu, and they have a very, very powerful mid jungle doing the likes of Ari and Vi that can make things happen around the map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, you know, the Aurelion Sol is very interesting to see as well as his post-nerf Aurelion Sol. Not massive nerf, of course. Just reducing his Q damage, his breath of life down just a little bit. So it doesn't do as much damage. I think it went from 35% of his, of the target's maximum health down to, or sorry, 35% of his AP down to 30, and then a couple of small flat adjustments as well. So we'll see if it does do it and does do exactly what he needs it to do. But I mean, honestly, I'm so excited to see any kind of new champion. And we are seeing a lot of FBX kind of throwing in some decent new styles, decent new setups to make sure that they are coming out on top of these series. And again, that uniqueness is really giving them such a proper push towards maybe being a top 4 team in the league.
Absolutely, yeah. Looking at the listen right here, there is not much setup in terms of hard CC, setting you up for a gank in each lane. Sure, you've got the Cassandra Q3 early on before level 6. Maybe you've got the field that's sucking you in from the Aurelion Sol, but not much concrete CC that will set up a skirmish for that listen. So I'm very curious to actually see how Milky Way is going to choose to pilot this listen around, especially towards the early game. And the reply right here is, hey, we're going to try and split them up. We do have Varus plus Rumble. And we want to play aggressive towards that bot side of the map, potentially even build up for a dive towards that bot side into the Smolder, shutting him down very early on in the game.
I like this kind of play as well from FBX. I like the fact that they're saying, look, the Smolder quite literally isn't a champion until, like, you know, 20 minutes into the game, 22 minutes into the game, when they're able to get 2 items and then those 225 stacks. This is pre 14.6, what was it, Smolder nerfs that are incoming as well. So we'll wait to see kind of how this one goes. But FBX Care showing off the new skin. Of course, the new porcelain skin coming out here for the Aurelion Sol, but I mean, this is going to be a very interesting style. We have 2 dragons in the game that do both kind of technically infinitely scale, so we'll see who comes out on top of this one. But already you can see FBX. Okay. Yeah, we can already see that already FBX maybe potentially going for this dive. Like level 1, Tam Kench does very little, and we already know he started with the tongue lash.
I wonder if Vikla's going to pull back right here and potentially choose to cheekily TP towards the bot side of the map. They are pinging bot lane. They're pinging bot lane. But Vikla could get tied over in the mid lane. Nayu's also on his way down bot, still level 1. for our Ace bot lane. I'm looking at Vikla. Are you going to pull the TP? Still level 1 for Awesome.
Yeah, they're going to get the knock up here. It's already done and dusted. The Ghost gets picked up here for Dokdam just in case. Zora, he might still be in a little bit of trouble. There's the TP, and that's actually going to be the Awesome TPs. They don't know exactly that's coming in, but they got the kill. They got the gold and all the XP denied away from the Smolder as well. And honestly, this is kind of becoming a little bit of a staple for FBX to go down towards this bot lane and get that advantage away from the enemy bot laners.
Yeah, and I'm glad that Milky Way also got out with the kill right here, getting that powerful moving piece on the map, if you will. Listen, extremely strong. Oh, they're looking for life. Milky Way has stayed around.
Yep, he stayed a little bit longer. He will have the grey health, and that should be enough to keep him alive. Now, Asum might be thinking he can turn back onto life. And he should be fine to walk away from this one here. Nayu recognizing, yep, there's no jungler in this top side. I can steal away a buff. No problem, no question. Might still even look for a fight here, as they do have a smite fight, but that smite fight goes in favor of Milky Way. Now Nayu kind of realizing he doesn't really have anything else to go for, will back himself off and maybe just kind of take away the red buff on the top side as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the quick decision-making right there from Nayu. It's like, hey, I've lost Smolder, but he's TP'd. We're pretty good. And then Zora re-engages, sees that Lee Sin is still down the bot side of the map. So even though Lee Sin does get away with 1 kill right there, Nayu is going to get spotted. It's not going to be quite the red buff. And I feel like by that time, Milky Way will already be up. But chickens are like the easiest camp to steal. And it's going to be the case right here, equalizing the creep score versus Milky Way. And again, pretty good dive right there from the side of FPX. And I wonder, how come Asum was still level 1 when Zora was level 2? I don't know what happened there. Did he walk backward? I'm not sure.
I think he went way under his turret for a while there, and unfortunately it meant that he wasn't able to
he must have lost some XP, yeah.
Yeah, he definitely lost XP because he got it almost immediately afterwards. As we see now, another engage to this top side. Will they go to the side of Nayu picking that one up? He does have flash, but it's Xiaoshu kind of here first. Milky Way will flash over the wall. Q does not land. Xiaolahu has popped the ghost, and they go back in. Nayu now on the wrong side of this one as he flashes away. You think Xiaoshu might have to do just the same. No, they've kind of kept each other in a 2v2. No one's going for this one. This is a straight duo combination. Do they get the execute damage? They do not, but they will trade it back 1 for 1. Both top laners picking up those kills. Do Xiaoshu feel like he can go for this with the red buff? He thought about it, but he didn't want to risk it, especially considering that Xiaolahu had the blue.
Absolutely, and if you look on your minimap as well, Vikla was on his way. So Xiaolahu chose to play that 1v1. He would end up going down to the Ari roam towards the top side of the map. Now, Dragon, all up and available. Void Grubs, all up and available. Now, again, you do have the chance to split push right here and 1-3-1 with the likes of the Aatrox and the Ari, if you so wish. So going for the Void Grubs is not a bad choice. Now, we're seeing the top lane play again. The Grug right there is going to go to the side of Nayu. They literally both are just auto-attacking him. It was just a 50-50. The Q missing right here from Milky Way means that he has to join by shielding through Xiaolahu. Also, the damage not landing, that would have been a huge turnaround if that Q hit towards Nayu, which was not the case. He gets the Q onto Milky Way, but ends up going down himself. A pretty good exchange right there for both of the top laners. I will, however, favor a little bit the K'Sante right here, because FPX are going to be using that K'Sante later on as their main frontliner. So getting that kill early on, making sure that he's tanky enough, is going to be of huge advantage for them later on.
And while we were in that replay, we did see the 3 of the first 6 Void Grubs going over to the side of RA, traded in kind by FPX for those dragons. And I do tend to favor the dragon stacking, especially when you've got something like a Smolder against you, just knowing that, you know, they can't just delay the game. They can't just say, look, we don't have to fight you at this because we have 2 dragons or 3 dragons and you don't have any. So I do prefer the style from FPX to try and make this one work, to force that Smolder out from underneath the turret. But right now, the Smolder is struggling in this lane, already down about 15 CS or so, and it's only going to get worse, to be perfectly honest. This life combination, once he gets back his flash, should become a little bit harder to deal with, as we do see fierce amount of damage coming out here from Care right on top of life, as it's already to the skies coming looking down, but we'll see once that becomes a lot bigger of a problem later on in the game.
Vikla does have the priority through that, though. The ultimate had to be burnt from the Aurelion Soul, and instantly you see that the second Vikla again dips into Fog of War. FPX have to bring members here, or Nayu's about to face it into 2 members. Oh, life has just gone through.
Yeah, and Xiaoshu does not have himself a flash, but he's got
out.
enough movement speed. Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. Maybe a couple of slows got caught between the minions there from life, but not able to go for it now. It's a 3v3, and they don't have full vision of this. They're going to see if they can get over the wall. There's going to be a flash over potentially for this charm, but they're going to get Milky Way straight away. No way Life can really get out of this, so he's going to have to try and turn and burn for the fight, but I don't think he's going to get out with his life. And that is 2 kills easily picked up here for Vikla. RA calling the play, and FBX kind of a little bit dumbfounded.
I'm loving again RA and the way they're roaming around the map. You see Vikla, he pushes that mid lane, goes into fog of war, pushes that mid lane, goes into fog of war. You do not know where he is, and honestly, if I start thinking about last game, if I'm FPX, I'm like, what happened in game 2? Oh shoot, it was Vikla. It was all the solo kills into the triple kills, into him ending us, and right here, he has grabbed himself a double kill. He has grabbed himself the Malignant's first item already completed on the map. And as you can see, Life, not very patient right there. They could have caught Nayu if they just waited like 1 second. But they did have their sights set onto this Aatrox. Again, remember what we said very early on, you do not have any setup. You do not have concrete CC or setup for that Lee Sin. And it ends up being the case. Of course, Vikla, not seen on the map. He is going to be somewhere around the fights for the side of RA. And it was the case. Grabs himself another double kill for his troubles.
Not having access to the Lee Sin kick as well, the Dragon's Rage kick, really just kind of showed the difference between Nayu and Milky Way there. Having that instant engage with the cease and desist, just so powerful. And now FBX, they are trying to leverage this bot lane a little bit more. They will be up at still about 15 CS or so. Dragon spawning in a minute 45, but Malignant's already picked up pre-10 minutes here for Vikla's Ari. Just shows you how powerful he can be. And the thing is, Kair's gone full scaling. Like, Ryla's Crystal Scepter is basically saying, I'm going for HP, I'm going for safety, I'm not going for kills in this lane. I know what my job is going to be later on, but I'm not there just yet. So this, for me, is very much telling of, like, how the side of FBX want to try and play with their mid lane. Which, in fairness, Vikla's been kind of doing a good job of recognizing and saying, cool, I can just be more aggressive in the side lanes. I'm never going to kill this Aurelion Sol, so I'll kill other people's lanes.
Absolutely, but with the help of Vi right there, you can very easily kill the Aurelion Sol. Now, if you spotted what just happened a few seconds ago, Vikla just walked into these chickens.
Oh, the chicken's there. Kair gonna drop down the sky, try to get over the wall, not quite able to do it. And now the Tahm Kench just found the Lee Sin, spit him back out, deliver him onto a silver platter. He will not be able to get the charm down onto Milky Way though. Zora doesn't need to do anything else other than keep life away. Equalizer gonna do basically nothing. RA are slapping FBX around right now, still pushing onto life. He might be forced to use his flash, he will be. While that was happening, a 1v1 between the AD carries, and FBX gets some kind of a positive play. Now we can see the Descending Dark coming in, try to see if he can get some more damage down onto this AD carry. Duck Dom does flash away from the Tongue Lash, and it's a load of different fighting, but at the end of it all, RA still come out on top.
3-0 and 1 on Vikla's Ari. No flashes. Everywhere this Ari was, forced flashes. Flash on Aurelion Sol, flash onto Lee Sin, flash onto Devourers. Vikla is a massive threat on the Rift right now. And if I can hear any voices in the background from somewhere around Germany, Namara is screaming, Medjais, 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 Medjais onto this Ari. But yet again, you see that Nayu setting up the kill together with Vikla. Doesn't matter who leads the kill. Vi plus Ari, such a deadly duo in terms of setting up kills and skirmishes for themselves. A bunch of spells are going to miss right here for the set of RA, but it doesn't matter. They have the numbers advantage and they'll keep chasing. Let's see what happened in the bowling, because I'm assuming there was a chain of corruption that hit right here. There is no cleanse onto Asim. He has opted to go towards that teleport, and Mom is not going to save him that early on.
No, Mom says, look, you made your bed. You can lie in it now, 0-2 for the Smolder. But this is the thing with Smolders. It doesn't really matter how long you bring them down, how much you deny them, because they will always come back and deny you in the later stages. They're having so much damage, and just access to extra free kind of true damage later on in the game just becomes so difficult to deal with. Vikla has been exceptional right now for the side of RA. Really kind of keeping them up and ahead of FBX in terms of the plays. There is 2 dragons picked up though for FBX. They are stacking that one very nicely. Milky Way is going to get seen here by Nayu, and Milky Way recognizes, you know what? I haven't seen the Vi in a while.
The thing is that Gare is not particularly doing anything wrong right here. He is literally a clearing bot. That's what he needs to do. He's scaling into that late game with the Aurelion Soul, but always when there's a scaling side, we're asking, hey, how much are you willing to give over to your opponents before you start participating in these fights, before your champion, becomes useful to join these skirmishes and these fights? And honestly, if we had any sort of stat that I would request right now, would be like, hey, how much has Vikla spent in the river compared to his mid lane? But Sword, hold on this thought, because Zaju's in the bot lane.
Yep, Xiaoshu's here, he TP'd in, and that's going to be a kill over to you, either imagine the Smolder or the Aatrox. Aatrox takes that one there, but while that's happening, you're getting the 3 or 4 grubs, and yeah, I think Nayu's kind of said, all right, I've been a bit cheeky, I don't need to do this now, but Vikla already chunking out Milky Way. That is 5 grubs now confirmed for RA. Nayu can defend this tower as well, and I mean, RA are outplaying FBX on the map. They're going to be able to try and commit here onto Xiaoshu as well. The TP down bot lane means that there's going to be no care in the world given. He should be able to be taken out here pretty damn easily. There's going to be enough to get him to the all out. He's going to get charmed in just underneath the tower. Another little bit of damage, and the flash over is perfect. Atsum did die on the bot side, but it just seemed to be kind of par for the course. RA make a play around the map, and Atsum dies.
Absolutely, but at least Care replies with something, right? They might catch Zora there as well, the equalizer.
Huge moment there for FBX. They needed more plays like that. They need to start keeping up with RA.
Yeah, absolutely. And Care tipping down in the bot and trying to make a play onto Atsum. Unfortunately, you knew that was the case when you pick in such a strong top side of the map and you're playing towards the top side of the map for the side of RA. You are sort of expecting that your bot lane is going to fall behind. Now, here's a silver lining. No matter how far behind Smolder does end up going, getting that execute later on is going to help a lot in terms of the team fighting. So your Smolder will come online one way or the other. Now, that was the teleport that we just missed towards the bot side of the map, because top side had a lot of fighting as well. Atsum is going to try to fly towards the Tribus. Life is over there. And honestly, Care to show him why he's a superior Dragon right here. He can travel through the walls more freely, puts down the damage, the ultimate right there sealed the deal. And of course, we both started a little bit earlier on. Vikla plus Nayu have been dominating the map. Vikla has literally been everywhere. And again, if I could ask for any stat for Vikla in this particular game, it would be, hey, how much has this guy been in any other lane except mid lane versus how much he's been in mid lane? Because I'm telling you, it will be a very small percentage of him like just standing straight up in that mid lane.
4-1 right now here for Vikla, just doing so much for his team and making those plays. You know, this could have been a very easy, like the thing is, if he's not making these plays, getting these kills and helping out his team, then it's very much just kind of, FBX making plays on the Smolder. Atsum becomes a passenger on this game and they don't really have any plays. Now Vikla is so far accelerated. Now he's feeling so damn strong that in the next dragon fight in a minute's time, he's going to be looking for a knockdown. He's going to be looking for damage onto Milky Way. Like we've seen already with Milky Way going for the Eclipse first, how much damage they can do here with this Ahri, who is already kind of 3 levels ahead of the enemy jungler.
Yeah, and he's still 3 levels ahead. Level 12 versus level 9 onto Milky Way. Life is only level 8. If a charm lands onto this Rumble, you are literally toast. You are gone in probably 1 combo from Vikla. So right here with the next dragon spawning, you definitely want to be putting your foot down. If you are RA, you're most likely going to be very close to the second item. Double Nidus Large Rod straight in the inventory for RA. He's not even going towards a Horizon focus that we've seen is very prominent within the Ahri builds. It's straight into that death cap, as much raw damage as you can. And let's see if Vikla can catch anyone off guard.
Oh, he does miss the charm, but that does force the flash there out of the Rumble. I will say the Rumble flash, not the most prominent.
He's dead!
But when you use all of your mobility, you will not have an exit plan. That is the unfortunate thing. That's the beauty of Ahri, is that she needs that extra kill just to get those extra stacks of her ultimate and get herself out, but not to be. And FBX will go on to Hex Soul Point. That's a big mistake there from Vikla after he's been doing so well.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a sending it moment. We said how important it is to set up these team fights, whether the Vi sets up for you or you set up for the Vi, but that was a little bit too far overextended. A lot of the times when you play the Arena, you do have that much access to the backline with the triple charge onto the ultimate. A lot of people tend to fly way too fast into the backline. Your team cannot follow up and you end up being punished for it. Of course, Vikla did not have his flash available as well, so that's a double punish, but I feel like the biggest loss right here is not even the fact that he gave the shutdown over, is the fact that the third dragon went over to FPX, and this is exactly what they were building up towards. The fact that he reset to get that second needless large road, to be that strong, to get this fight, and ends up dying first. Of course, it's a huge slap that the Aurelion Sol does get that shutdown, because he's going to be a huge problematic champion to deal with in the late game for the side of RA. The amount that he controls around your carries in terms of like the champion of the Aurelion Sol, like Aatrox is not going to have very easy access, Vi is not going to have very easy access, your Smolder is going to most likely be getting zoned out of these fights very quickly. So again, we get to see this. Vikla sees the play, he sees Milky Way, he sees lives. They're like, hey, these two guys are literally 3 levels down and 4 levels down off of me, but the chain of corruption hitting crucially right there from Doctam was huge to sealing the deal.
Yeah, just so overzealous, I suppose, is the best way to put it. But yeah, it just feels like right now this is those moments in these games going to lead to pretty massive consequences, and we can't overestimate the consequences here for RA as they look for a little bit more. The skies will descend and force a flash out of Nayu. They're turning back onto Vikla. He's kicked back, but he has enough stacks here to make sure he can get out of this alive. He's getting slowed down. Sonic Wave will not land, but you can see there, Doctam, he wants to get him one arrow to the heart of RA, and he needs a couple more. The hail comes down. The TPs are in. They're going to get fire right into the Devourer, but they're going to try and see if they can turn it on the Doctam. They will get him. Zora will be trained back as they try to turn their focus onto the Aatrox. No, they get everybody else. The Smolder can come out of the backside of this, but I'm a bigger dragon, says Care, and that is just FBX in a nutshell. They will take any and all opportunities.
And Care just stood there in the mid lane while Vikla was making the early game plays. He says, wait a minute, give me 20 minutes and I'll make the plays for you. This dragon is absolutely massive for Care right now. 5, 1, and 2. Double items into his inventory, and you see how Vikla, now you were the stronger mid-jungle duo, and right now this Aurelion Sol is absolutely out of control. Great kick straight back into Care from the side of Milky when Vikla just about dodges that Q, but in long term it's not going to matter. They know that Doctam and Life are there. The chasing Smolder is nowhere near that player on the map, and by the time your Aatrox arrives, everyone is pretty much done and dusted. Doctam takes so much off of Nayu's time until he goes down. And honestly, that Aurelion Sol damage is absolutely disgusting.
And again, like you mentioned there, Asum's he's a passenger. The thing with the Smolder is that, yes, he will become relevant later, but he's so far behind right now. He just hasn't got the stacks up. He hasn't been able to get himself to a position where he can look for fights. And now, in a minute and 20 seconds, you have a Hex Soul to deal with. You have something so massive that you're adding in a Hex Soul to an Aurelion Sol who already has a Rylai's Crystal Scepter and a Leandri's. Like, this Aurelion Sol from Care is disgustingly big. And all of a sudden, we're just looking at an RA who are looking a little bit floundering. They're still in this game. This gold is very much dead even. But, and there's a big old but on this, if you can play as 5, FBX will always beat you there.
Yeah, and 137 stacks, unfortunately, is not going to cut it to see this
not
powerful
even close.
Smolder. Yeah, not even close at this point. Needlessly, Large Rod, double needlessly Large Rod. Straight into a death cap for Vikla. That might be the game changer right here. However, a lot of the shutdowns, a lot of the bounty gold has gone over to the side of FPX in very crucial carries. 2 items for Doctam onto these Varus. 2.5 items. Very crucially, you've got that Hourglass in there. Well, half the Hourglass for Care. Go Seeker's Arm God to keep him alive in these fights. Now suddenly that Aurelion Sol 1 level up on pretty much everyone on this map, and he's going to be so difficult to take down due to all that HP. Looking for the mid lane tower. Oh, you have to back out, because if
Turn
you do
around.
take the charge on
Does
the
he bring
tower,
it
you're
back? Does he
dead.
bring it? Oh, I thought he was going to get a full circle and bring it back, but now Chain of Corruption down, the skies can descend, and Smolder is dead. Charm does land on the Doc Dam, but he's going to be the next target, so both AD carries already dead in this fight. The Devour has to be used on Nayu to keep him alive. The knockback doesn't work, but the all-out does. Nayu is the target for the moment. They are going to be able to jump onto life, but he flashes away. Care is the next target here for Xiaoshu, but this Cassante is doing Cassante things, and that is a triple kill for Xiao Hu. It is going to be the full fight going over to the side of FBX. They'll get the mid turret, they'll get the dragon, they'll get the soul, and you gotta feel like they're gonna be taking this series as well.
Absolutely, and remember when the first dive happened in the top lane, the first skirmish, and we said, hey, Aatrox gets 1 kill, but also Cassante gets 1 kill. How we said, hey, it's so much more important that the Cassante got the kill right here, starting to build up these tanky items, because this is what's going to be the solo frontline for the side of FPX. Zora is just gonna get close enough to just see the soul sort of wither away towards the side of FPX, and again, Xiao Lao, who's playing such a huge part of why Care is able to put down that DPS and not get focused at all. Again, Care, one whole level up. And again, I think like I'm getting deja vu. It was Vikla in the previous fight. Now it's going to be Asum walking this ramp and getting caught by Doctam. And even though Doctam ends up going down, your solo target right here for the damage is Care. And no one is touching this Aurelion Soul at all. Zashu gets a little glimpse of a backline access right there, but he's going to get stopped dead in his tracks. The slows coming in from the Aurelions are so difficult to play through as a melee champion. You mentioned that straight in the at the very beginning. Sort of the control that this Aurelion Soul brings onto the fights makes it hard for Smolder to walk up, for Aatrox to reach the backline. And honestly, I don't see how Care dies in any of these team fights unless he mispositions himself.
Yeah, I really don't see how you're going to be able to kind of jump on this and get that kind of damage outside here for the side of Rare Adam. And now the game starts to get a little harder, even more harder, because you're now going to have to deal with the Lee Sin, who flash kicks the Vi away. Nayu does have a flash, and there is a Town Kench with a heal, but he's already gone down. They're burning him down. Look at this Aurelion Soul, just constantly screaming at him. 2 kills, a Baron. It's done. It's over. FBX have taken over this game.
2,000 gold lead right here, which is about to blow even more open as well. And unfortunately, even though Vikla was so freaking far ahead in the early game, one misstep, one shutdown, one dragon giving it away was all it took for FPX to get straight back into this game. And unfortunately, this is a composition that's running a jungle that's very squishy. In terms of Vi, if your Vi falls behind, it's pretty much a bot that starts fights for you. Presses R, knows that it's a one-way street, a one-way ticket. You are going to die if your team doesn't make a pick out of this. That's pretty much it. Now he walks in, tries to get a little bit of control. He thinks he's safe because they have a little bit of vision towards the top side of the map. And Milky Way with a very nice kick flash right there to make sure that Nayu stays stuck in place. And the Chain of Corruption landing onto the Tam Kens means that he cannot voyage himself away. Another double kill going towards the side of Care. And now fully completed Hourglass to keep him even safer in the backline. Again, unless I see this Aurelion Soul dying, which would have to be through Care completely mispositioning himself, like, terribly in a fight. It's just a very difficult task for RA. Again, Asum nowhere near the stacks that he needs to even get the beginning of an execute before he even starts stacking it further.
Yeah, like he's still 40 off in terms of, like, you know, finding it. He might have it before the next Elder, but I don't even know if he's going to get there. And then look, this is the risk you take with Smolder. If it's isolated out, if it's, you know, they went super safe for Smolder. Give him a teleport, give him a Tam Kench, give him all these different ways of surviving, but you know, that hasn't worked, unfortunately, for the side of RA. The Smolder has basically been nothing more than a hindrance for them because they have to avoid all interactions with this Aurelion Soul, with this, you know, with this Cassante, because they can kill him. They can kill him so quickly that it's just going to give over free gold. And now, pushing into this bot side, you can just see how difficult it is for RA to try and go for this. They're trying to make sure they can still get stacks onto Asum, but he's just not in a position to be, you know, pushing for this at all. He's going to have to be so far away from all fights just to try and get up to 225 before the Elder.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the case. And even if it is, you are so damn squishy. Level 13 versus level 16 Aurelion
Yep.
Soul. Enemy mid lane is 3 levels up, and he's going to absolutely melt him with 3.5 items. And they're looking at Vikla.
Vikla, he got tagged right at the last second, which is the Hex Soul, and that just kind of tags him a little bit. There's going to be a nice zoning W coming out here from Kerr as he looks to try and crack open this base. A flash from Zora, as he knows if he dies, that's basically it for his team. He can't save anybody. You cannot devour yourself. There's a Smolder ult, but it did basically nothing. Bot lane has been broken open. 1 minute 40 until that dragon spawns, and you can see, just look at Kerr. He doesn't care at all right now. He's just flowing around the map, feeling good.
Harry are looking for a little bit of vision control, if you will, in their own jungle. Again, they do not have the means to even face check. This Aurelion Soul is 5 levels up on your support. Level 11 on this Tamken's level 16 on Aurelion Soul. Now, of course, Kerr does not have the teleport, but there's still like a minute plus. So he does have the time to go towards the top of the map, push that wave real quickly. This wave now, it's going to slow push towards enemy base, but of course, I don't think this... It shows good control of the map for FPX, but I don't think it's going to matter. I feel like it's a matter of, hey, we win the next fight, level 16, Cassante level 17, now 6 levels up on enemy support for the Aurelion Soul, and you just win next fight and you pretty much end the game.
Yeah, they can't even fight.
They're just
this
bullying
right
them
now.
out of the jungle.
Yeah, they can't fight right now. They are dead. Like, so Asim is on 3 items. They're desperately trying to get him up to 225. So he has got some kind of way of fighting this, but I just don't think it's possible right now. Yeah, like, I mean, I genuinely don't. I don't even think 225 stacks right now will help you. It's 28 minutes into the game. You're just too far behind. And unless we see a massive mistake coming out from FBX on the way they position around this Elder Dragon, I just don't see how you can contest it. They're going to push in mid-lane wave. They've got top pushing for them. They've got bot pushing for them. There's just no reason for FBX to kind of play that. Oh dear! Oh, Vikla! He goes forward on the ult. I don't know why he did that. Maybe he thought he was going to be able to try and fight this with the Chain of Corruption, but there, the sky descends, and Asim is the next target. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him. It's isolated, it's clinical, it's clean from the side of FBX, and they are going to get themselves up to 2-1. They are going to 10-4, and they are pushing themselves to a potential top 4 finish.
Absolutely, and Kerr is having so much fun in this game, just hovering around the map onto this Aurelion Soul. 11, 1, and 6. You thought he was a kind of mid laner that, you know, typically in solo queue, you ping them, you're like, hey, enemy mid laner has roamed bot lane, has roamed mid lane, has roamed in the jungle, has roamed top lane, has taken 4 kills, what are you doing? That's exactly what he was doing. He was scaling for these mid-game fights. Great stuff from FPX, because I felt like for a second they were taken aback by the aggression of RA. It worked in game 2 from RA, they were doing it back in game number 3, and I felt like Vikla was going to take over the entire map. However, FPX slapped it straight back into their face.
There was a moment where Vikla was getting around the map. He was moving with this Ahri, getting things done for his team, but FBX did not falter. They kept to the game plan. Keep Smolder down. Do not worry about anything else. We will be fine towards that late game. Unfortunately for RA, they now drop to 4-9. It doesn't mathematically kick them out just yet, but it is a very, very tough kind of setup there for them. They are probably going to be knocked out pretty damn soon, but I mean, that's all you can really say for RA. For FBX, they go up to 10-4, and they are looking for a top 4 finish. We're going to send it to a quick break because we are already behind our 3rd series, and we'll see you guys on the flip side.
stay and fortify. You will be our silent eye.
And we are back. Coming in straight into Champ Select. Of course, our first two series were in Shanghai. Our third is in Xi'an. And we're going to see exactly where these two teams are. WE now going for a lot more of an aggressive move. We saw this work for RA earlier today with FBX with the double AD carry composition, but Tez building themselves into a much bigger mid-game composition. I mean, the Renekton has basically, we can just all admit it, the Renekton is back. It is in meta, and it is very much becoming the standard for the LPL top laners.
Absolutely, and I'm really happy to see a Renekton, a Gragas coming through. See, you got me onto the Renekton train. I'm very happy to see Gragas.
Get on, get your ticket, get it ready for Stamp, because there's a big hype train for Renekton.
I did not want to see Smolder again. Quite honestly, I do really enjoy Jackie Love in the more, intensely mechanic picks, if you will, like the likes of the Kaisas, the Zayas, the Lucians, the anything but the AFK I want to farm kind of thing, So seeing him, hello guys, seeing him on the Smolder together with the Bromans, it's like a passive bot lane duo, kind of hurts me. Hi guys, big Jackie Love fan right here.
Kind of hurts you. Look, no one's intentionally going after you right now. Of course, we are a little bit behind. We had a slight audio issue. We're going to be jumping straight into game now in 3, 2, 1, rolling into game. Thank you so much to our fantastic director and TD Fiona for setting us up into this one here. But we are jumping straight into game here, just to try and get it set up. But I mean, this kind of suits out to what Tez want to be doing. Like, if you look at the way the competition has worked out for them, they have basically been such a consistently kind of, set up team that once Jackie Love has gotten ahead, he stays ahead.
Absolutely. However, the only criticism I have for the set of top esports is that, yeah, they're doing incredibly well. Like, incredibly well. If you look at the teams that top esports has literally lost to, is BLG, JDG, and FPX. Literally top 4 off the board together with them. These are the top 4 teams of the league. If you want to include like IG in there as well. This is the one they have B. However, the criticism is that when top esports fall behind versus the really, really strong top of the table teams, they seem to really struggle to find avenues to get back into their games. I remember the series versus JDG. They won the first game because they did get ahead through the bot lane, but then the top lane collapsed in the next game, and then their bot lane collapsed in the next game, and they seem to lose those two now. Rekalov might be in a little bit of trouble here. Q connects.
Q does connect. Hail of Arrows comes down on top of him. They trade back a fair bit of damage
and Hail of
themselves.
Blades.
Yeah, and get themselves some decent trade in here. That's just the kind of way the Varus lane goes. You just want to try and get early priority, get your first level 2 going, and of course the Smolder will just take a while to build up, as we saw in that last game. Sometimes you never get to it, or maybe you do and it's way, way too late. We do be looking for about 20-minute mark is when we're like kind of looking for it, but now Prince needs to be careful. Having those concussive blows on top of you, getting procced without a cleanse can be a massive issue. But for now, WE happy to keep pushing back the Smolder.
You know what? I'm loving this interaction top lane because they know there's going to be like no action happening. Level 2 for bot lane though. There's a lot of action in the bot lane, but when it comes to the top lane, Wayward and 369 have been exchanging emotes mainly. You know, just trying to keep their APM up, because they know what's happening when there's like a Renekton versus a Gragas. There's no really much back and forth right there. I want is going to connect another Q.
He is going to connect another Q, but there's a heal to come out from Mako after the Ignite comes in from Iwandi. And I'm loving this from the WE bot lane, just kind of saying, look, we can keep throwing hooks at you. Iwandi will be fine. We're not worried about this whatsoever. It forces Mako to go back. He's the one without a teleport, and he's going to be losing a little bit of XP now coming back into this lane.
I was about to say, I really hope Jackalope doesn't back and TP here, because since I was towards the bot side of the map, you're going to be all alone underneath this tower, and if you do get dived, you're going to need the teleport to TP back in, and it's going to be the case. He's getting dived.
He is getting dove right now. He does have a flash, but he's not going to use it. That's just a clean dive coming out from WE, and they will get so much off of this lane as well. Just even with the TP coming out to kind of nullify it, Jackalope loses so much underneath that tower.
Yeah, and Tian pathing from bot to top side of the map. Of course, he's not there to defend the dive. He's going to go for the scuttle trap towards the top side of the map. And now, I wanted to have like an open discussion about Lee Sin in general, the LPL, you know, a lot of Chinese junglers, plus Tien. I feel like Tien is like his own category when it comes to Lee Sin. However, oh, Fofo, you're gonna regret that one.
Yeah, he's going to get the
Oh, will
reset,
you?
though.
Nope, he gets the
Very
reset.
smartly
Yeah.
done there. Yeah, got the explosive bomb reset, so he did get a little bit extra kind of help with that, but could have been a little bit of a situation. But as you were saying about the Lee Sin junglers
All right, back
of the
to my
LPL.
discussion. So, okay, never mind. I wanted
No,
was
no,
to
you're
stop
good,
the
you're good.
discussion.
Don't worry
However,
about it.
okay, I'm good. Okay. So, you know, all the Milky Waves, the Lions of the LPL, the Shuns of the LPL, they take Lee Sin, they're absolute monsters on the Rift. By 3 minutes in, they have visited bot lane, top lane, my fridge, you know, like everywhere. The Lee Sins have been everywhere. However, Tien has a very elegant way. I think that's the word I want to describe it. A very elegant way he plays Lee Sin. His Lee Sin is so controlled and calculated. He knows absolutely every in and out of that champion to the point where he will not make plays unless he knows they're 100% guaranteed, especially onto this Lee Sin. So there's a huge difference between the Demon Lee Sin that we see in general walk around the Rift over in the LPL and Tien. I feel like he's a category of his own. And every time I watch him play that champion is just so much different in terms of playstyle versus all the other junglers over in the LPL. And I just wanted to bring this up because you might not see him make a lot of proactive plays over in the early game, but he just makes up through his mechanics on the champion later on in the fights. And I would love to keep an eye on the Tien in the coming fights to come.
And keep an eye on them. Tien and Kanavi fighting for the spot of best Lee Sin. Milky Way not far off from there, but like you say, it just feel like a different caliber of Lee Sin than we see in most other regions. I'd say LCK is pretty top up there as well, but for now, both teams happy to have this split. They're going for a top esports, recognizing, yep, we do not have priority in the bot side. We know that. We're just going to give it the Dragon. We'll get the Grubs instead. Fofo going to have to try and see if he can keep Cream just nicely contained up in this mid lane and maybe even go for a little bit of extra kind of movement. We see how far ahead of Tristana can go should they be allowed to just kind of keep free farming. So curious to see how Fofo navigates this champion and see how top esports maybe try and deal with it. But for now, everyone just happy to let the objectives be traded. No more skirmishing happening. We do have a replay on the bottom right. Maybe it was a little bit of a ult to be used there by the WE mid laner.
So there is no ultimate right now onto Tristana, however, there is onto the way. It does alleviate a little bit of that pressure when you walk into a Tristana and trying to make plays for it. Level 5 for Tien. He's usually looking for that level 6 to start making plays, the big kicks. However, for WE, their initial plan was to punish the Smolder. I mean, every time there is a Smolder on your map, your initial plan is to punish it and pin it down in lane. We did see in our previous game, FPX did this very successfully in game number 2. The Smolder never came back. However, right here, Jakilov has made himself a little bit more aware of the situation. He's fallen about 10 CS behind. However, he does have his flash available to him, even though he got dived earlier on. And he will keep farming towards that goal of the 225 stacks, trying to get that first execute on the queue.
Look back up towards the top side as well. Obviously, Jakilov will be on his merry little mission for a very long time. Well, very long time, relative in terms of the game, but we do have Wayward going up against his old organization. He was on top esports last year. Did not work out for him, and I do believe Ox will be absolutely delighted to know that he is back to emoting. Not with the Amumu crying, but this time around with a, seems to be a crying ghoul, I believe, from like a Senna W or something. So it seems to be it's interesting kind of new development within Wayward's character arc within the LPL. But right now, WE, they have got access to Prince's ultimate. No ultimate available for Jakilov or Mako, so this could be an opportunity here to maybe get something going for them.
And I'd like to voice my disappointment a little bit here. WE is a team that is known to play towards the top side of the map. They do usually give Wayward a counter pick or a very strong laner that he can bully whoever is against him with. Of course, 369 is not really a very bullyable, I made this a word, top laner. And it's not going to be the case right here for W. They are playing towards that bot side because they need to make sure that Smolder does not come out of laning phase. Fofo, very nice W away, but the slow?
Oh, they needed to land that Q. The ult is fantastic there from Fofo to make sure there's absolutely nothing else to happen. Smolder backing away from the turret. Mako is a Braum. They don't want to risk going for the dive there. The Braum can get them fairly sticky situations. Tien going to find himself in a 1v1 with Hung, but for now, they're happy to go. Oh, no, he wants all that smoke, and he wants to try and go for it because now Cream has to be forced into a 1v1 versus Fofo. Fofo forced to flash away. He does not have the ultimate. It's a bit of a scrap on all different sides. 2v2s, 1v1s. And now we get a full 4v4. Jackie Love is dead. And the Smolder shall be going back crying to his mama, but it is traded for the mid laner of WE. Flash forward, flash away. Good fear from Cream to make sure Prince could not forward himself anymore, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, but Jackie Love's losing so much. They had to ditch an entire wave down the bot lane, him and Mako, to try and join this fight, to make it a 4 versus 4 for top esports. So WE will take this any time of the day. Sure, they're gonna lose their mid laner, but they earn a lot on the bot side of the map. Another kill going to the side of Prince, who was already a huge bully onto Jackie Love and Mako towards the bottom of the map. But you see, Tian, you said it. He wanted that 1 versus 1. He saw that Cream was walking first. Fofo engaged onto Cream on the top side of your screen. And if you look on the bot, then Mako and Jackie Love have the first move into the river, but they cancel. You see Jackie Love trying to carry himself through the wall, but he's not allowed to. Cancel coming in from the Zinza right there, and even though they do get a 1-for-1 trade, look at all the creeps that are dying on the bot side of the map for Jackie Love. And this is a champion that wants to farm, wants to reach that late game. You put him too far down, you get to snowball through. The Smolder will just never come back up in the surface, and they're bolting. They don't even have a wave
Smolder.
yet, and they want to die.
Smolder. That is literally the game plan right now. Just keep camping Smolder. I will say, though, very difficult to kind of get that without a cannon minion. They're going to look for it anyway. And we can only get about 3 minions before this dive could go very poorly. How does Jackie Love end up over there? I did not know he could go outside of the map. That seems very unfair. And Jackie Love and Mako will survive the gank and almost get themselves a kill back as well.
Oh wait, you have never seen this interaction before with Smolder?
No, I've never seen it.
Okay, it was one of the,
anyway.
it was actually one of the very first videos I watched from Smolder, and it was showing you how you can use Smolder to dive enemy bot lane by using the wall and not being targetable right there. But yeah, I don't think any Smolder has ever dived anyone because they're usually stuck underneath their tower. So that's a different story right here. But yeah, Jackie Love using the travel right here to get onto the wall and wrap around, basically.
That's insane.
Not getting autoed right here by the Nautilus is huge. Not getting pinned in place. He gets to clear out the wave, which means that a repeat dive was not possible. But Tiana's getting caught here by I1D.
He is, but he's going to get out from his mid laner after the flash as well. So no flash kick available for Tien. Dragon is up and alive, but now I1D without a flash and an ult could be in a little bit of trouble if he gets caught out here, but still looking fairly safe with his Swifties as he moves around as quick as he possibly can. And honestly, this could be just a moment here for WE to maybe kind of back away from this because they haven't got a first item completed here onto Prince, despite the pressure they've put down on the bot lane. Jackie Love is actually the first one with Essence Reaver. Now we're going to see Mako getting caught up, but he's going to turn around straight away. There's going to be the Glacial Fissure to slow everybody down. I'm going to see anything else happen from it, but Prince. He has flash, and he'll have to use it immediately. Goes getting flashed down by the 369 Renekton, and now the Dragon can be spawned again. WE, they're falling apart a little bit. It feels like they didn't get the resets in properly. Waver going to throw the ult in, but the smite's too good from Tien, and that is top esports getting themselves their first Drake.
I almost got debated right there by the observers zooming in. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way this cask steals the Dragon. It's not going to be the case. Tien secures that with the smite. And again, you see how top esports bully, as a 4 versus 5, they bully WE out of this objective. I think Prince's positioning right there was kind of perfect to zone Jackie Love out of this fight. But 369 played towards his Smolder, and now he's playing towards Prince. Again, he's not going to be reaching him anytime soon. And Fofo has been an absolute nuisance for Cream, whether it's in a mid lane or a side lane. But yet again, I feel like top esports and particularly 369 play this fight so well to try and zone out that one factor that has been getting ahead for the side of WE, and that was Prince on the Varus. Now this Varus is actually flashless, so you could potentially Get that listen around, get Tian to make some plays onto a very flashless Varus, shut him down, get some gold injection back onto Jakilov.
This game is so close as well. 22,000 gold apiece, a dragon apiece. We'll say though, Top Esports have got the 6 grubs, so if they get themselves a moment where you take a bad fight in that mid game, maybe they have a Rift Herald fight and they lose a 4-for-1 or something like that, you could take a huge chunk of retail off of WE. Own the monopoly on any side of the map you so choose, as Mako now going back to take away this pink ward to make sure that his vision is not obscured. But yeah, I mean, that last fight was very much a... I do feel like Prince kind of maybe should have just gone back a little bit earlier. You can see he's ahead on CS, but just not really getting the item completion that he needed. And now you might have a dragon, or excuse me, a Rift Herald fight. Wayward over the wall, going to jump onto Mako and bring him back to his team, but an Unbreakable and a stand behind me alongside a Glacial Fisher. They're investing a lot onto this Braum. We will get him eventually, and that should be the kill and the Rift Herald. So nicely done here by WE to secure themselves a little bit of extra resources after the fact.
I'm not sure what's happening right there with Tess, because Cream is all the way back in base, doesn't have TP to join. 369 is all the way down bot lane, so you know he's not going to be joining anytime soon. Jakilov just about dodges the knock-up right there from the Rift Herald, but I feel like this was a little bit of a whoopsie from the side of Top Esports, just walking a little bit too far forward. They didn't expect Wayward to be inside that brush, so they do end up trading just a headbutt on the mid lane tower versus a bot lane tier 1. 369 again not having the teleport to join them. Did net them an advantage on the map overall by taking a tower down.
Yeah, the tower, the mid lane tier 1 though, is very low. And they do see TN up in this top side. So they know that they're trying to get Olivia a little bit of 2v1 action into Fofo. Fofo though might not know that Mako's coming. Now he does, as Hung going to find him out. And Mako in a bad position again. Should be fine to just stand behind TN, or he gets TN to stand behind him and back himself away. But right now you can see that this game is getting a little bit funky. I do believe the WE were slightly ahead of Top Esports just before the 15-minute marks. They might be able to kind of use that, but here we go. We're going to have a full fight coming in. Chain of Corruption down onto Mako, and he dies. There's going to be the Smolder ult as Iwandi goes over the wall and he gets taken out by Tien, knocked back by the Tristana. And now Jakilov chasing down Prince, looking for a little bit more action on this play. Prince does have the Ghost pushing, but that's still a 1-for-1 trade. And now Cream and Fofo going back at it once more. But it looks like now Cream feeling a lot more confident to make this play work. He's trying to push the ult. Spiraling Despair will not land. And now Cream realizes he cannot take that 1v1.
I just gotta say, even though there's not a lot of kills on the map right now, there's a skirmish going on top lane, there's another skirmish going on in the river, there's another skirmish going on in the mid lane, there's another skirmish going on in the bot lane. There are skirmishes happening all across the board, and everyone is playing on their limits. You see Tian diving back in to grab one kill, then Fofo has been continuously trying to find an opening onto Cream, and he just cannot get to kill that way. Mako kept continuously getting caught, but then his team is turning it around, and somehow every single move on the map is netting Top Esports a tower. It was the bot lane tower before, it's the top lane tower right now, with Cream taking that one, and of course the Dragon coming up in 30 seconds. You will see that resets have already come through from 369 and Tian. They want to be setting up for that Dragon as fast as possible. You will see that Cream does not have the teleport, so she's all the way on his merry way towards that bot lane side of the map to try and play for that bot lane fight. Jakilov does have the teleport, he's going to use it down in the mid lane. Almost on his second item, almost that Soljin completed for Jakilov onto this Smolder, and honestly, everything is up for grabs because the previous Smolder we watched was super far behind, but Jakilov has kept pretty even so far.
Finds himself the flash engage right onto Tien, and Tien is dead. Spiraling Despair will come out on the hang, but he's already got himself away from this fight. Doesn't have a Crescent Guard, so has to flash away after the fact. TP not going to be used by 369. He's on a massive flank already. He's going to find Wayward, but that's not a priority target. Quick land back on the 3v4 play. There's going to be Mom coming in for the fight. They do get a fear down on the Iwandi, and despite this being a 4v5, you're starting to feel like with Top Esports, with Jakilov so healthy, they can maybe take this fight. 369 in the dominance, now going to jump onto the jungler of WE. Hang trying to just keep himself alive here. They drag back Iwandi. Fofo trying to take this fight as best he can to get another kill, but they're still going with Jakilov and 369 at the helm. Fofo Maiko gets slowed down, but the hail of blades, or the hail of arrows, keeps him nicely away from the fight. Prince, so close to going down. They get the stun down. Another ultimate used there by Fofo to keep him up, but it ends up being a 2-for-2 trade. Top Esports not going to lose this dragon despite losing their jungler so early.
And that is absolutely why Top Esports have inserted themselves in the conversation for top 1, even though they're 9-3, even though they have lost to 3 out of the top 4 teams on the leaderboard right now. The way that they're piloting themselves in and out of the fights. Wayward finds a fantastic flank right here. Grabs Tian, straight to flash body slam into that ultimate to send Tian flying into WE's open arms. But again, Smolder has no fallen behind in this game. Almost 2 items right here for Jackalov. He does hurt. They have found Cream, finally.
Yeah, they found Cream, but Cream's got himself a buddy. Maiko gets in and says, stand behind me. We can take this fight. 369 TP onto the backside. This one, the Tristana is dead. Mom comes in as Prince finds himself a 1v1 with Jackalov. Jackalov should be going down here, and that ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. But now Prince is in no man's land. They don't know exactly where he is. Now they do. Cream gonna bring him right back in for a big old hug. 369 going to jump over the wall. They tried to flash forward with the Q. I don't think it was going to kill him either way, but he had to try something. And it ends up being a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Top Esports. Now, you can look to see where they want to try and move this momentum, because right now it looks like WE, they're losing the run of the game.
Oh my god, it's just so beautiful watching Top Esports play. The coordination around the map, the fact that Cream baits everyone, 3 members of WE, then Maiko is suddenly there, stops all the incoming damage from coming through. In the meantime, 369 is already TPing on the back of that, and it's for 0 objectives. It was literally a play that was generated by WE to try and finally catch Cream. As we're gonna see in this replay, I wonder, he's like, wait guys, I know that Cream is around here. I'm just gonna sit myself in this brush and catch him out. There's 2 members as well of WE, jungle plus mid lane coming through, and they're like, okay, just wait for it. They do spot Fofo on the control ward, and Maiko is already there. Unbreakable blocks all the damage coming through from the Tristana. On the flip side, 369 is already in your back line. Wayward TP's in way too late. The only silver lining right here is that Prince actually finds Jackalov, which has been the this is kind of like, I've known you for a while, I've been bullying you for a while, I'm going to continue doing so, between Prince and Jackalov. However, I feel like Prince played it really well. He tried to flash Q through the Unbreakable of Maiko. He just didn't calculate the distance very well. Doesn't end up killing Cream.
Oh, Prince.
1, 2, and 5.
Yeah, well, Prince is dead here, almost certainly. They will get that kill off. That's Tien getting himself a kill. There's the ultimate there from the Nautilus, but Tien is not done, just weaving in and out with these sonic waves. It goes right behind Fofo, but didn't get the kick off as Fofo jumped back on top of it. This could be a Baron without Prince to kind of lay down the artillery fire, and all this vision being cleared out right now. I want if he goes down, that could be huge. Spiraling Despair. Not going to mean much else. Nice. Unbreakable from Maiko to make sure they do not get anybody sorted out. But now, Graga's taking a first chunk of damage. He's all armor and no magic resistance. So you can see right now, Cream is starting to hurt him quite significantly. And Top Esports, they're building up the pace. They're constantly keeping WE on the back foot. Speaking of which, Heng gets jumped on. They get themselves a turret and back themselves away. Top Esports, they're turning up the pace here.
Absolutely, they're playing right in their face, and this is a whole different style that we see of Smolder gameplay, right? Jackalov is 1-3. This would typically be, hey, your Smolder never joins the fights, he sits down bot lane or whichever lane has a tower that's still standing tier 1, permanently farming. It's not the case. Jackalov got put behind, he still joined every single fight, he still TP'd into them, he still participated, and he seems to be outputting quite a bit of damage. Level 14, 369. He might want to take his chances into Fofo. It's not going to be the case. You see Maiko already making his way towards the top side of the map, but yeah, I feel like Tess have bridged the gap.
Yeah, Fofo's going to find himself in a 2v1, but I think the Renekton really does win that one, and he will get that kill. Now Heng might have to suffer the consequences of his mid laner's actions, and that's going to be 2 kills. There's no jungler, there's no mid laner. Immediately you see the Smolder TPing towards that Baron. They want this objective, and Top Esports want this game.
Absolutely, they're just too clean. Top Esports is too clean into this game. It's up to Wayward, Prince, and I wanted to make anything happen. Cream is overextending into this rush on the left side. They're gonna spot him, but I don't think they just quite have enough. This is a tank Gragas. There's not going to be no Bomba in this particular one. He's going to try maybe to R through the Baron. It's not going to be.
No, the Unbreakable is literally just that, Unbreakable. Also 225 stacks hit by JackeyLove just as that Baron was starting. So they are in such a strong position right now. Nearly up to 3 items here for JackeyLove despite him being put behind. But yeah, like, I mean, this is just such patient play from 369. And also Fofo, he was looking at shop because he sees the Renekton for about 2 seconds and then goes, oh crap, and then messes up the jump.
I mean, okay, in all fairness, the wave had gone so far out that there's no way someone was gonna be there, right? Right? Well, it wasn't the case. 369 was waiting. 369 getting jumped on by 4 people. Still survive, has to flash out, has no TP to join back in, but the rest of Tess is here.
I mean, this is where JackeyLove can really start to push in and get these executions down. He's just forcing everyone back. Wayward, your tank, your engage, really, your face checker is backing away so slowly. They're just trying to put down damage, keep going for it. There comes Mom to put down some more hurt. Iwandi is not going to make it out of this one. You would imagine the concussive blows land, stunning him up, and he is dead. Top Esports get 2 kills. Prince is a 3rd, and he is going to be followed by, you imagine, the rest of his team as WE back off on full retreat. I mean, I don't know if they can defend anymore. They're going to reset 369 here, maybe go towards that top side, but I mean, this could be an inhibitor very easily.
This could be an end very easily. There's 25 seconds onto this Varus. You've got 6 Void Grabs as well. You do have Teleport coming through from Cream if you want him on full mana right here. There is a Dragon that's going to be getting pinged out. It's not quite going to be the end right here, but if WE want to turn this around, if they die here, it could be an end for them. There's still Baron buff onto Tess.
Yeah, they're going to go back towards, though, the Dragon on top of Top Esports. Just get that up to Soul Point. 2 Infernal Dragons as well, just to kind of stack them up ever so nicely. And this game is getting so far away from WE. Top Esports, it was close. 15 minutes, I even think I said WE had a slight gold lead at 15 minutes. But after that, it just went 8,000 gold, 3 Dragons to 1. And right now, how do you fight this here as WE? But they're going to look to try and fight 369. He does have ult, no flash though, and he dodges around so many of these abilities. They've committed so much to him, and now they might be actually caught off at the pass. They're going to be caught off on the backside of this one here. They have full vision of absolutely everybody around. 369 still pushing forward.
They don't even get the Scuttle Crab.
They didn't even get the Scuttle Crab, exactly that. Now they can maybe kind of catch out 1 or 2 people. They won't even get the blue buff. WE tried to go for a proactive play, and now Prince. Oh, Lord, he almost got caught out, but now he's without a flash.
That was a really nice attempt right there by Tian. Doesn't waste anything, no flash, no kick, no nothing. That means there is a lot of threat potential onto Prince right now since he burned his flash. Fofo has to jump away. They cannot defend their towers. There's a wave coming both sides of the map as well.
Huge
Still
wave as
Baron
well,
up.
yeah.
Just expired from the set of Top Esports, and honestly, WE cannot step out of their base.
No, WE are running out of options right now. You need an incredible Wayward engage. He doesn't have flash. He doesn't have kind of the angle to get in an ultimate that would do such significant damage. Smiling Despair alongside Mom to see if they can make sure that something works here. They drop down the ultimates as they try to jump in onto 369, who goes straight away underneath the tower and dies. The Smolder, though, is popping off and getting a double kill. They're going to have to see a flash from JackeyLove and keeps himself alive. He has TP. They can continue on with this as Prince gets caught out just a little bit. Flash kick to execute the Prince of WE. There is a TP potentially available here for the side of Top Esports. They get the kill here onto Hang. You imagine they go for the end, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to bring in the Dragon on the bot side, get 2 inhibitors down, and trouble. I think this is game. I think this is Top Esports taking the lead.
That is such an insane early game snowball from the set of Top Esports. WE thought they had it down. They did punish the Smolder early on, but the rest of the map snowballed out of control. JackeyLove joined every single fight, and Tess, pretty clean game for them so far. It's literally just a couple of HP bars stopping them from ending this game.
Oh, this TP is looking for a flank, but Top Esports were expecting it. So they do not allow it to happen. Wayward looking for something. He needs to have anything, but the fear stops him. And now he's just taking punishment. JackeyLove with the kill and a TP in response on the side of Top Esports. They said, all right, cool. You didn't want us to end the game. You just want us to try and walk away from this. We will end the game if you so choose. Double kill here for JackeyLove. He was put down so much in the early game, but it is still a Smolder, and it is still a triple, a quadra. Hell,
oh no!
Why the hell not? Try and
Oh,
give him
no.
a penta. He goes onto the fountain and he dies. Pentas are earned. They are not given in the LPL. But Top Esports will be taking themselves a 1-0 lead in this series.
There you go. Tien's gonna say thank you very much. It's actually Mako who takes the last kill right there. And what a clean game. Like, Tess came onto the reef and put out a clinic. It did not matter that they put down Jakilov on this Smolder. And I feel like this is possibly a lesson for a lot of teams watching, that the Smolder dies earlier on to still carry him around the map. I feel like the TP, the fact that Jakilov was able to come back onto this tower, take the CS, stay even in level, stay even in CS, allowed him to be put around this map and be carried around and still do damage. Mako right here, the unsung hero. I'm so happy when supports actually get MVP. He was absolutely everywhere.
And that's his 7th MVP of the year. Won't get him enough to get the MVP of the regular split, I don't imagine, but that is still a fantastic amount of MVPs to be giving over. And it shows the value that he has for this team as well. Mako coming over from EDG for the first time in his career, going on to a different team, and it's working. He's working exceptionally well with Jakilov, and all Top Esports fans will know. Finally, Jakilov has support that he can go for, but we'll have to see how it ends up going for game number 2. WE just kind of lost that matchup, just ran away from them way too quickly. We're going to send it to a quick break, and hopefully we'll be catching up to game number 2.
Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair, don't be petrified. There is an armor, ancient magic made it strong. And
We are back in, and ooh, already I'm seeing some nice stuff here from WE. They got the Jhin for Prince, they've got the Camille for Wayward, and we were only just talking in the break right there about how WE, they tend to be much better in situations when they play through topside, and it looks like exactly what they're going to be trying to do.
Yes, 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 and yes. Give me a champion for Wayward where he can make his own plays. Now, what does 369 have into this? Because Renekton has been banned away, and I'm assuming maybe you can go towards maybe like a tag. I don't know, like you bring out the Ornn. You have so many pick potential on the map that I feel like you need to facilitate that, and you need to take a backseat here for 369. So I'm thinking like Udyr, Cassante, Ornn is all pretty good and dandy for me. I feel like the Cassante does fit the bill right here. There's a lot of slows, there's a lot of crowd control from, you know, the Ashe and the Varus. Now, what I have my eyes on is that Viego Ari, which is going to take control of the very early game for the side of top esports. We saw BLG yesterday get a double AD carry bot lane, and what they did is they split the map in half, and then they dove that enemy bot lane over and over again, because you have so much control and push with a double range bot lane. And right here, Tess have all the tools to do that.
I think that's a Camille support. Yeah, I kind of looked away for a second. I was looking at a couple of stats and whatnot, and then I was just like, wait a minute, that's a Twisted Fate. I was like, wait a minute, they already had a Jhin. I went through like a million different emotions. A Camille support for WE, Iwandi. Wayward with the Tui. I mean, the sentiment still stands. We still can have a play towards topside here for WE. However, it's not going to be that same level of kind of aggressive play. It's going to be more of a whittle down the enemy top laner and go for towers kind of topside play.
Absolutely, and I feel like specifically right now, because you're going to have the double AD carry bot lane for top esports, you can allow yourself to play towards that bot side of the map and shut them down. Because I feel like there's so much playmaking potential in Wayward's hands, having that Twisted Fate into the Cassante, that you don't necessarily need to play for him. He already has that free pick towards the top side of the map to start pressuring them up for you.
We'll have to wait and see, because this is a very curious one. I would be surprised if we've ever had a Camille support here in the LPL, or even low professional league, to be perfectly honest, in any of the major regions. But WE, they feel like something was missing, a bit of a ruse, if you will, to try and get them back into some kind of a standings. And they're throwing it in. They're seeing what can work for them right now. Their comp is wacky, it's zany, but my God, does it look fun.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Iwandi has played 41 champions in his career, and Camille is not one of them.
Right.
However, that's a he has a huge array of champions in general in his pool. He's played everything from melees to AP carries to AD carries even in the bot lane. But Camille is going to be a first-time champion officially right here from Iwandi. And I mean, I can see the potential. It sets up Zinzao really, really well. A W from Jhin hitting straight into a Camille hookshot could be exactly what you need, and top esports are definitely going to pay respect to the early gold card access from the side of WE. They're not even going to get anywhere near your typical line of scrimmage. Only Cassante is just looking, glancing at the river towards the top side of the map.
No way. And I love the innovation. I love being weird and wacky and trying to go for cool different things. However, and this is a big however, if you fall behind normally, it's a bad thing. If you fall behind to an Ashe Varus on the side of top esports as a Camille support with a Jhin, I really don't see how you can come back into the game. It is such a high risk, high reward strategy, because you can see here, I mean, they're going to look for the engage now, and they're going to try and go for the 2v2. They will get a fair bit of damage, but this is what I'm talking about. Now they can force summoners out of Prince, and those extra auto attacks from Mako are going to make it so difficult. Now you're in a bit of a sorry situation here as WE. You went for the all-in, it didn't work.
And I feel like for Hang starting top side and ending bot side is going to result in his bot side being pretty much taken. I feel like Tian right here should do his bot side quadrant straight into enemy blue side. You've got so much support through your bot lane. You're going to have so much support through your mid lane as well with the Ari. So I definitely want Tian to just beeline enemy jungler here, if not even try and dive, specifically because Prince does not have his flash up and available for him. He was burnt away. You'll see Tian instantly into that invade. And Hang right here knows he's going to get invaded. Usually a little trick that junglers do when they know they're going to get invaded on the bot side is you do your first 3 camps, you go back, you buy a long sword, and then you walk towards that bot side being a little bit stronger. No, you're going to be most likely a man down, but someone getting zoned off of the tower this time. That someone getting zoned off the tower is going to be Prince. Exactly.
Oh, this is
a lot of XP, CS, gold that's been missed right here in Tian. He's just waiting for Hang, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a common thing we see now, just with the fact that when you just can't leave this combination of Ashe Varus down, because the big thing that people don't realize is we do get the last time we had a support Camille. It was 2017, played by Road and Aime. That is a long time ago. That is 7 years ago, nearly 2,593 days.
Wow.
And that's a long time, but this is what I was going to say, is that, like, you know, when you get this Ashe and the Varus combination, it's because that level 1 is so powerful when she takes the rune that gets her sped up, basically, when you're slowed down. So having the hail of arrows, having things that can just combo and synergize together so well in those early stages, it makes it such a difficult, you know, lane matchup to go for. And he has 3 CS right now, and that's not where you want a Jhin to be, especially without his flash.
Yeah, 21 to 3 CS right here. Level 2 to level 3. Very close to level 4, I would assume, for Jackie Love and Meiko. And also, playing against a double range bot lane, we have mentioned it makes it so easy for you jungler to invade. And that's exactly what Tian has done right here. You see that he will end up in CS. He's an entire camp up onto the Zinza. He's going to take top lane Scuttle Crab as well right here. And honestly, it doesn't defeat the purpose, because playing that Jinto was the boss of the map, you were expecting to lose that initial matchup. And we did say that we wanted WE to play for Wayward, but instead of playing for Wayward, they gave him a pick that he has a lot of agency on, in the likes of the Twisted Fate, a lot of split push potential on, and they were like, listen, we know that you're very strong, take that Twisted Fate, bully the heck out of that Cassante, keep him in lane, and then we can win the rest of the map. It's just the second part of, hey, we'll win the rest of the map that's not really going well, and Iwandi's taking a lot of punish for stepping up.
Oh, Iwandi just about gets himself out with his life, doesn't use his flash, but honestly...
Back to base.
Back to base, and I don't know if he's going to be allowed to go back to base. Tien is sprinting down here. We'll have enough time to go for it.
He
But
is,
now
however,
we know
Prince.
for sure that Prince is all alone in the world, and there's not really a lot else Prince could do. We'll get the cleanse out just to make sure he can try and walk away from this
That's
one.
not
We'll
flash.
miss the deadly flourish. They now know that the Zinzao is nowhere near here. First blood over to the side
Yoink.
of Jackie Love, and this bot lane is over.
I can't tell if Jackie Love deserved to steal that kill away from Tian, since he didn't necessarily participate in it. But however, he did participate in the whole shenanigans that have happened in the bot lane that did result in this particular quote-unquote dive, if you will, between the 2 towers from Tian. So we'll give it to him. Iwandi is looking for mid lane. However, this Ahri does have ult.
Yeah.
Prim will choose to use that just to get out.
I feel like this bot lane, Georgia, is just not what it needs to be. It feels like this is just going to go worse and worse, to be perfectly honest, when you're already turning around at the Camille and saying, right, I need to leave the Jhin alone.
But this is the problem right here. You cannot play for your top side because you're playing into Cassante lane. You're trying to gank mid lane, but Ahri is very mobile. Iwandi is just going to try to cheekily try and steal some chickens away from Tian right now, because there is no point in this Camille being bot lane. And oh no, this was supposed to go the completely different way around.
Oof. Not quite in a position to go for it there. There was still a flash available for Wayward, but yeah. This game is all of a sudden starting to run away for the side of WE, and it's going to get even worse now in a second, because you do have flash, but do you have enough to get away from here? The flash will get you out just about, but you'll lose half your HP, and I mean, I just feel bad for Prince right now. What is he supposed to do?
I see Iwandi. He was giggling when that happened, by the way. I think he knows the amount of screwed that they are right now, because he's like, yo, so what are we exactly doing with this Camille? He's like, okay, we'll play that level 1, level 2. Hey, if we fall behind, it's GG. And
Literally.
he pretty much knows that he pretty much knows Iwandi just walked back into this bot side river giggling while he saw Prince sort of flash away from Ashe and Varus. So at least they're keeping their spirits up. I mean, they're way well into contention for playoffs. They're 7-5. They do have a bunch of wins under their belt. Now, of course, beating top esports right here would make a huge sort of flag for them in terms of beating a team that's so far up the standings from them. However, I don't think today is going to be that case. I feel like it's so difficult for Camille, Jin to get back into the game. And however, you can say, hey, majority of top esports is quite squishy. Only Cassante is very tanky. And yes, Jin does struggle against tanks, but the rest of them are pretty squishy. Yeah, I don't think that Jin is going to get to that place where he's going to be one-shotting any of the squishies. And even if he is, your composition isn't really built to do that. You've got a split pusher, and mates that likes to poke, and then random Camille support.
Yeah, we'll see a bit of an engage with this top side. This is how you kind of work for yourself. Without a ghost available for Wayward, doesn't really mean he's going to be able to get much else out of that, apart from the Heartbreaker from TN. Maybe Iwandi wants to go for a little bit of a skirmish elsewhere. He's
still level 4?
Yeah, I was going to say, he's a bit XP starved right now, so I don't know if this is the correct play to be trying to go for this. And Prince is more than just XP starved. Prince is just starving in general, whatever you want. Like, there's nothing you can do. This is the thing. This is why I had such a weird issue with this, this Camille.
No.
Yeah, I mean, like, what else is he supposed to do?
The despair.
He can't walk up. He can't go anywhere. And the Camille can't do anything either, so they have to give up.
See, here's the funny part, right? Usually when you leave your AD carry alone in lane, you're like, listen, hey, we've fallen behind. You take your XP solo. He doesn't take any XP. He cannot even walk underneath his tower. The only thing they need to hope for is that top esports absolutely ignore the creeps dying and just take the tower. Like, this is his only out. His only out is that Jakilov takes his tower. But no, they played very clever, and now they brought Tian again down the bot lane. There are no TPs to defend Prince. Oh no, the despair.
It's rough, buddy. It's just rough, buddy. He can't even recall. He's not gonna be allowed to recall. And they know he's just dead to rights. He has a cleanse. We'll use it straight away. And they're almost certainly gonna be able to get him now with a little bit of a CC, a little bit of help from your friends. Jackie Love picks up another one. Look, I don't like to use the word sad a lot, but my God, that bot lane is sad. And yes, the tower has now been taken, but like 33 CS, 0-2 down, and Jackie Love, I would not be... There we go, thank you so much. It is literally twice the gold. It's more than twice the gold in favor of Jackie Love over Prince. Like, that is disgusting.
And unfortunately, your top side of the map is not going that great either, sure. 20 CS up on your Twisted Fate is incredibly good, but it's not going to be the game changer right here. W want to make it the game changer. Iwandi's still level 4.
They're still going to go all out there. Iwandi trying to see if he can make something work with this, and Wayward will pick up that kill. Nicely done there. The flash, hook shot, wall shot into the ignite will be enough to take down 369, who really did want to have themselves this. And here's the thing. When Tez take the first turret of the game, they win the game. That's just how it's been. If they get first turret, they have won all games in which they've taken first turret. So this is a good sign for Tez fans, not a great sign for the side of WE fans.
I'm gonna add a caveat right here. I don't think this particular game needed the first tower to go down in favor of Tess to be done. So now, of course, the teleport is going to come in from Cream. Cream can actually follow this one up. If Prince stayed literally a second longer, Malignance picked right there from Cream onto the Ari, he could definitely just chase down Prince. But Prince at this point, I don't know if you've ever seen the cat despair emote in Twitch chat, but I think this would very much be the emote that he would spam right now if he could. He's absolutely starved. He's got boots versus an entire item for the likes of Jakilov versus an entire item for anyone on the side of top esports. You look at Viego, you look at Ari, they all have one, and he's just sitting there with half a static shiv, which, to be honest with you, it's more of like a helping item in terms of playing Jhin as well. Helps you shove out the wave a little bit. It doesn't do much in terms of like the power itself of the champion in terms of team fighting.
Yeah, they're looking for a kill onto Hang, and they will get it as well. Blink and you'll miss it, Georgia. That is just kind of how this game has been. And that's the end.
I did!
Might be looking for a little bit more. Not quite sure how he missed that Q, but I don't think it really matters. He's just got the damage to make this work. And so does Cream on the back side of this one here. He can Spirit Rush in, get the damage down, will not land the charm. And we'll still just kind of keep pushing in, but like they can go for full 5 plates now on this bot side. Iwandi not quite going down. Oh, Fofo, he flashed. but it still wasn't enough. I think he was on single-digit HP there for a second. But more plates, more dragons, more control, and more praise to Top Esports. It's WE. They're in a little bit of a free fall right now. Don't think they really know where to go. And honestly, the worst time to be hitting a bit of a lull in your gameplay is not towards the end of the season when you're hitting playoffs.
Absolutely, especially when other teams are rising onto the occasion, right? We just saw OMG getting their 7th win on the board. WE would also have 7 wins, so your position could be up for grabs if you... Well, not grabs. Grabs no longer on the map. Yeah, your position could be up for grabs if you just fold like this. And honestly, we thought they put a pretty good fight in the early game, in game number 1 versus Top Esports. But again, Top Esports are putting on a clinic on both times. And I feel like against really great teams, like we're talking top 5, top 4 in the league, I feel like trying more cheesy picks is not a bad thing, because if it works out and you can pull out a W like this, then you could potentially like pull a ban, then you make other teams fear that pick for you as well. So I feel like the Camille had some sort of idea of, hey, if we shut down a double range bot lane by picking that Camille / Jhin combo, then maybe it will be feared further on down the line. Maybe they will not be picking it into us again. Maybe they will ban the Camille away. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. They did try. They got very close in the early game. However, 369 is also getting very close to 4 members of WE. Make it 5.
He's still doing K'Sante things right now. He almost picks up a kill on the Prince. He almost gets 1 for none. It's 2 kills, 3 over to the side of WE, and that is the kind of play they needed. They get themselves the bot lane and the top lane of Top Esports, and they've driven themselves back into this game. The gold lead no longer a big deal.
Yeah, and that is a huge shutdown from Jackie Love that went over either to Wayward or Fofo, both great champions to pick up that shutdown from Jackie Love. And again, they get to breathe a little bit on map. I think this is huge. 369, huge overstep right here. He thinks he can take the entire of WE, and maybe in the previous patch, wink wink, he could do the K'Sante things right there. But he is stuck into the Camille ult, doesn't have flash, he's running the ghost, so Prince flashes away from him literally with a slither of health. And they trade 1 for 2 right here. However, Cream has been hammering that top side of the map. We'll take that top lane tier 1. And again, you see how a little bit for WE, they started breathing again on the map. They are even in gold at this point, and if they can get Wayward to be enough of a nuisance towards the top side of the map, maybe they can start pulling numbers on a side lane from Tess to try and shut him down.
It's also lethality, Camille, in case anyone was wondering. Not bruiser, not tank, lethality. Got itself a nice little bit of cooldown reduction, and just honestly, it just seems like it is literally a find champion, CC champion kind of setup right now, as we do have movement in this mid lane, and oh, they get themselves all the CC in the world here on the Fofo, and he has no way of surviving that. The Chain of Corruption, whoa, what is going on with this?
Whoa!
We are moving straight up to the end of the, what is happening? Well, I'm not quite sure what went down there.
Hey guys, I think Top Esports gone, guys.
Replay machine died. I am not quite sure what happened, but I do believe our replay machine died.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. You did not see it. You did not see it. This game is very close. WE can turn this around. Don't you worry.
God damn, that was
And we have
intense.
been put into the past.
Well,
we have been put into the past.
We've been put back 4 minutes, so that's fine. But we know kind of what we think. I think we saw a glimpse into the future, and I don't think that future was very good for Topi.
No, you didn't. WE believers keep believing. No, you didn't. You didn't see nothing.
There's hopium, there's copium, and then there's delusion.
I'm gonna guess it's gonna be a play in the top lane, and Heng will die without using his ult. Let's see him from Clairvoyant. Yes, I am.
Oh my God.
Wow.
You just know every single play. You know what I think is going to really open up this game? At around 15 minutes, I see an Ash Arrow. If they can get it onto Fofo specifically, that could really change how this game's going to go, you know?
Listen, Cream is going to miss a long-range E right here. Ooh, just about. Wow. Damn, we're good at this.
You look. Sometimes you just have it. Sometimes you're born with it. Sometimes you have it all to just know exactly how each player is going to be. It's just how it is. But obviously we're having a little bit of fun. These are the unfortunate issues when we have kind of different broadcasts, different times, different venues, and we try to bring as much as we possibly can. But look, at the end of the day, it's not the destination, Georgia. It's the journey, and the journey is the important thing here for Top Esports, because we need to see just how good they can be, and we know they can be good against lower ranked teams, but it is the ones that kind of, the big four, if you will, the top four, even five, because they did lose a game against IG. Those are the ones we're really kind of curious about going in later on in the split, and even obviously in the playoffs.
I mean, absolutely, right. In game number 1, I feel like WE tried to shut down the bot lane, and when this happened to Tess versus teams like JDG or BLG, I'm gonna bring up JDG because it was their most recent series, and if you will, one that was very sought after in terms of like viewers wanted to see, can Tess sort of battle against JDG? Well, the answer is no spoiler, it's already happening. They couldn't, because once that bot lane was set behind, once Jackalo fell behind, they just couldn't find a way to bring them back into the game. Now, if it was like against WE, who is a team that's more middle of the pack, towards top of more middle of the pack, they were able to sort of have our Jackilov around in every single team fight. So even though Smolder did fall behind, he was part of every single shenanigan that was happening on the map. And now we just need to see Top Esports sort of replicate that versus teams that are above them in the standings, versus the JDGs, the BLGs, 369 is about to run into 5 people. We just watch this, and
he might be able to Cassante his way out of it. If he gets 1 kill, he should be fine, and he does. That is exactly what they needed to do. They will kill him off eventually, and this will be a great turnaround play for WE. Obviously, we will wait another minute, and then we will be in the land of not knowing what's going on. But for now, WE, they are making plays, and this is why we had like such high hopes for WE kind of starting off in this split as well, because when they kind of started off here, they were making good plays, they were getting good games against teams that we thought maybe would do better against them. Now obviously we've come later on to the split, we are seeing the likes of Weibo and LNG and EDG, to be perfectly honest as well, just kind of not be the teams we expected them to be. However, WE, they have shown every now and again that they can do these moments where they will find an opportunity. They will kind of force you to double check whether or not you can just be walking by yourself like the 369 was there. Just because you're a Cassante doesn't mean you're not killable.
Yep, I think 369 forgot which patch he's on, so he took his chance into 5 members. They knew they were ahead. You're not that far ahead. It's like a 1k gold difference up max at the time that he took this fight, and even though he had levels up onto the Camille and onto Princess Jin, that doesn't mean that the rest of the members do not hurt. You'll see that Twisted Fate is towards his second item, and again, I feel like Twisted Fate has to be a win condition right here for WE. The split push, the side lane pressure coming in from this champion will be problematic later on. You're gonna have to match it somehow, and if you can successfully keep your core trio, the Xin Zhao, the Jin, and the Camille underneath the tower trying to defend, then this could be huge. Fopo right here is gonna get caught, and unfortunately, even though Hank does try to flash ult forward, dissuade any damage coming through, it's not going to be the case. Hank almost loses his life as well.
Now we start to go into the land of, we're not quite sure exactly how we go, but maybe Iwandi getting caught out. The flash, not going to be needed. Just hook shots, wall shots over the wall, but I mean, Cream looks so comfortable on this Ahri right now. Just knowing how comfortable he is with this kind of a pick makes it so difficult for teams to try and deal with Top Esports and what they bring. And now, top lane is getting sieged in here, but you're losing 2 turrets here in favor for Top Esports. That's going to bring their gold lead right back up, if not exceed the 2,000 they previously had. They're still waiting on a first item for Prince. This is so rough for him right now. Just not really able to play the game.
I don't think there's anything else Wayward can do right now. He just has to be a side lane nuisance. Let's see if Iwandi can get a pretty good hook shot right here, because Wayward's on the side.
They need to force this. Wayward's going to lose his gold card, though, because he does not have the rapid fire cannon, which means Iwandi goes in and he ends up dying. Wayward's going to almost certainly execute towards the tower, but they're going to TP as well, just to be sure that he cannot stop it. They're going to give it over to the Ahri. Cream gets himself a kill, and WE are in free fall. This is a game that has had a game plan, no longer has a game plan.
It had a game plan, which is, hey, we'll take a trade, level 1, level 2, as a Camille Jin. Maybe we choose them, maybe we don't. If we don't, go next. Unfortunately, this is go next series because it's your last chance to equalize the series right here. If you lose 2-0, it's over. It's a best of 3. They tried something right here with Prince opening up, curtain call into I1D flashing through, but he takes so much damage through the stun from Viego. And by the time Wayward wraps around, he's just alone.
Yeah, he is just...
A little dance.
Yeah, just starts dancing. Get that Gangnam style going. But it is what it is. And I do feel like we are at the beginning of the end here for WE. 1 or 2 more fights is all they kind of really have left for them. Wayward trying his best. Static Shift finally gets finished up for Prince. But I mean, that is the least impactful item that you can possibly think of. Ghost gets popped by Wayward to make sure he does not get caught out by Cream. But that's going to be the Dragon confirmed by the side of Top Esports. WE, they just don't have a response. I mean, this is the thing. When you go for such a squishy composition, you fall this far behind. You're just not going to be able to fight them in any kind of sense without having a numbers advantage.
Okay, get Lyric in here. Is this going to be the fastest game of the split? Because I feel like at this point, Top Esports are only playing for that. They know they have already won. The game is very difficult to be turned around. They do, like, W do not have the means to do the damage right now. They don't have damage anywhere pretty much. Like, Static Shift again built onto Jin does nothing over in the early game for his damage profile. So
maybe. I mean, we'll see. 22-10. That's the marker, but it kind of needs to be like
22-10.
It needs to be more like 21-55 because there is a 15-second kind of like, you know, transition. So they've got about 3 minutes. I don't know if it's going to be that quick, but we'll see. You know, they could go for a big fight and maybe go for something there, but it looks like WE trying to just group together to make sure Wayward can push as best he can. Wayward has got a fair amount of attack speed and attack kind of wave clear. It's unfortunate for him that he's just lacking in damage, and I think that's the big thing right now. Unless Fofo is able to get significant work here done and maybe get himself up to a Leandri's, it's just not going to be enough for how far behind they are.
And as you can see, every single lane pushing into them now. The positive thing right here is this is a Cloud Soul. Don't necessarily care too much if you're WE to give this one away, so you don't have to fight for it. However, 10 seconds from now, the Baron spawns as we have reached the 20-minute mark in this game. And with double AD carry, Viego and Ari, you can burn through this Baron so freaking quickly. You see that 269 passes past the Baron. He pings it as well. He's like, are we doing this? Are we not? We have the power. This could be like one last team fight. They call Prince. It blends onto the arrow.
Arrow down, but Prince's cleanse down as well. Now WE, they're behind on the play a little bit. You can see I1D and Hung looking to try and maybe get behind enemy lines. This is a nice play if they do not get caught. There's no vision here to indicate where they could be. This is it. This is your Hail Mary. You know the Baron is going to be the next call here for Top Esports. You imagine that's going to be the final push if Top Esports get it. I mean, they have to. You have to go for a Hail Mary here.
I feel like Top Esports know what's up. Like, they're pinging all over the map. They're like, they're somewhere, guys. They're for sure somewhere.
They're going for the try and find the final fight. But they get the Varus, they lose the Camille. 1 for 1 is not bad, but I think a 1 for 2 isn't great. They will get the Spiraling Despair. They couldn't get Prince or Fofo right on top of this. Wayward, a million miles away from where he should be. Gonna try and recall. But I do believe Tien should find him out now in a second. Yep, there it is, and there's no escape for you now, my friend. There's an arrow to the face to guarantee it. Wayward will go down, and that's going to be the Baron, you imagine, going over to the side of Top Esports. This game is all but done now, Georgia, as the side of WE crumble with their Pocket Camille support. Not really what we thought it could be.
Yeah, and Top Esports were so aware that they were getting flanked. They were so aware that the Camille was going to be coming somewhere from their jungle together with Hang onto that Xin Zhao. And W do not have a jungle. They don't have a chance of stealing this Baron. Maybe a W from Prince if Tian closes his eyes and tries to smite blindly, perhaps. He's not playing Lee Sin though, so he's going to be able to see that HP bar. It's not going to be the case. Top Esports do not want to take the chance right here. And again, Top Esports are probably like one of the slowest teams when it comes to like closing games out, even when they're that far ahead. And Jakilov is going to get pinned down by the Camille and taken out. And I feel like this was a pretty good trade to have. You sacrifice your under-leveled Camille support for the AD carry, who's super fed on the side of Top Esports. But they ended up losing 3 members all in all. However, Top Esports do like to play. Again, this game is very, very slow. Sorry, my bad for asking this was going to be the fastest game of this week. I didn't know that
Not
we were
quite,
watching
not
Top
quite.
Esports here.
Not quite the fastest, but it's still fairly fast, and Top Esports being our fastest team on average. Good golly, Miss Molly. That is a lot of damage. Iwandi gonna have to try and just look at his team from the grey screen. Fofo's already flashed away. The Spiraling Despair gonna do a little bit of damage to Cream, but nothing of any real significance. A double kill for him. This could be the game right here. You've lost a lot of pressure, and they're already pushing in and knocking on your base.
Absolutely, and you do have TP on your area as well to TP straight back into base. But knowing Top Esports right here, they're gonna go to the bot side of the map. They do have 369 pressuring in yet another wave. Then they're gonna press their B buttons. Then they're gonna go Dragon. They're not even gonna try to take that bot lane tower. They're gonna press their B buttons. They're gonna go towards the Dragon, and they're gonna play textbook.
Yep, no need to go for anything crazy right now for Top Esports. They know they're still hunting for a top 2 finish. Will be difficult considering they are 2 games behind, I believe, now on JD Gaming, but actually maybe only 1 if they do win this series. But yeah, 10-3, and I do believe JD Gaming are 11-2, so only 1 game behind. The arrow does land. That's a max stun. He has no C. Oh my God, he had no tenacity whatsoever. So yeah, Iwandi goes down. This could be the Baron to start, and honestly, it's just gonna lead to another advantage to the side of Top Esports. WE, you gotta fight this. If you don't fight it, you're gonna lose anyway. You might as well.
Oh, let's see if Heng can actually get himself into the pit. W connecting potentially onto the Baron. He can just find himself in a 50-50 situation, but 369 pushing forward.
Yeah, Wayward being chased down by Cream here. It's a fight on 2 fronts, a 1v1 between the top laner and mid laner of WE and Top Esports, and the rest of the team of Top Esports taking down WE. That's going to be all she wrote, you would imagine, with Prince now being chased down. Honestly, could take this 1v2 and quite comfortably come out alive. But Iwandi says, I'll take a 1v1 against the Ashe instead. Doesn't matter what way it goes. But there's a flash and a cleanse, all for naught. Top Esports just rinse WE. Get themselves a 2-0, bring themselves back up into 3rd position, 10-3. 1 loss ahead of FPX as they keep searching for that top 2 finish and potentially a double elimination berth in playoffs.
There you go. Top Esports with a pretty quick 2-0. I would say that their second game was very, very, very clean. And they really need to shine. We said that for our top 4, top 5 teams, whenever they play any other team across the board, they need to be showing up and 2-0ing them, showing how strong they are, showing how strong of contenders they are going potentially into MSI. They're very close, of course, the international tournament. And Top Esports, even though slow, they look good. They look calculated. They showed us in game 1 that they can come back from being behind, which is one of the big question marks versus JDG. They didn't seem to be able to get that game back on track. But yeah, that game too was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, I think that will go down in the history books as a game of League of Legends, I think, by definition. But
not for
yeah,
Prince.
That was I mean, it is sometimes the way it is. And look, we don't want to discourage WE too much. I do like, as you said during the cast, I do like the fact that they tried something new. And look, do I think even if they did get the level 1 down or level 2 down, does it really work going beyond that? I don't particularly think so, but you have to try something, because if you lose standard and you try to play standard against a better team than you're just going to lose anyway. So at least they tried to throw something at the wall and to see what stuck. But for me, Top Esports are going to be kind of, you know, a little bit of a kind of a question mark for me still. They are still fantastic at dispatching anyone below them on the standings. Anyone from 5th to, you know, kind of 10th, they're very, very good at getting rid of. It's 3rd to 1st that we still have question marks over.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, starting with a 2-0 over any other team below you in the standings is always a very good showing. And again, I'm just keeping the fact that they did manage to pull through that game number 1. Yes, it was against, of course, WE, not a top 3 team in the particular league, but they did manage to sort of get back and crawl back from that very small deficit that Smolder was put into. So that gives a little bit of a light in the day in the terms of Top Esports falling behind in the early game and then maybe pulling it back. And also, I think it gives a pretty good showing on how you can bring Smolder back into the game by pretty much backpacking him and bringing him through every single team fight that happens through the map. Potentially you can get a shutdown onto him. Damage is still coming through the champion after the first item. You don't need 225 stacks to start team fighting, and Jackaloff showcased that.
Yeah, really, really did. And I think it was a really good kind of setup for everybody, and to kind of see where everything will be going in terms of like where Top Esports want to build, how they want to try and throw themselves forward and stuff like that. So I'm delighted to see Top Esports kind of still smashing people below them, but it is still one of those things where I'm like, you know, you need to show me a little bit more. I still think this roster is fantastic. You look at the name value, I think Cream is doing very well to kind of push himself beyond the OMG vibes that he had last year, but we need to see them do it against the top of the top, because the JDG match, as you mentioned, not exceptional. The BLG match they played at the start of the season was okay, but again, they still lost that, and of course they dropped to FBX as well. So I need to know if these teams, you know, again, they're looking for MSI, they're looking for a championship contender, as you mentioned.
Absolutely, and when they look dominant, they look extremely dominant. I don't think you can take an early game, or a game, sorry, when Tess is ahead in the early game. You mentioned it, every single time they've taken a tier 1 first, they have ended your game. The second they're ahead, they stay ahead. It's in terms of, hey, you're not always going to be ahead. You know, your draft is not always going to be a dream draft. You're going to have to come back from behind. Your bot lane is not always going to be the one with incredible prio. And now looking towards, you know, potentially sending this test from the LPL onto an international, you got to think about other bot lanes. You're not always going to be ahead. And even though Jackie Love and Mako are huge assets, obviously previous world champions, both of them, to the team, you need to make sure that the rest of the map also steps up if you fall behind. And again, I know that it's kind of like a chewing gum for us and we keep saying it, and W was a pretty good contender in this particular series, but Top Esports need to show their teeth on the bigger teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, still very good for Top Esports, still a great win. WE, though, they're being dragged down into a dogfight that they do not want any part of. We can have a look at the results for today and see that we got ourselves a nice, solid 7-game day. Of course, FBX were driven to the point of madness with RA. However, they still managed to get themselves over. And of course, OMG dispatched of Ultra Prime in a slow, methodical way, still got themselves up to 7-7.
Absolutely, and this is going to be very crucial, particularly for OMG right here. That 2-0 scoreline, getting that extra win on the board. You see right now, 7 wins for OMG, 7 wins for WE. It's going to be an absolute fight to get into that top 10 for playoffs.
Yeah, have a quick look at the standings right now. We still only have 4 teams confirmed. Billy up to Fun plus Phoenix. They are all locked into our playoffs. In fact, Billy are locked for a top 3 or 4 finish, excuse me, right up until the last week, before the last week even starts. And this is what I was saying about Team WE. You're being dragged now into the 7-7s, the 7-6s, and the 6-7s. As we look towards the other side of the standings, you can see Weibo there in there. Thundertalk still not out of it either. RNG and RA, though, I will probably have put my money on saying they are not going to be making it to the side of playoffs. But I mean, look, we're starting to run out of games here, Georgia. This is where the games start to get a bit funner. But we are not going to be on for the next 3 days. We will, however, have games on Thursday as we have a battle of the, oh my lord, 16th versus 17th. Ultra Prime versus CDG for the battle of the wooden spoon. And then RA versus NIP. NIP really need to bounce back because they're on a little bit of a kind of a downward spiral. They picked up a win last time, but they need to pick it up.
Absolutely, and for Rare Atom is even more important, standing right there on just 4 wins. They need to pick up every single one they can if they want any hope of crawling back into that top 10 spot for the playoff series. But of course, you know what? I'm so down for the 16th versus 17th, because I'm pretty sure that they're going to bring out their A game in terms of, hey, show us some crazy games, some crazy picks. Like, bring your OTPs out from like back in the day 5 years ago. I don't care. Is anyone playing Katarina? Probably not.
Look, I know you can always hold out hope. That's the thing. It's like lore with
hey,
Zyra. As soon as it happens, you're gonna get a million people pinging you. But
no.
Georgia,
I watched Poby played and I lost it.
But Georgia, that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much for bringing me to the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching, and a very, very special shout out to Richie Quinn from the Talk shift lead over here in the remote broadcast center powered by AWS. It is his last day today here in the building. I just want to say you're very much appreciated, and we will miss you very, very dearly. That's all the time we have for on this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you guys soon.